We're going to start all of the live streams, and we are going to chill today. I'm eating a burrito. Mm. Mm. Gotta change that name. Just chilling on Friday. Is you gonna be just calling chilling on Friday, boys? Honestly, this is pretty nice. I got no one asking me to do anything, and we're just gonna chill. So we're just gonna hop on Monkey and talk to people. You're a loser, baby. What's up?
Shut up, bitch.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
That's awesome, man. I like your hair.
Appreciate it.
Definitely. What's up, homie? Let me. I want to get my cool thing in
Okay,
there.
those glasses are fine.
What's up?
What's up?
How you guys doing?
Oh, I love him. I love his glasses and his mustache.
Thank you,
Okay.
thank you. I'm trying to grow out like the villain mustache, do the whole like,
Oh, like
I gotta. You guys want to hear me monologue? I'm kidding.
what does that mean?
That's like explain punch.
Oh, definitely. How you guys been?
I'm working on my mustache too.
Hey, you look good without a mustache. I grew it out because I had a baby face, so.
Oh yeah.
Baby faces are good. I'm a man, baby.
Yeah.
Show me your baby face.
My baby face? I mean.
How old do you think I am?
Oh shit, you look young, bro. I mean, you could be 18. I don't know. But like you look like you're probably still in like high school or something.
Wait, how old do you think I am? Like, guess.
I'd say like 18, 17.
I'm
What
13.
What about us? What
Wait,
about me?
you're 13? Oh wow, okay.
Yeah,
So you got. Oh, are you mewing? You.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh man. Wait, where's the liking button? That was hilarious, bro.
What's the lightning button?
I remember that there used to be like a thumbs up thing. Oh, it's probably that present thing. What happened? Oh, that's for coins? I don't know.
Friend.
How the heck do you get coins in this? Ah, fuck that. All right, so you guys play Fortnite?
No, not really.
Nah, this season sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like the Lego stuff was pretty cool. My brother got me into it. He's like, "Yo, Fortnite's cool again." I'm like, "You serious?" And he's like, "Yeah, they took away building." And I'm like, "Oh, no way!" The one thing I hated, and like it's amazing now. Like no build is great.
Yeah. Same.
I do want to get into Helldivers though. That looks like a really fun game.
I haven't played it, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, like I just see people like screaming like "for democracy" as they like jump into like a bunch of aliens and explode. It's hilarious, and there's like team killing too. Like,
Yeah.
it's good shit. So, what games do you guys play?
We
Siege.
play
Mm.
COD.
Rainbow Six Siege.
Dude, Siege is so hard. Like, it's so hard for a new player too, because like it's all about map knowledge. So like my brother, he got me Siege, and we would play on the Xbox. And every time that I would like camp in a corner, he's like, "Oh, you don't wanna," and then I get shot in the head, and he's like, and I'm like, "How the fuck did I die?" And he's like, "Oh, they shot you through the wall. That's a common camping spot." I'm like, "What the fuck?" Oh my god, dude. And I'm one of those old school COD guys. Like I played it's so funny because now they have the remaster out. I played the original Modern Warfare 2.
Oh, me too.
I played like
Mhm.
Ghosts and stuff like that.
Ghosts, bro. Ghost is like the most unheard of Call of Duty game, bro. It's actually not bad. I got that, and it's not a bad game.
We used to know it since we were like 7 up to. Shit, stopped playing a couple of years ago.
At 10.
Nice. Yeah, it's a really fun game. Like our family, like we had the Xbox growing up, so like we were Halo, we were
Yeah,
COD.
we had a 360. We had 3 360s.
Yeah, dude. Oh, you had 3? We had 2. So I come from a big family. So like me and my brothers, we would all just hop on and we could do an 8-player, party. It was crazy. Like we would just invite like a couple of friends over and we would have enough people and like dude, those were the days, man. Like just playing like split screen with each other. Like my
Hey,
brother
hey, Brody, we used to do that.
Yeah, because like my brother, he moved to Texas, so now we do stuff online. So like we'll hop on and like sometimes play like Age of Empires, even though that's a really old game. But
Yeah,
By the way, you
yeah.
have the best long hair I've seen on this
Oh, thank you.
on this site.
Thank
Like,
you.
it is really dope.
Well, yeah, like I stopped cutting it during the pandemic, and so like when I tell people that this is 4 years of growth, they're like, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Oh, it's because like I never get it cut. So like one of these days, I just got to go to like some really fancy boutique, and I'm like, I've never had this cut in 4 years. What do I do? Just like a kind of like a homeless guy. Like I just do this all myself. Like I do the beard myself. I trim it. All that shit. I'm not gonna go to a barber. Like I'm gonna save that money myself, boy.
Yeah. I just got a haircut.
Dude,
Yeah,
it looks good, dude. You got the See that? Oh, that was fucking great. Damn it, that's crazy that you're 13, bro. So you guys are in like middle school?
We're
Junior-
14.
Junior high.
We're 14.
Oh,
I'm 7,
nice.
you're 8.
Nice. Yeah, my younger brother, he's actually a teacher now. What was even funnier is like he doesn't even have his degree. The state that we live in, teachers are like quitting so often that they're just desperate for anybody. So like they'll just hire anyone. And so like my brother, he's like, I got an associate's degree in like this many credits, but like it was in science. And he's like, and then they're like, okay, can you be a science teacher? And he's like, what? I only have a sub certification. So he's just this long-term sub on the salary of a teacher. I'm like, hey, that's great. But like he's just telling me, he's like, dude, these kids. So are you guys good kids, or do you terrorize your your teachers?
We terrorize fifth grade. Yeah. Sorry if we're not listening. We just ripped ass.
Nah, you good. Oh my god, yeah, dude. Like school is like one of those deals I look back at. I'm like, man, that was a lot of fun. Like I won't lie, like school is great. Like so, be good kids. Like that's what I say is like your teachers are people too. you know, like
No, Miss Bohannon.
My English teacher definitely not.
yeah. I mean, some of them definitely probably are assholes.
I have not
Yeah.
learned anything in English in 3 years. My
Mm.
math scores my ACTs have gone down.
Damn. Oh, wait, Kansas City. That's in Kansas?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in Nevada. So like Nevada is known to have a really bad school system. I think you're like ranked amongst us. Like we're in the bottom 40, states in terms of education. Like I was lucky. I went to a high school where like teachers actually cared. But like in middle school, like nah, dude, like yeah, a lot of my middle school teachers did not care. Like I remember that shit. Like there's this teacher. His name was like I can't remember his name anymore. It was like Mr. Erics or something, and he was a science teacher, but he had like a nasally voice, and he was kind of big. And like I swear, like looking back, I'm like, oh man, we terrorized this guy. But like there was this big basketball player dude. And the teacher was telling him to pay attention, and he's like, "Shut up, you pregnant dolphin!" And it's like, what the fuck? Like, like you're just straight up telling a teacher to shut up, like. It was nuts, man. Like, and I was just that quiet kid in the corner, just doing everything right. I'm like, I'm sorry, teacher.
Yeah, last year I was in ISS. I was kind of like that kid, but this year I'm like kind of like quiet, stay out of the way.
Yeah, like I remember what happened is like I was a super talkative kid, and then and then I had this one class where this one kid, after class, he came up to me and he's like, "Hey, you talk too much and you're not funny." And I'm like, "Oh, you fucking destroyed me, man." And so like when he said that, like I straight up just shut up. Like for the rest of the year, I was just quiet in the back, just doing my work. Like it was just like the craziest thing looking back. I'm like, "Damn, that one comment that guy made me a quiet kid for the rest of school." And then high school, I got better when I had started making more friends. But like, damn, dude. So if you guys ever get bullied, just know like it really doesn't matter. Like the shit that happens in middle and high school, nobody cares, bro. Nobody cares. Like
This guy's a bully. He's bullying Owen.
no, dude, don't bully. Like straight up, like
Okay, I'm really
Ah.
sad.
Because he has a bootleg.
No. See, here's what I say, man. Like you guys are the best generation ever. Like this is what I firmly believe. Gen Alpha and all that shit. Like you guys don't.
Gen Z, I'm Gen Z. Gen
Oh,
Z.
you guys are still Gen Z? I considered myself Gen Z because I'm 27. So, I mean, however the ages work, like Gen Z, Gen Alpha, we're in that age. You know, we're in that bracket where we know that the world's shit. You know, we don't believe in the bullshit that like, oh yeah, hard work will actually get me, you know, where I need to go. Like I have learned firsthand, I'm never gonna own a house, bro. Like I'm literally living with this 70-year-old guy like basically trying to kiss his ass so that I can inherit his house when he dies. And that's how desperate I am to get a house because of how expensive it is, bro. Like I've been working and like living cheap for years and I don't even have $10,000 saved up in the bank, bro. Like it's so hard to save. Like the world's fucked. And so it's like that's the thing between our generations is we understand that the world's fucked so we don't give a shit about a lot of things. But like the one thing I say is like we got that solidarity, you know, like at least we're not those dumb old farts who ruin the whole world, right? We're not like the dumbass teachers, you know, like I don't know what you guys believe in politically wise or religiously, but I imagine that you probably don't have good feelings about your local government in Kansas and how they don't give a shit. Yeah, there you go.
Yo,
What's up, homie?
how are you?
I'm doing great.
What's up, bro?
I ranted. What's up? Oh, that's a rat. It's a cute little rat. Oh my god. That was awesome. What's up, homie? Whoa.
Yeah,
That is beautiful.
thanks.
Oh my god. I love it. That is so cute. Cool. Where are you from?
I'm from the Philippines.
You're in the Philippines? It's
Yeah,
beautiful there. Oh my.
I'll, I'm I'm gonna show you my view.
Wow. I'll let it adjust. But this looks beautiful.
Yeah,
Oh my
thanks.
god.
By the way,
Yeah, I mean like I'm in the United States and I live in a city, so you know, I don't really get to see it all that often, but wow. Like that is so
what
cool.
state are you in?
Nevada.
Oh,
Yeah.
Las Vegas, right?
Yeah. I live in the big city.
Yeah, with all the casinos and stuff.
Yeah, and it's all dirt too, you know, but like it's so like your back like behind you is so beautiful, like there's grass and all that. It's so pretty. Wow. That is a beautiful place. I have a friend who is an American who went to the Philippines. Wow. Wow, that is beautiful. Oh my goodness. And that's what
But
he did is he married a woman in the Philippines and he went to the Philippines. He didn't bring her to America. He went to the Philippines and he created a like a medical center and that's what he does. You know, like he just helps out people and gives them medical care and like the US dollar translates really well to the Philippines. And so it's like he just had to save up, you know, so much money in America, which wasn't a lot, and then he goes to the
y-
Philippines and he can get a house.
yeah, you can actually own a mansion if you can have a mansion if you have $10,000 or
That's
$20,000.
dude,
Yeah,
that's insane, man. Like I'm nobody, right? Like I'm not rich. I'm trying to save money, but like I got a family, I got a kid, so like there's a lot of expenses. And I almost have about $5,000 right now. You know, it's like that's crazy. You know, like I could go to the Philippines, get a house, and I'll be good. Yeah.
exactly.
That is crazy.
That's actually what Filipinos are doing right now. They go to the Philippines, they work, but
Mhm.
when they come back in the Philippines, when they return home, they have big houses, they have cars, they have because that's what they earn in the working in the US.
Wow. Yeah, like it's so weird because in America, like everything's getting expensive. Um,
Yeah, I know.
yeah, like the U.S. dollar, it's weird. So like I like art, right? Like I'm trying to draw. You know, I got like an iPad, but I'm not very good. I can pay somebody in Italy in American dollars, and it translates so well that $20 and they give me something beautiful. You know, like if I wanted to give that to an American, I would have to pay $100. You know, and it's like the translation is so strange that it makes me feel bad. You know, like I'm like this doesn't feel fair. Does that
And
make sense?
to give you, yeah, to give you a sense to what you're talking, are you familiar with the BPO, business processing outsourcing?
No.
Everything that is in the US for call center, like if you call for phones for to buy
Alorica,
something,
Alorica.
yeah,
I worked at Alorica, and they had operations in the Philippines, and I remember that is call centers. They yes,
exactly.
American
All call
companies.
most majority, or should we say, all of those call centers are coming from the Philippines because why pay one person in the US if you could pay 20 people in the Philippines?
Oh, it's so crazy. Yeah, because here's the crazy thing now, right? In Las Vegas specifically, things are getting so expensive now that if you get paid 15 US dollars an hour, that is considered bad. Like that is considered,
Yeah,
like starving in
yeah.
America. Like that's how, or Las Vegas specifically. That's how bad it is now. Like
Your
yeah,
the $15 per hour in the US is a 3 day salary or 2 day salary, 8 hours. Because
yeah.
we're not paid in the Philippines per hour. We're paid per 8 hours.
Whoa, that's insane.
Yes, the minimum here is actually $10 per day. And that's consists of 8 hours.
$10 a day?
Yeah, that's the minimum wage.
Oh, and like and see that's the thing that makes me so sad, right? Like I like to draw, right? But I I'm working at a good company, right? Like I work at a warehouse company, and we charge people a lot of money to use our warehouses. Like we're a competitor to Amazon and stuff like that. And
Oh, yeah,
yeah, and
okay.
so I'm getting paid $20 an hour. Crazy. You know, the most money I've ever made in my life.
That's
And
outsourcing. That's why you
mhm.
outsource to other countries so that, you're paying instead of earning that much for the $20, you can have two people to work for you for a day
Oh
with that
yeah.
$20.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is our company, we had engineers. These guys were tech guys, like guys who were fixing our programs and our storage software, and they were from Chechnya, and they like we relied on them. Like they were important in fixing our programs, and we were paying them pennies, basically compared to what we were paying our Americans. Um, and like that's the crazy bit is it in terms of our and I can't say names, right? But in
Yeah.
in in terms of our company, right? There are two people employed by my company who are Americans who understand coding.
Oh,
Only two of them are Americans. The rest are outsourced, like what you're saying. It is
yeah.
it is nuts, bro. Like it's one of those things that like and here's the crazy bit, right? I worked in call centers before this job. So this job is a huge upgrade. Way less demand, like I'll get 10 calls a day. That's it. And the rest is just email stuff. and um and here's the crazy bit. Almost everything that our company receives is from people in America who buy stuff cheap in China or India and import it to the United States. Like it's so crazy. And so these companies are selling products for like, $50 And then because they have to provide proof to us for like insurance reasons, they have to provide proof of how much they paid for it. They're they're buying things for $3 a piece and then selling it for 50. And
$50, yeah.
yeah, and that's what people are paying in America. And it's just it blows my mind. Like it's just one of those bits where it's like like when I look at my job, I'm like, this is the easiest job I've ever had. I'm getting paid so much money, and I do almost nothing compared to what I used to have to do. Um,
Yeah.
and I'm like, why is this like I feel like dirty, you know? Like I'm like, why is this so easy? Like here's the crazy bit, right? Like oh, I put my backpack over there. I worked at home today. I work a hybrid job, so like 2 days a week, I'm just sitting here at home doing whatever I want, and then I have this computer in front of me where I do emails. And because I've been around computers my whole life, that's easy. Like in the first 2 hours, like here's the crazy bit, right? My job tracks my performance with metrics, right? I
Yeah, yeah.
I only have to send 20 emails a day. 20.
Wow.
That's it. That is it. And if
Could
I
you help me apply for that?
yeah,
I'd love to have that job.
I see. That's it. It's one of those things that just makes me feel unfair. It's like this makes no sense. Like, here's the crazy bit. So our company had this, like as you know, a whole bunch of companies are doing layoffs, right? Our company did that
Yeah.
as well. So layoffs happened, and a whole bunch of people who are way more qualified than me have been losing their jobs, and I just got hired. If anybody should have been fired, it's me. And so
They
now
probably have seen they probably have seen the potential from you. So it depends,
yeah,
right?
and see, that is another deal. Is when unfortunately, I have learned, that some people who got fired were just really bad at their jobs. Like they took advantage of things. Like here's the one thing is like I'm I'm one of those guys where I've been able to like look at how jobs work, and I'm like, wait a minute, you're not reporting this. Like for instance, the remote thing,
Yeah,
there
yeah.
there is no sign-in sheet for when I work in the office and for when I work at home. For instance, it's a trust system. So for instance, they trust me to be in the office on Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday. Those are the 3 days I'm in office, right? But here's the deal. In Las Vegas, we have two warehouses. So that means I can claim that I was at either warehouse. I was at, warehouse 1 or warehouse 2, cuz there's offices there. And I just bring a laptop and I just sit there at a desk. I don't sign in. I don't tell anybody I'm there. It's a trust system. So that means I could just stay at home every day, and if
And just pretend
nobody
that you were there.
and pretend I could be there. Exactly. And so apparently there were people who were doing that. so
Yeah.
so they like well, and here's the whole deal, right? Like I'm one of those guys where if I'm going to be working at home, I'm still going to be available. I found out that a couple of my coworkers who got fired, they were pretending to be at work, but then they would be doing other things. They would go into town. They would go
Exact.
shopping,
That's
and
that's exactly the reason why they hold you as their
yeah,
employees, and still you're still there, because other companies may thought, uh, uh, let's say if you're an employer, you're thinking that you're doing the right thing, but you didn't even know that the companies are also observing you keenly.
mhm.
So basically, that's what happened. They see the potential on you, and they see your work done. So why not? Why trust? Since it's a trust system company, so basically that's why you're still there, right?
It is
And you
weird.
know what? The thing here in the Philippines is that all of the call centers in the US and in the UK and in other countries, the Philippines is the number one call center in the Asia, because Filipinos are way fluent in English compared to other
You
countries,
you are
Asian countries.
yeah, you're actually very good at speaking English, by the way. Like you have a really good understanding of the English language. Like you speak like a
I
fluent
once
speaker.
worked with I actually once worked with call center for 3 years. I was with Sprint, and I became a supervisor for a while.
Hmm.
But then since we will be working, well, we're actually call center paid well. here in the Philippines
Yeah.
because with all the benefits and with all the perks and everything. So I worked as a supervisor for 3 years, but
Hmm.
then I really had to let go of it because working at graveyard shift would be very unhealthy for us. If you're
Hmm.
gonna be working for 10 years and then working at night shift, well, you're ended up dead. By the way,
Yeah, that
so
that's the one thing I consider myself grateful for is I there are a few things that I was able to avoid. Like I've never worked like a fast food job. Like so I've never worked at like McDonald's or anything like that or Walmart. And so like thankfully but also I haven't had to do like overnight stuff. Like there was this one job where I had to work like to 12 o'clock, midnight, but that was it. Like I never had to do overnight shift, but I've heard stories that it's
since
rough.
uh, since in the Philippines is everything is cheap, right?
Mm-hmm.
So basically, we Filipinos owned our time. So
Mm-hmm.
the thing here in the Philippines, if you've noticed in the internet, most of us, especially in Facebook and Instagram, Filipinos are on the top user, right? So for the social media, we in the Philippines, if Facebook, Instagram, or all social media platform will be gone, the entire Philippines will be in chaos.
Really?
That's how, yeah.
Like you guys use
Because
social media that often?
oh my God, our even the elementary, those in the elementary, like the grade one, grade two, grade three pupils, they all have their Facebook and they're online 24 hours a day.
Wow, that is it. And you guys have that like internet access all the time, like
Yeah,
security?
yeah, we have good internet access in the Philippines, and the thing is, we're using social media right now as a platform for businesses, for everything here in the
Mm-hmm.
Philippines. If there was one time when Meta was like uh doing a maintenance with Facebook for just 5 hours, right?
And
So
it was
all
down,
Facebook
yeah.
were it was down. What happened is that the entire Philippines gone wild, like on social media and stuff. People are calling, "Hey, what's wrong? Is your Facebook down?" Everyone is crazy about it. It was like because we all live in a social media world here in the Philippines. So,
Right.
and everything here is very since it's a cheap country.
Hmm.
Look at me right now. I'm working on my own. So I'm a freelance event organizer. I'm a freelance. I have people working for me every time I have events, and I don't
Nice.
really go up early, wake up early because of job. Because life here in the Philippines is very easy. So if you just know how to find job, if you just know how to work, if you can just like survive. If you don't have salary, if you're not working, you can just plant vegetables. You can just like plant vegetables back there, or you can
Have
just like grab
chickens,
a
you know?
yeah, I could just like grab a a a papaya, a banana, and a vegetables and cooked it for free.
Yeah. That's
So
crazy.
everything here in the Philippines is easy life. That's
Wow.
what makes us different from other countries.
That sounds beautiful. Like it's bliss. Like what you describe is peace to me.
Yeah,
Like
it's totally it's that's the best thing. That you know what? If even though other countries would say they were the richest country, America is the richest country in the world, the strongest country in the world, we don't care. I personally don't care.
hmm.
I don't care if we're the poorest country in the world. Why? Because we're living in a paradise. We can do whatever we want. We can eat wherever we want.
Oh yeah.
Nobody is demanding us a time, so we don't care.
That
Other
sounds
people don't care about it.
that sounds beautiful because that's one of the things I've been learning over the years is
Yeah.
um yeah.
Although it, although there's a disadvantages of that. For example, since we are a cheap country, obviously our healthcare system is expensive, our
Mhm.
education is expensive, but still it doesn't matter because if you know how to, make your way the entire day, there's no
You're talking to an American, you know? Like
yeah.
so here's the funny bit, right? Like I barely ever go to the doctor. I do a lot of my own, teeth care because dentists are so expensive in America. But they're also crooks. Like for instance, if you go to do regular tooth cleaning, which is covered, by insurance, right? They will always say, no, 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 we have to do deep cleaning. And I'm like, what?
Yeah, they made additional charges on out of everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and that, and
I know that.
yep, it's billing codes, and like I've worked in call centers. I did U.S. healthcare, I did U.S. auto insurance, I did U.S. health insurance, I did blinds repair. I've done so many different jobs, and there's always a common theme, and it's always fuck you. It's always like, oh, you didn't know what is covered or not? That's your fault, Oh, you didn't know that these blinds wouldn't work after 3 years? That's your fault. Oh, you didn't
I
know that
exactly
your
know.
warranty didn't cover it? It's your fault. Like, it's victim blaming.
I actually understand what you're talking because being a supervisor in a call center, we had the chance to study for a while about the culture, the customary on about America, about UK. So we tend to understand the kind of culture they have, and I know how it goes. There are also like that here in the Philippines, but it really doesn't matter because
Mhm.
life here is easy. So, oh well, okay, we just die. Then we can just like you can put the stone in our both of our feet, tie it up, and throw it in the sea, and that's it.
Right?
We don't. That's why they say Filipinos can survive everywhere because we're exactly a picture of a person or a human being that doesn't care whatever it is. That's what we are. So wherever we put us in, we can still survive.
That's good. I
That's
mean,
that's how we do it.
so, but here's the whole deal about America, though, is like, um, let me know if social media does the same thing to you in the Philippines. But in America, there's something that I feel is very wrong about social media. Is so
Yeah,
here, so here's the whole deal: is when I when
I
I
agree.
when I turn on my phone, when I go to Instagram, sometimes it'll give me funny videos, but then somehow, here's the thing that I think is very scary. Somehow it knows that I'm in a different state of mind, and then suddenly the funny videos stop showing up, and then all of these videos that talk about bad things happening in the world
Uh,
start showing up, and then it gets me mad. And then I get mad, and then I'm in a bad mood, and I'm like, "Ugh," and it makes me mad
so you
about
get easily
everything.
affect. So basically, you get easily affected than what you see.
Yeah, but that's the thing about all Americans is everyone's getting bombarded all the time. Like, and here's the whole deal: is I need to cut off my usage of social media. Like, I use Reddit and I use Instagram and stuff like that. I couldn't use Facebook anymore. Like, Facebook was really bad. Like, for instance, Facebook would start showing me posts that were totally against what I believed in. But the reason why these posts kept showing up and the reason why I would say it was suggested to me is because I would interact with them. So, for instance, if it showed me something that I didn't believe in, I would go into the comments and I'd be like, "No, you idiots! This isn't true!" Blah blah blah.
You get
And it got
so you
me.
get involved.
They they
You get
they
yourselves involved to it.
it it
Yeah.
it tricked me, and I hated that. Like, I hate being a puppet. And the thing is in America, all of Americans are like that right now. Is we're all being puppeted by the social media apps. It doesn't matter what you believe in. If you believe in leftism, or if you believe in conservatism, it doesn't matter, because no matter what you believe in, it will give you what you want. So it will make you more angry on your side. And that's the thing I've been noticing about Americans is we're all angry. We're constantly angry about something. Something is always making us mad. And it doesn't matter what you believe in. It doesn't matter what your politics are. There's always something that's making you furious. There's something that's making you mad. And it scares me, man. Like, it really makes me scared that these phones, these apps are making me mad because, like, when I look at how things are going on in America, like, yo, there are people who are killing each other because of differences, because of hatred. And what these apps are doing is they're feeding it. They're feeding that hatred. They're like you know what ratio is, right? Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah, how like people like in Instagram, you can't downvote comments, so you can only just comment to someone else and say you're stupid, and that's what they want is these trolls. They're baiting you. They want you to get mad, and it's one of those deals where it's like I get scared, man. It's like everyone wants us to get mad. Everyone wants us to hate each other. And like that's the thing what I love about
I
him.
certainly understand. I
Yeah.
certainly understand your point because, like I've said, Facebook, social media in the Philippines is a life here. So I know how to deal with it. We experience all the bullying on the internet. Cyberbully is very rampant here. Everything, you know, it's so it's just the thing about having a social media in this world at this very moment is that uh, we are relying ourselves. We rely so much on social media that we cannot live without it. That's what
Mhm.
is happening right now in the
It's scary.
Philippines.
It's
Yeah, that's
very
what is
scary.
happening. It's reality. It's
Hmm.
a fact,
Like how do
and
how do you get the news? I only get my news through social media now.
exactly,
I don't get my news any other way. And it's scary. It scares me because
exactly. I
they have the
understand.
power. Meta has the power. Reddit has the power. Like Elon Musk has this power and it makes me scared because now it's just these couple of people. It's just like, a handful of people like you know about like gods, Greek gods, right?
Yeah,
Like
there was one time I was advocating because then I was advocating, and I also have a voice here in my community as a host, a local host here in my
mm-hmm,
province. So we are. I am from a big island here in the Philippines because Philippines is composed or consists of several
yeah,
islands.
like 1,000
I am
islands,
from
right?
this. Yeah, I am here in one of the biggest islands in the Philippines. So in the entire island, I got the opportunity to work as a local host. So people can know me, people can listen to me and everything. So I started advocating a healthy social media environment, but it didn't
Mm-hmm.
work.
Mm.
People are bashing me on social media. They were all like, so I ended up like, why would I have to stress myself with it if it's not working? Because I cannot cleanse every single mind here in my country regarding about social media. So what I do is
Mm-hmm.
I only watch those news on social media and stuff. I can see a lot of people bullying each other. It seems that it seems to be normal. So I think like, okay, if that's it, I can just live myself. You know, with what I believe into within myself instead of helping others because I understand people won't listen. But there are
Mm.
also a few people who would listen. But I mean, why would I have to trust myself for it? Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's one of the things that everybody deals with, right? Is we all worry about what people think about us. Um,
Exactly.
like I want to write books, and one of the biggest difficulties I deal with as a writer is it's so hard just to get people to read what I write.
Right
to,
now,
yeah.
I don't think it would be very applicable for us to engage too much on because social, like for example, like what you've said, news are not are all in social media.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you wanted to become popular, you can just do something on social media. There's no need for you to go to a big network company just to be famous,
Yeah.
right? For content creators, vloggers, and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems that the world, social media, internet is eating the entire world by nature. So I guess this is the era. Well, what I believe, I don't know if you agree with me, but for
Mm-hmm.
now, I just have to wait and see because the era just came. Time will come that this era, internet era, will
It,
also be gone.
it
So
could be a bust. Yeah. Like
yeah,
I think we're on the same page. Is I think the .com boom was indicative of something. Is everybody's been hopping on this bandwagon. They're like, "Ooh, social media," but I personally I have faith in humanity. Like that's the one thing I believe in is there are so many tragedies that happen that break my heart, right? But at the same time,
Yeah.
I still believe in the goodness of humanity. And I still
Yeah.
believe that humanity will eventually realize this truth that we already understand, right? Is that these companies are controlling us, or that these people are trying to manipulate what we believe, and we will rebel. We will fight back. Like that's what happening to like Elon Musk, for instance, when he took over Twitter and he changed it to X, is he believed arrogantly that he could control what we believe in. But like
Exactly.
and like
This
so many people left, and it's
So
the same.
for us people on the same page, all we have to do is to just wait for the time that because I believe
Hmm.
years back there was no internet. Now this is the era for internet.
I'm
So
only
there would
I'm
be
only
time,
27, man. Like
yeah.
we got
So time
time.
would come. So time would come that internet will be gone. It would be a different era again. So well, that's basically how
Yeah.
I see it.
Yeah, exactly. And like that's the whole deal is we got to prepare ourselves for whatever happens, right? Like
Yeah.
I personally believe in the same deal is we live in a crazy time, right? Like for instance in certain places of the world whenever major conflicts happen, the internet goes down completely. And what I try to tell people is people don't realize how close we are in America to have a similar conflict. Like when the Syrian government fell, when Iraq government fell, when all of these different countries when their governments fell, we always believed like, oh, like, oh, that's nothing. They're nobodies. But everybody everybody puts America on this pyramid, right?
Hmm.
They think America is unstoppable, but people have no idea that we are rotten, like on the inside. Like America is so bad. Like especially now that I've been working for all of these companies and I've been seeing how things work, like every single time that in America, like this is part of our culture, right? And this is American business culture. Is every time you see a problem, it's not your problem to fix. All you got to do is push it down the road for someone else to fix it. and I and
Exactly.
that's everybody in America. That's every president, that's every government, that's every company, and like that's the whole deal is I work for a company
I,
that
I
acquired another company, and when we took over that company, we did not fix all their problems. We just kicked it down the road, and now I'm getting hired and dealing with all those problems.
exactly. Exactly.
It's so funny. It's so
Exactly.
funny.
I understand. That's really how it goes, right?
Mhm.
So, well, the best thing to do for now is to basically ride on the time of era and
Yeah.
wait for the next era to come. Because
Yes, that's
regardless
it.
of how effort, regardless of the effort that we do, regardless of voicing out to make the change to understand this,
Mhm.
people won't listen.
Yeah.
That's it would be a waste of time for our part if in our entire life we spend it in advocating for something we believe that is right, but despite that we die, nothing happened, had changed, no change at all. So it would be a waste of time for myself. So that's why I think, like, okay, if that's how people would see it, then I definitely would be just living on my own, believing in what I believe into, and just stay away from all the stress in the world and live
Mhm.
my life to the fullest. So that's how I ended up.
Yeah, that's the kind of interesting thing about Buddhism is, um, like, cause I grew up Christian and I've went through my own life experiences and now I'm at the point where I don't really know what I believe in, but what I do believe in is
Oh my God, we are exactly on the same page, because I'm actually starting to think about, why not try to become a Buddhist instead? So I was
Yeah.
like, I
See,
had that
exactly. Is
idea.
it but like that's
So
the whole deal is when I was a Christian, one of the things I condemned Buddhists for is I didn't like them because they didn't participate in the hatred of the world and they kind of just lived their own life and I would call them selfish for doing that. But now that I've gotten older, I realize the wisdom in that. I realize the wisdom in not allowing these things to turn you into a
yeah,
puppet,
you know
you
what?
know?
You know what? One proof. one proof to that is that I have a tattoo here.
Ooh, that is beautiful.
And you know what does it says? It comes from the famous Mahatma Gandhi. So
What does it
he's
say?
it says, "For what shall it profit the man if he gains the whole world but forfeit his own soul?"
Yes, I love that line. Yes, exactly. It's such a wonderful thing. Is like for me. So here's the thing about my life story is not only was I Christian, I was a very special kind of Christian. Um, in the Philippines, I think the Mormons have a big presence. Like, do you know the Mormons?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. There is.
Yeah. So I was a Mormon. I was a
No,
missionary, so I
okay.
like I had a shaved head, shaved beard, like I was doing all that, and I learned our history and I defended it, and I was a believer. I truly believed, and over the years I kind of learned, that the things I believed in, the things that I defended, I did it basically because of social reasons. I believed because my parents told me to believe. I believed because everybody around me believed. And when I became an adult, when I finally had to answer those people who questioned me, I got nothing. Like I just was going with the flow. I was just doing what people were telling me, and
I
it
think that's
yeah.
normal for I think that's normal for human because for human we are all humans and uh I also have the same feel thing when I was younger. But the thing is our wisdom as we grow old, our wisdom also grows. So
Mhm.
probably when since we were growing old, that's also the time wherein we realize that our wisdom is also getting bigger. And that's how we understand life by nature when we grow
Mhm.
old. So I think that's still normal it's a normal thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only 27, but like I
Yeah,
always
I'm
want.
older than you.
Yeah.
Okay, completely old.
Yeah,
So
and it's like I like learning is there was one like that's the one thing I tell people is I've learned not to see things as bad and good. Like in the time that I was a Mormon and that I believed those things, they had good things to teach me. For instance, they taught me something really cool. They taught me this idea and they called it eternal progression. And what that meant is that you're constantly learning, constantly improving, constantly getting better. And I love that. Like the idea that every day you're a little bit better than who you used to be, that makes me happy. And I still believe in that, right? Like I still can take those things that they taught me and make it good. I don't have to burn it. I don't have to hate it all. Like I can say, you know, there are things that I disagree with you. There are points where I say I don't believe in you, but I will still say you taught me wise things. And that makes me happy. Like that I don't have to hate something entirely, that I can see it for what it is. And I think that's the problem in the world, right? Is like haven't you noticed that like everyone has to see things in black and white. Like this man is evil, this man is good. That's how it is. Like
yeah, exactly.
there's no in between. And it's like no, it's a lot more than that. And
Yeah, exactly.
yeah. Like it's one of those deals where it's like people are missing the point. Like I love books. Like I love stories. Like that's my big thing is I hope that someday people will remember me for the stories I write because I want to do that. I want to write so many stories that show that humans are so complicated, that like one of the things I love doing is I love making commentary on things about the world. So here's a good example. In America, we have this interesting part of our culture where we really really love our soldiers.
Yeah, yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's the thing about
Yeah, I know.
America is we love the military. Um
Because the
mhm.
Americans are very patriotic. So
Yes, yeah, exactly. And but here's the double here's the hypocrisy. It's that we love our soldiers, but we don't help them. Isn't that
Yeah,
interesting?
you feed it to the wars, right?
Yeah, like we send them to war, and then if their mind is messed up, if their legs are gone, oops, sorry, we love you, but we're not going to help you. I call it the hypocrisy of America. Is
Yeah,
I truly believe that America is a lot of hypocrisy. Is we'll say a lot of things, but then we'll do something opposite. We'll say that we love
yeah.
our
It's
soldiers,
what
and
it's
then
not
yeah,
the actions are not telling the words, right?
exactly. Performance. That's a great example. Is it's all a performance. I believe that about politics too. Is I believe it's all a performance. I believe that unfortunately we've gotten to the point that every person who is in charge of how things happen in America, they are disconnected from us. They it's all a performance. They pretend that they care, but they don't actually care. Like here's the whole deal, right? Nobody in America right now, like nobody believes that the Palestinians should be exterminated. Nobody believes that. Nobody does. And yet our government will still give Israel money. It's
Yeah, and support.
and
Yeah,
support exactly because we all have to do a performance is because like there's a stupid relationship between America and Christianity and Judaism, and that's why we have to support Israel. It's so stupid. It's based on things that happened 50 years ago that nobody cares about anymore, but we have to keep doing it because of tradition, and it's so stupid, and I hate it, and it's like and when I write my stories is I do that. So I wrote this one story that is so heartbreaking because it's about this concept there is what if we had this like caste system like in India where you had a warrior caste where if you were born they would say you are born to be a warrior, you're going to fight and die and be a warrior, every kid you have is going to be a warrior and stuff like that. And it's like, well, okay, how are we going to do that? And it's like, well, we're going to say all these things that we love you. We're going to, give you all of these presents.
yeah. It's a
We're,
program. Yeah, you're
yeah,
programming it.
yeah,
You
exactly. But
program
we,
it.
we program the people. And so
Yeah,
we have this whole group of people who are born and die and only do one thing and they fight and they die for this country. They're slaves. They're basically slaves, but
yeah,
they don't think they're slaves because everybody keeps telling them how much they love them, and they're like, oh, we love you for being a soldier, oh, you're so great, and they say, like, oh, but if you survive you'll get a house, you'll get that mansion, right? But nobody ever survives. And so this whole system is like this grinder where all these people just keep dying and never ever actually get help. And it's like
yeah,
America. And that was the thing I was trying to do in my story is I wanted to basically say this is America. America does this is we get all these poor people and we tell them, "Hey, if you go and sign up for the military, you will get college for free. You will get all these things. You'll get all these nice things. You'll be treated well." And then what do? We send them into the
the
military.
war.
We
Yeah,
send them to war, and if they survive, they are fucked up and they end up homeless. And then we don't care about them anymore. It's their problem and it's their fault. And that was the thing about my story is for all the people who, at some point broke, at some point said like, "Hey, I can't do this anymore." They're like, "It's your fault. You are weak." And they kill them. Like they call you a coward. And that was the thing as I was trying to say is that the world's unfair. Imagine being born that way and being told you're only fit to do one thing, to be a soldier and to die. And if you don't want to die, we'll kill you. Because
exactly.
and it's like one of those deals. It's like you got to do it and you got to do the same thing that everyone else does because you want to fit in. And like it's heartbreaking, man. Like writing this story
It's
like
crazy, right?
yeah, it's
It
all
would
fake.
yeah. You would know. I understand that. By the way, we've been talking for like a long time now.
Holy shit!
What's your name, by the way?
My name's Alex. What's yours?
I'm Julan.
Jalan. That's a wonderful name, by the way.
It's like Mulan, but it's with
Yeah.
a J.
I think that's a beautiful name, by the way. Like in my story, I always try to find names that are interesting and different. And so like that's exactly what I try to do is like I love different names. I love like for in my story, like I'll have people called like there's this guy called Wylon, similar to your name. And what I try to do is I grew up reading books, and one of the things about reading books that I found very interesting is books tell you a perspective that you didn't already know. So I would read a book about a very smart character or a person who was traumatized, and I wasn't traumatized, but I learned it. Like I remember when I was in 6th grade that someone told me that I should read Ender's Game. And if you don't know what Ender's Game is, it's a very sad story. It's a story about this kid, this very smart kid. And like it's one of those stories where every adult is just an asshole. And so this kid is just they realize that this kid is super smart, like so smart that he might be the guy that will save humanity. And so what they do is they're like, "All right, we got to make sure that we turn him into the guy that's going to save humanity." And all of the adults, they all agree, is we got to make him hard. We got to make him mean. And so all the adults are like, okay, we're going to make sure this kid becomes mean. So they purposely let people bully him. They purposely let people torture him so that this kid lashes out, so that this kid becomes vicious, because they need him to become the weapon to win the war. And so they turn this boy, this little boy, into a monster, into this general who wins the war and kills all the aliens. And near the end, when he realized, like, and the worst part was, the whole time, he thought it was a video game. He thought he was playing a video game. And near the end, when he realizes that he actually killed all the aliens, he cries because he's like, "What the fuck? You had me kill them all. I committed genocide in a video game. You lied to me. You turned me into a weapon." And it's like it was a powerful story. And it broke my heart. And like the craziest thing is the later stories, like the sequels, they talk about how this kid grows up and becomes an adult, and his whole story is forgiveness. He just his whole life is him apologizing and saying, "I'm so sorry for committing genocide," you know? And it's beautiful. It's one of those beautiful things that, I don't really get to talk about that often, but it's a great book, and it makes me think about myself. Were they trying to do that to me? Were they trying to turn me into some weapon?
Into a monster.
Yeah, and like that's the whole deal. Is I look at when I was a Mormon, I don't think I was evil, but there were times that I did things that I didn't like. Like for instance, I would find women who were very poor, and I would tell them that they had to give money to our church, for tithing and stuff like that. And it didn't feel good, because these women were widows. They were, you know, living on government welfare. They could barely afford to survive. And
Exactly.
and I went to them and I would tell them to give money to our church if they wanted to go to heaven. And it's one of those deals where it's like I didn't think about it at the time, but as I got older, it really messed me up. It really made me feel sad because we were using these people. We were taking money from them. And
Well,
like
anyway, that's
yeah.
it's something that we really learned. It's something that we really learned
Yeah.
out of growing up. So that's something that is very unique though. Alex, right?
Yeah.
Alex, really would like to talk to you more, but I really have to go to the restroom because
Definitely. Like, what social media do you use? I can add your Instagram.
no, just give me your Instagram and then I'm gonna add you up. So
Gotcha. So
just like you can type it in.
definitely, man. No, like this was a good talk. Like sometimes I'll just like randomly say the weirdest things. I'm like, huh, that was really smart, or that was really wise. You're a really cool dude, by
Yeah,
the way.
because I really would like to talk more because it seems that we are on the same page. But as much as I really would like to stay, but I have to go to the restroom. So
I totally
I
get you,
was
man.
drinking coffee. This is actually my second cup, so I have to.
I totally feel that. I'm probably gonna need to pee in like 30 minutes as well. Definitely, man. But you're
Okay,
amazing.
so I had so much fun with you, Alex. I hope to get in touch with you in Instagram. Okay.
Definitely. Oh my God. You have a good one. Okay.
Have a good one. Thank you.
What's up? Ooh. Dude, I like your hair.
Thanks. Skip.
What's up?
No.
What's up? Howdy.
Big Liddy.
What's up, homie? Yeah, sorry.
Hey,
My fan's going too fast and I can't fucking smoke my bong. Wait, you look like...
Is you on YouTube?
Are you a kid?
No. I'm not gonna say nothing. I got a question.
What's up, homie? Huh?
Can you copy after me?
Can I copy off of you?
Damn. Say Big Liddy.
Big booty?
Big Liddy.
Big Liddy?
If you want the smoke,
If you want the smoke,
you come and get it.
you come and get it.
Yeah.
Yeah! You're so cool.
Y'all want to date him on me? What about me? Betty's always dissing the Harachis.
Did you say Arrakis?
Y'all look ugly. I'm sorry. I'll call you back later. Bye.
Bye. What's up, homie? Fuck. My can fell over. What's up, homie? Oh, you look cute.
What's up, brother? Ooh, I'll heal.
What's up, homie? What's up? Dude, my fan is way too fast. Yo, what's up?
I see the upper half. Hello.
Hello. I'm trying to like smoke my bong for a second, like, but my fan is going too fast.
Can you cash at me $20?
If you really need $20, like, I'll help you out, bro. What's going on?
Yeah, I really do need $20. I need to Uber to my nigga house so I can get some dick. So I need $20.
Yo, what's up, homie?
Can I make a fatty?
Sorry, dude, I just took a fat hit from my bong.
Oh. Interesting.
Oh, you have cool hair.
Thank you. I chopped it off when I was like 8 years old.
No way. This is 4 years of growth, by the way. I have never cut my hair in 4 years.
I'll show you something that's 1 year growth.
Oh yeah.
You want to kiss me?
Oh, dude, I just smoked like a really good hit on my
Did
bong.
you just like it?
Yeah.
I think I did.
I did it.
Sean, he likes men.
Oh
I
yeah,
like women.
dude, I'm bisexual. I like everything.
No! Even this?
Dude, everything. Like
Everything for real.
I'm one of those guys like I don't think there's a single like gender, race, genre. Like I like everything and all things. I'm a fucking freak.
You're a freak.
I am a fucking freak. Dude, like I was raised in a fucking cult. Of course I'm a fucking freak.
You know what he looks like?
What?
You kind of look like that one guy off of Sonic 2.
Sonic 2? Wait,
Sean,
like
don't be rude.
wait, like
Huh?
Eggman? Wait, you think I'm Dr. Robotnik?
Yeah.
Yo!
Mhm.
That's the best compliment ever, bro!
You're welcome.
Now you gotta get dressed in red. Ooh,
Look at my
what's on the
meme.
water bottle?
Dude, this is my favorite meme, by the way. This man ate my son.
Real.
It is this is
My
beautiful.
brother ate my son.
Yup. I love this. This is the best thing in the world.
Yo!
What's in that water bottle?
Your children.
Oh, it's water. I actually did have like a whole bunch of alcohol in this, but I already finished it, by the way. Like, look at that shit. I'm fucking drunk. Yo!
Fine, don't drink it all. No.
Yeah.
My brother's showing off, so
Oh, yo,
I'm
he's
gonna
your
let him enjoy his
brother.
ego.
Oh shit! He just took a shot.
What did you think he was?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, I don't know what you guys are.
Literally, the only people here is my mom, my brother, my sister, me, and her boyfriend.
Well, that's actually pretty dope if you could drink alcohol in front of your mom.
Sean! Sean, Michael, and wait, I don't. No, you're not gonna drink. You're not gonna drink. Anyways, I gotta go.
Bye. What's up, homie?
What's the word?
Dude, you look badass, by the way.
Appreciate it, bro.
Dude, do you stream?
Nah, like your shit is aesthetic as hell. Yeah, I do.
Nice, man. Like I'm
I fuck
pretty.
with the glasses, bro.
Thank you. I got them off of fucking Amazon, bro.
them just tough. I ain't even gonna lie.
Dude, like, so here's the funny bit. Like, I did this once before with another guy. So, like, I was like, dude, look at this. Like, you can't even fucking tell. And then, bam. So watch this. Oh
my god,
isn't that fucking badass?
that's tough, bro.
Yeah, dude.
That's tough.
Dude, I like it. What's up,
What's
homie?
good, bro? Great for me, bro.
Nerd.
Bro,
How you
I
doing?
love the beard, bro.
Thank you, brother.
Pretty fun.
Dude, you got that jawline.
I'd rather have a beard though.
I don't know, man. Like, there's benefits and drop. Like, I got the beard and the mustache just because I had a baby face. Like, you got a good jawline. Like, I got the beard to give myself the idea of a jawline.
Nah, my buddy who's like 2 months older than me
Uh-huh.
has full mustache. Like he can grow whatever he wants. Like he can't grow like a full beard. Like he can grow a whole goatee if he wants. It's not even funny. Fucking 15 years old. I was like, damn.
Hey, some kids just do that. Like some people are just like faster in other areas. But here's what I tell.
No, it's just genetics, cause
It is genetics, exactly.
his brother's dating my sister, and like we was already friends before that. Nah, it's not weird like that. It's
I
not
know,
weird like that.
I know, but that was just funny.
I know it's funny, but his brother, like, he'll shave, and then fucking 2 weeks later, thick as hell.
Yeah.
Like, it's fucking wild.
Yeah, it's just genetics, man. So my family comes from like Spain and Ireland, and so it's like here's the funny bit that I tell people, right? It's like, look at that, no connectors, you know. So technically,
That's why
the
you got the.
that's why I got this going on. You see, and like this whole area,
That was tough.
yeah.
I
So
like it.
yeah, but like that's the whole deal is I make it work. Like you gotta make it work with what you got, and but I mean like here's the whole thing I tell people, right? I was not growing like this until I was like 24. So it's like you got time.
Dang.
Like dude, like some people are just late bloomers. So it's like don't ever worry
Well,
about.
it's not that I don't got like facial hair, cause I got like I
Mhm.
shaved like 2 days ago.
There you go, dude. Like that's
Well,
it.
like,
Is
not a lot.
like same deal. Up until I was like 22, same deal. I was shaving all the time. That was just normal. But like everybody just moves at their own pace, and that's what I
Before I
let.
shaved, I had a little stash, not much, but a little stash.
Yeah, and that's the whole deal. The same thing is I started with a little stash, and then like out of nowhere, I think it was like right when I was like 22, bam! It just became like boom, full stash out of nowhere. But it's also one of those deals that's like you don't realize what you got until you like give it a couple of months to grow out. And for most people, you don't get that chance. I was lucky. I waited until the pandemic happened and when we were all going, going home and shit. So I spent like 3 months growing out a beard. I'm like, "Oh shit, this doesn't look bad." And then I just started trimming it. Like for instance, like I don't know if the camera can capture it, but like actually, like I grow facial hair up until here, but it's really spotty. So what I do is I just cut it, and it looks better this way, right? Like, cause
Yeah, you just have the line.
yeah, it's the line. That's what you want, and so it's the whole deal. Is once you figure out your optimal look, that's what you go for, and like that's what I like. That's what I try to teach people is it's not about getting like the look that everyone else has is you want to optimize what you got.
You want to find your look.
Exactly. And that's the whole deal is when I found out that like I got a pretty good like kind of Stalin stash going on, but I also got a pretty good like curve, like I would realize like why don't I just lean into it? It kind of looks silly. And then I got these glasses and I got the shirt and I got the long hair and it just fucking works, bro.
Yeah,
Like
you got some good vibes, yeah.
that's it. Is like
Bro,
when you
you live
figure
in Vegas?
yeah, I do actually. Like
So
it's a
how is Vegas? Everybody's like crazy about Vegas. How is it?
So here's the whole deal. I'm a native, so like I like live in the city actually, and I've
Like
been
you were born in the city.
born and
How was
raised.
it growing up in Vegas?
So the suburb that I lived in was really good when I grew up, but over time it kind of became crap. And this is what I tell people, right? Like you don't.
Now it's like the hood.
It's kind of like the hood, but here's what I tell people: is the sun. You have no idea how powerful the sun is. Is it can destroy anything. Like in Vegas, you got the sun shining like 95% of the time. And so
Yeah.
like cars, their paint like goes bad faster in Vegas. Paint on anything goes bad faster. Concrete like starts to crumble faster and it's because we have 0% humidity, by the way. So everything's dry.
Oh, y'all don't have any humidity?
Nope. And so that's the thing is like people like here's the whole thing is when you live in Vegas, you don't understand humidity because there's no such thing. And so like I remember that when I started growing out this hair and then like I would tell people that I wouldn't like dry it out. They're like, "Oh my god, like mold's going to happen." And I'm like, "What are you talking about? Like naturally my hair becomes bone dry after like 2 hours." Like
Yeah, because you walk outside and the sun's beating down on it.
yeah, not only that, but
dries.
like when you have 0% humidity, you don't realize that things just naturally dry. Like you can have a puddle of water indoors, not even exposed to the sun, and within 10 minutes the water's gone.
For real?
Yeah, because it's just gone. Like that's just water
Damn, that's crazy.
It is like things get dry in 0% humidity because what that means is there's no water in the air. Every so what it does is it's a reverse effect. Is it's pulling water out like that's like it's one of those deals where I have to put lotion on my face consistently or else my skin starts drying out and becoming
What?
flaky. It's crazy,
Yeah.
bro. Like, cause that's it. Is it's pulling it from the air. Like it's like there's science behind that shit, but it's like it's just one of those deals. It's like I got plants and shit, and I gotta water them consistently because
Yeah, we
again,
currently have
Mhm.
65%.
See, that's crazy. I've never experienced like so here's the whole thing about like my hair. Like I gotta wash my hair like consistently or else my scalp starts getting dry and like I like it straight up is like snow. Like I can like just scratch my head and it's like like
Yeah.
dry skin. I feel
Well, I
like a
mean,
lizard.
North Carolina, yeah, we have humidity, but our weather is like fucking wild because we got
Mhm.
like it can be cold as dick in the morning, like 35 degrees
Damn.
at like 10 o'clock, but by
Mhm.
12 o'clock, it's hot as shit.
Dude, that's
But then
crazy.
by 5 o'clock, it can be cold as shit.
So that's extreme. Oh
That's just how
god.
the weather works. Like North Carolina is fucking wild.
I love
Like
them.
it could be snowing one day, and then the sun be beating down on you the next day. Like it's fucking wild.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Vegas, like, we don't get that shit in Vegas. It's like half the year. It's sometime, It's like this is what I tell people, right? Like Vegas doesn't really get that cold. Like, when I went to Portland when I was a Mormon missionary, that's the first time they told me that you had to like let your pipes run so that the water doesn't freeze. I was like, "What the fuck is like literally when they told me that, I'm like, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" And they're like, yeah, you got to do this. Like in the winter, by the way, it's a freeze warning and or the pipes will
Yeah.
burst." And I'm like, "The pipes will burst? What the fuck are you guys talking about?" Like I literally thought they were crazy, because I
Yeah,
came
like
from because I came from Vegas, bro. Like like it's just one of those moments where it's like, damn, it's a different world. And that's
yeah.
what I tell people is it's like it is just a dry world. And so like this is why I have a gigantic ass water bottle. Is in Vegas, you just naturally need to drink water all the fucking time because you get dry. You like start sweating or whatever, like water just leaves your system. Like it's crazy that I could spray water on my face and within a minute or 2 minutes the water's all gone. Yeah, because it's
That's
either
pretty
absorbed.
wild.
Yeah, it's either absorbed into my skin or it just evaporates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like, for instance, I got aquariums. Like, actually, I think, yeah, there we go. Like, so you see that
Yeah.
water line right there? I have to put 1 gallon of water into that thing every week because of
For real?
evaporation. Just because of
Damn.
Yeah, just because of evaporation. Like water never leaves that tank. I don't spill water. That is just from water running through the filter and water particles evaporating into the air and getting pulled out of it. And it's just part of the ritual every week. Is every week I have to put water in the tank, clean some out, blah blah blah, and it's one of those really interesting things that I love learning about every different part of the world is the mundane things that people don't realize are different. Here's a good example about what life is in Las Vegas. Is Las Vegas is huge. Like there's the strip.
Yeah.
There's a strip, right? But outside of the strip is just suburbs. Like there's nothing that's bigger than 3 stories tall outside of the strip. That is the crazy bit. So it's just wide, sprawling streets and streets and streets,
Y'all have
and
like mountains, and theirs are just flat out there.
it's a flat valley. That's the thing about Las Vegas. It is a huge valley, just flat land, and that's
That's
why
probably also one of the reasons, because like we got hella mountains in North
yeah,
Carolina.
and that's it. Is like that's the one thing about geography or culture that changes, right? Because that's the whole thing about the West Coast. Is West Coast is very flat. There's like a lot of flat land in like Utah, Nevada, Colorado, New Mexico. so on and so forth. I think Texas is very flat as well.
Texas is flat, yeah.
Yeah, and so it's one of those deals is when you have flatland, it's easier to sprawl and just spread out. And so from my parents when they were kids, my mom is a foreigner. She's from Spain, but my dad is American. He's like born and raised in Las Vegas. So like he, was from Vegas from the 80s. And Vegas in the 80s was very small compared to Vegas now in 2020. Because now, like, UFC is really big in Vegas. The Strip has gotten even bigger. There's now a huge stadium in the Super Bowl, and the F1 happened in Vegas. So Vegas has now, unfortunately, become one of the biggest population centers, which sucks ass for people who are natives like me, because it's like, I remember when things were nice and cheap, and there was and there wasn't car accidents all the fucking
Now it's-
time.
Yeah, now it's one of the biggest cities in the world.
Exactly. Like it's literally like 3 million fucking people, bro. Like the congestion is bad, the traffic sucks. Like it takes like it's so crazy that I'm driving to my job, which is in the same city, and it takes me 35 minutes to get to my job.
Damn.
Yeah, dude. Like it's one of those deals because it's like Vegas is so big that I'm going from east side Las Vegas to north side Las Vegas where the warehouses are, and it's a 30-minute drive, because it's just so wide, and it's so crazy that I'll drive and there'll just be dirt lots where nothing's happening. But because people keep moving to Vegas and because there's a lot of business in Vegas, it just keeps growing. Like, so it's one of those deals where it's like, I'm pretty set. Like, I don't know what it is in North Carolina, but there's a lot of warehouses being built in Las Vegas. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, so I was in call centers before this. I'm a college dropout. So I naturally have a good talking voice. I got into call centers. Call centers paid pretty good at the time. Pandemic happened. Now the cost of everything has increased. I managed to get into this job, which is in warehouses now. And I do a whole bunch of other stuff now. I go to the warehouse like 3 times a week, which is nice because I get to work at home 2 days a week.
That's good.
Yeah, but like it's one of those things that I notice is like, dude, there's warehouses everywhere. like
Yeah,
things are changing,
Yeah.
bro.
Yeah. North Carolina is one of the biggest like farming states. So we got like cattle. We produce like a bunch of beans, like all like pretty much any vegetable you could think of comes out of we have it in North Carolina, and somewhere in North Carolina somebody's producing it and selling it.
Yeah, I love that shit. Cause that's the one thing about Vegas that kind of stinks is like our soil kind of sucks, especially with that like whole water getting pulled out of the air issue. Is like nothing survives, and the sun is really harsh. Like, so I got a partner. She's got her own place, and she loves to plant stuff. But then when the summer comes around and we got 120-degree weather,
That's
yeah,
too hot.
it's
Like,
so
it'll
it'll scorch and it kills
Yeah.
plants, and so that's the whole thing. Is like I'm like, yeah, babe, like I really know you want to make these plants, but like we live in Vegas, we live in a desert. I don't think this is the kind of place where you're gonna start a garden. Like, and like the worst part is like, okay, well maybe you can make other things like a little shade on top, to make the sun less bright. Well, unfortunately,
Yeah, but then
we're very
the
windy.
humidity is gonna take like the moisture out of the plant.
Well, not only the humidity is going to take the moisture out of the plant, but the sun is going to scorch that fabric and ruin it and destroy it, so that when it gets windy, it'll break. Like, it's one of those crazy bits is like in Vegas, everything just decays quicker. Like, dude, concrete decays. Like, walls disintegrate. And granted, like, Vegas also has a big problem with drunk drivers. And so, like, I live in what's called East Side Las Vegas, and East Side Las Vegas has this fucking joke where fucking like half the walls on like the side of the roads are like broken because drunk drivers keep hitting into them. It's so pathetic.
That's fucking wild.
But like it's the funniest shit. Like I kid you not, my parents, they specifically bought a house in the middle of like a suburb, and they didn't want it near a main road because of that. So
Yeah, I live on a main
yeah,
road,
yeah, and like that's the whole deal is like when you live on a main road, you don't realize that that's a fucking like actual like threat that drunk drivers could just fucking hit a wall or hit your house. Like, but that's what it is in Las Vegas, bro. Is like you
That's terrible,
like
honestly.
yeah, like it's an actual statistical fact. So my girl,
Yeah,
my partner, she lives on a main road. So that means
Oh,
so that
does
means
she live like? Does she live like out? Does she have a big front yard between her and the road or no?
yeah, there's a big yard, which is really good.
Yeah, because I probably live. I'd say there's probably like 50 yards between my house and the road.
Oh, not it's maybe 10 yards. That's the whole deal. And like that's the one thing is um across her house was another house, and what they did is, you know how most of the time there's a sidewalk, and sometimes if someone has the corner house, they'll make a whole fence that lines the sidewalk. The neighbor did that. The neighbor had a fence that lined the sidewalk, and a car that was being driven by an underage driver, and it was on a car that was unregistered, just didn't like went through the intersection and went through the fence and hit the guy's wall. It like went halfway through like into his backyard. It was a mess. And thank
Yeah,
goodness.
there's a problem with drunk drivers in North Carolina. Like one of my buddies lives like maybe 5 minutes away from my house. He lives on a main road. Well, he doesn't necessarily live on a main road, but like the way the development works is like you turn in, but his house is like right there outside, and like there's been a drunk driver who he worked. I don't know how it works, but he's somehow related to someone that owns a business in Newton. And like my siblings used to work there, so we know the guy. And like he hit the pole, the power line pole, and knocked it down. Like he flipped his car because he was intoxicated. He went around. So right before, like it's a curve, and then their development. So like right around the curve, if you're going too fast around that curve, you're gonna slide.
Yeah.
And roll. Well, that's what he did. And like they've had to replace, I think like 4 pieces of the fence that were probably like 10 or 20 feet long. Like they've had to replace it a lot.
Damn.
Because of
Yep. And that's the funny thing is, it's just one of those bits that's like it's not even worth it getting those fencing because people are so crazy. And it's one of those deals where it's like that's why insurance in Vegas is so fucking expensive. like right now I'm sitting here, I'm like, I'm only on liability. I think I should just upgrade to comp and collision because at some point someone's gonna hit my car.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be fucked, you know. And like that's the whole deal about America is, you know, if you don't have insurance, you're fucked. And even if you have insurance, half the time it's not covered. You know,
they're gonna screw you over.
Yeah, welcome to being an adult. Like if you don't know already, it's not worth it. Like be a kid as long as you can. My youngest brother, his name is Caleb. He just got a job. Well, no, he's like work jobs before, so that's
how old can they hire in Vegas? Like, do they still like? Is there like places where you can work at like 14 and 15, or like you got to be 16 or up to like work anywhere?
That's a good question. I think there are places that hire 14.
Because I started working at 14, and I'm 15 currently.
Yeah, there you go. Like my brother Caleb, he started working at a young age too. But what he did is he worked a little bit in solar sales, and he just got a job as a cop, but he moved to Texas because that's where they were hiring. And I think he like
cops in Texas currently are very needed because of the border issue.
The border issue.
I'm very serious because like I don't know your political standpoint, and that doesn't really matter. But like the nut job in the White House is not running the country how it should be run. That's just my personal opinion, because you can see it, like 7.5% interest rates, terrible.
Oh yeah, things are
Like,
bad.
getting bad. Yeah,
It's
things
one
are
of those
bad.
things that I tell people. It's like things are bad, and
Things are terrible right now. in
yeah,
America.
it's one of those deals where it's like like I've seen, like I always tell people, like I see through the bullshit, right? Like
Yeah.
like we're
That's a
literally
good trait to have.
we're literally like like picking between, you know, shit and crap when it comes to our choices. Like it doesn't matter, like they're both old as fuck, and it sucks that like this is a election year. Like, so here's
I'm
yeah.
honestly glad it's an election year, because I need my dad Trump back in office. I'm gonna be honest. I need that boy back in there.
Yeah,
Because,
it's tough, man. It's
it really is.
like
'Cause,
here's
like, everything was good. 2018, 2019, those were some good years, because like everybody was making good money. Nothing
And-
was crazy
dude,
expensive.
and then
and that
COVID
was fucking wild.
COVID fucked everything up, bro. Like it's one of those deals that I like. Here's where I stand on things. Like the world's a very complicated place. I really wish that I could just blame everything on Biden. Like there are a lot of things that I think Biden fucked up. I won't lie. I think Biden fucked up a lot of things. But man, the world is a complicated place. And as you get older, you'll realize that it gets even worse. Like as everything gets more and more complicated, it's like there's no easy answers. Like I would love to say that, like, you know, Biden's the fucking problem. I would love to say that Trump's the fucking problem. Like the one thing about the world is it's not who the president is that's the problem. It's who's fucking things up right now. And
Well,
yeah,
honestly, I'm gonna like. I truly don't think Biden is in control. Like, there's somebody controlling him.
there, but that's the deal, is who's fucking things up, who's in control. And we know it's the rich, it's the fucking elites, it's these the
rich
power,
men north of rich.
yeah, the banks and shit like that. And that's one thing I try to tell people is we the Americans, we're all on the same side. It's not the Democrats versus the Republicans. It's the regular people versus these elites.
The nut jobs.
The nut jobs,
Like,
exactly.
Everybody's like, normalize this, normalize that. Just fucking act normal.
Exactly. Like it's a whole deal.
Exactly,
It's
yeah.
like but it's more than that. It's love. It's like we all love each other. We don't have to hate. And this is what I tell everybody, right? You're a good person. I'm a good person. We might believe in completely different things when it comes to like how the world works, right? But here's what I do know. You're a human, I'm a human. We love each other. I'm not going to kill you for a difference in opinion. You're not going to kill me in a difference in opinion. But I'll
Yeah,
admit,
but the sad thing is, a lot of people do that. And
A
that's
lot
the
of
sad
people
part
do.
of the world. Like, God intended for us to love each other. Like,
that's it.
the Bible doesn't say we gotta like each other, but it says we gotta love each other. It does say.
Love your neighbor. Exactly.
It
And
does say that. Love
and
your neighbor as yourself.
that's
But
it.
like, the fact is, there's, I don't even know how like I would word this, but like the amount of people just like bashing on the Bible and everything like that. Like, it's a tough world out there, whether we like it or not. But like, there's a bunch of things that people could do to fix it. Like, the border is one of the biggest problems. Like, because there's just like some days I just think, let's pack up and go to Mexico because all those fuckers are coming up here. It's almost an empty country. Like,
And then but then there's a cartel, bro. Like that's the thing that's scary.
Exactly, because you got the cartel in Mexico, and they're just walking right through our border because we're freaking an open country right now.
It's
We're pretty
scary.
much sitting up currently because like he gets in office and sends a bunch of shit to Ukraine when there's a bunch of shit we need in our country. Like, yeah, I don't have a problem with anybody like helping anybody, but like we have to worry about us first.
Right. And here's and this is the one thing I tell people, right? Is like once we realize that like and this is where I think about common goals, right? We all agree that if there's a big bad guy that needs to be stopped, we all want to stop him, right? Like when it comes to the war, I think most of us agree that Putin probably isn't a good guy, right? Like that,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and so it's like it it benefits everybody to stand against him. And that's the way I sit, right? Is a lot of Republicans, and I like a lot of Republicans, right? Is they voted for aid to Ukraine. They wanted to help because they knew that helping Ukraine meant that they were opposing Putin, who is a bad guy. And that's the way I see it, is we got to get above the crap. And that's like we got to work together. And so that's the way I love looking at things, is unity, working together. And so like with what you're saying is like when I look at the situation, I've worked with a lot of people who were immigrants who came from Mexico, and they were escaping the bad situations that were happening in Mexico. And it's like it's one of those moments where it's like Mexico's in a bad state. Their government's going to crap. And those people who are leaving, a lot of them are fleeing bad situations. And
yeah,
when you think of Jesus, when you think of the Bible, you realize that the Bible said love your neighbor, and Mexico's our neighbor. Like, and I get that, right? Like I'm in Nevada, right? So we have a huge Mexican population.
yeah.
And it's one of those deals where I learned like they're some of the nicest, most hardworking people in the world. They're
Oh yeah, for sure.
and like
But like,
it's one of those deals. It's like like we gotta think what the real enemy is, right? Like, why are these people fleeing into America? It's because of the cartels. It's because of the broken government. And it's like, if only we could fix that, like that's something
yeah,
we could all agree on, right?
yeah.
Like
The
I
only
feel,
thing I have a problem with like the open border and stuff, is the amount of people that have come up here and just started, like, the amount of illegal immigrants who have killed people and like just gotten away with it.
that's
Like that's the only thing I got a problem with.
exactly.
Is
But
like,
like, and but
I believe
I
like
agree
I
with you.
yeah,
Like
I support yeah, I support when Trump said build the wall, because we need a border. Like, I don't mind them coming up here, but like they need to be. We need to know about them, because like the amount of like illegal aliens here who like nobody knows about. Like, there's people like in the forests of North Carolina. Like, there's people just camping out there,
No, you're
and like
and see
from
here
different countries.
here's the
And
interesting
it's
bit,
not
right?
just that,
Is
it's all different countries coming over here.
no, and I agree with you. Like here's what I tell people, right? I agree that there needs to be a level of regulation. I like regulation. I like it when there are rules and things are followed and there's documentation, because that's the most important bit, is when you think of refugees who come from war-torn areas, from Syria, from Ukraine, we welcome those people. We document those people. We give a place for those people because we want to help them. And you're right, is the situation with Mexico is it's just there's no control. It's just chaos. There's no one being tracked. You don't know what's happening. And like I work in transportation and logistics. I have to do with customs. It's crazy thinking how much content is being moved into America in a way that's not being documented, because I understand tariffs and customs. Like I agree with you. And so it's a whole deal, is I believe in documentation. I believe in, regulating how these things happen. And like maybe it's a wall, maybe it's a fence, maybe it's a checkpoint. Regardless, like I'm one of those guys that's like I'm okay with open borders. Like I'm okay with people like moving and going, as long as we know what you're doing, as long as we know that you're not bringing
Exactly.
drugs
We
with
just
you.
like
Like
yeah,
like it's
just
it's
documentation.
like and like that's the whole deal, is like and that's the deal, is people probably get angry when you say that, right? Like when you say those things, they probably get mad and they start arguing with you. But here's the whole deal, is I realize that we both have the same idea in mind, and sometimes we just disagree on little points. It's like
Yeah,
we agree, right? Like we agree that documentation is a good thing, regulation is a good thing, like because in the end, like we want the open flow of people between borders. We just want to make sure that the people that are coming in and the people that are coming out are doing good things and not bringing drugs. like that's just that's the way the world works. And I wish that people could get over themselves and put their pride away when they start accusing each other of being bigots and stuff. And it's like, nah, dude, like I like order, like I believe in law and order. I want law to be enforced. I don't want law to be made a mockery of. Like that's the whole reason why I like Christianity is it talks about this idea that God has a commandment, he has a law, and he of course can have mercy, but he does want things to be followed. The commandments. The 10 commandments. But then when Jesus came around, what did he say? He said the two important things was love God and love your neighbor. And
Well, it says in John 11:34 or 35, a new commandment I give to you is to love one another as I have loved you. And that's the number one commandment currently, because that took away all the other ones. Because if we look at the 10 commandments, all of those, you will not break any of those if you're following that one commandment.
Exactly. If you love everybody, you will not like that's the whole deal is when you think about it, all the problems in the world are when people aren't loving each other. And that's what I try to tell people is that's the problem is when people aren't loving each other, when people aren't being kind to each other. That's when things in the world go bad. And it's so interesting that once we like practice that, like because I remember when I was a kid, right? Like when I was your age, I remember that there were times where I, failed at things and I did bad at tests or that I wasn't good at like a wrestling meet and stuff like that. And when I would go home, I would feel like crap. And the last thing I wanted was somebody to tell me that I sucked. It's like, oh yeah, you suck. You were bad. Like that's where I wish that somebody could hold me and say, hey, you tried your best. And that's the way I wish that the world was. Is I wish the world was a lot more kind to people
But sadly,
to
not.
exactly is I wish the world was more kind to the people who are trying their best. And and that's what I tell people is like I love people of all nationalities. Like I tell people this joke is I wish I could live forever because I would love to learn every language and listen to every song and understand what it all meant or listen to every movie in its like native tongue and like because my mom is Spanish, she's from Spain, and so learning Spanish has always been a dream of
Can you
mine.
fluent Spanish?
I'm not really that fluent, but I'm learning. Like I got Duolingo and stuff like that. Like I just started learning it a few days ago because like that's the whole deal is I pick up Spanish really fast, but if I don't practice it, I drop it.
Yeah.
And so it's like it's one of those deals where it's like I love that part of my culture, and I feel like everybody celebrates that. Like for instance, like do you know your family culture? Like do you come from like Ireland or England?
I'm pretty sure we're Polish.
Dude, Poland is amazing. I got a friend in Poland, and it's so funny when we would talk about like the culture and stuff. And so like there's a lot of beautiful things about Poland, man. It's a beautiful country. The people are wonderful, and it's just one of those things that's like the one thing about Christianity that I love is we believe the one thing is that we're all brothers and sisters in Christ. And
Well,
yeah.
in today's world, Christianity is not the. Yes, I'm a Christian, but like, it's not like Christianity has been twisted. Like, there's like lukewarm Christians or whatever, but like, I just believe Jesus because like that's the better thing because Christianity is twisted
Yep.
and perverted.
Yeah,
And like
I grew up in I
there's
grew up in a
arrogant
twisted
people that
church.
call themselves Christians and do not walk a Christian lifestyle.
Yeah. It's one of those things that really made me sad is I grew up really looking up to some of these people, and then I find out the way they treat others, and it made me, really sad. And it's one of those deals where it's like, growing up, my dad he worked all the time. Like I'm number 4 of 7 kids. So
Dang.
my dad worked a lot. Yeah, he was a really hardworking man. But as a result, like I needed a father figure. So when I looked up to Jesus, he was like the perfect one. Like he had all the kindness, he had all the patience, he had all the forgiveness, and it's just one of those things that I looked up to, and I'm like, man, I wish I could be like that guy. And so that was my big pull, and the reason why I wanted to go to church is I wanted to be like Jesus. That was my whole deal, man. Like everybody wants to be like Jesus. Um, and I tell people that to this day, like, yeah, I don't really go to church anymore, but like I haven't forgotten, I haven't forgotten the story of Jesus. I haven't forgotten the lessons he's taught me. I When I meet other people, like one of the most beautiful things is I always assume the best. Like and it's one of the most beautiful like I imagine that's what you do here when you're on Monkey, right? Is you assume that the people you talk to are good people. Like you're not coming here to have a fight with them, right? Like you're not trying to like call somebody an idiot. Like it's like it's one of the things I've learned is the majority of people I talk to here, they're great. Like most people are amazing. Like how about you, man?
I don't know. I've been on this app for like 20 minutes.
Oh. Oh, so you just started. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's one of those deals, man. It's a lot of people will like skip immediately, and it's like don't let that bother you. But the people who will sit around and talk, most of them have really good things to say. And most of them, like, they might come from a completely different point of view, but in the end, we're all the same. In the end, we all love each other and we all want what's best. And like that's what I tell people is like try to remember what the real enemy is, like what the scriptures tell us. Like the real enemy is the deceiver, is the person who sows discontent, the person who makes us all want to fight. Like um like I imagine you're like how often do you use social media?
Uh, I'd say pretty often.
Right, but like I imagine you probably don't use stuff like Facebook, right?
Yeah, I'm on Facebook, but it's pretty much just for marketplace.
Yeah, dude, Marketplace is the bomb to buy shit. Um, but that's the one thing I started realizing is that the deceiver, however you want to see it, the deceiver works through everything. And so, like, I know that makes me kind of sound like a conspiracy guy, but anything that you use can influence you. Like, and so, like, that's the one thing, like, I'm learning. Like, I don't want to sound like I'm this wise guy. Like, dude, I use this shit all the time. Like, I'm on social media a little bit too much, and I know that it's making me mad. And that's what I try to tell people is like, you like sometimes it's good to turn it away. Like, especially since you live in North Carolina, it's really beneficial to just go on a walk. Enjoy nature. Um, See what life is like without media, and it's nice. Like I love going on hikes. Do you like do stuff like that, going on hikes or camping?
Oh, I ain't been camping in a while.
Do-
Last time, it was probably last summer.
Hey, that's probably more than me. Like that, but like there you go. That's last summer. Like, but it's wonderful when you do it. It's one of those moments where you realize, like, damn, I don't need to constantly be checking the news. I don't need to constantly be seeing what people are mad about. Um, and it's just one of those things that like gives you peace. It's like it kind of like helps you like set your compass and realize like what the important things are. It's like, wow, nothing in my life actually matters on what people on the internet are saying. Like, like, like I used to be the biggest Star Wars fan, and it was the most saddest thing that all these Star Wars fans just started complaining about everything, and they were just always whining and bitching, and I'm like, I don't fucking care. Like, I just want to like. It's just one of those moments where it's like, are you guys really wasting all your time just whining and complaining? Like,
About a movie series.
yeah, about yeah, or movie or TV series, and I'm like, get a life. Like, it like
Yeah,
it's
people have too much. Like, I feel like when people are doing this, like they just have like too much time on their hands. Like they need to be doing something more productive instead of worrying about things that don't matter in life.
That's true, man. It really and like it's one of those deals that like really helps me kind of like get grounded. It's like that, and that's the thing that like helps me out is like I kid you not, I finished my job today at like 5:30 and it's 8:30 right now, so it's been 3 hours. Like I was like heating up my dinner and just like watching like Instagram reels and like it was so weird that like, instead of showing me funny stuff, it was showing me stuff that was like getting me mad, and I'm like, I don't like this. Like, I'm gonna go, just hop on Monkey and talk to random strangers and be happy, and I've been having a great time. And it's just one of those deals. It's like, dude, the deceiver is everywhere. Like, he just wants us all to be angry. He wants us all to get mad at each other, and in the end, like, we all just want to be chill. Like I love looking at videos of like animals. Like I love seeing animals just like chillax and be like homies. Like it's the coolest stuff ever. Do you know what a capybara is?
I think so.
It's like one of those like kind of big looking rat things from
Oh
South.
yeah.
Yeah, and they're the chillest dudes ever. I love watching those videos because it's like I love that vibe. Like, cause that's the deal is they're so chill. They don't bother anybody. They're just happy to be there, and that's the vibe I want to give. Is I want anytime that someone's around me, that they know that they can have a good time, and like that's what I strive to do is I try to be a chill dude and have a good time and like there are times that I definitely fuck up. Like sometimes when I play like a really stressful video game, I become really mean. Like I'm like I'll be that guy that like gets really sweaty and like lean forward and I'm like, "Shut up! Stop telling,"
Oh yeah.
yeah, like and
I have problems with
yeah.
that.
I gotta oh
There's a few
god.
games that I play, I kind of just turn into a freaking menace.
Dude, rage, like
Everybody.
gamer rage, bro. Like
I
it's
start getting my mic close to my face. I'll be like, yeah. I feel that.
Dude, it's so funny. It really is. And like there are times where I feel bad about it afterwards, but like, everybody knows that you're just joking. But damn, it's just one of those deals where it's like it's so funny how video games or other things can stress you and make you act different. And so that's what I always try to think about is am I acting this way cuz this is how I feel or am I acting this way cuz something's stressing me out? And that's what I do now is I remember like there was this one time where I was like really really in a bad place. Like I was going to therapy, doing all this shit. And like I was thinking a lot of bad things. And it was one of those moments where I realized that I was just letting the deceiver get in my head. Like I was just constantly occupying myself with this goal, right? Like and that's the one thing I tell people is like have you ever heard people say that like if you look for it you'll find it? Or like and like that it's true. Like if you want to see the bad in the world, you will find it. And that's something that I learned is when I was down that path is I was like I want to see the bad in the world and I was finding it all the time. Of course, you'll find it everywhere. And what it did is it made me bitter. It made me mad because I'm like, wow, there's so much bad in the world. I hate it all. And like now I'm not in that state anymore because I realize like, yo, why don't I just try the opposite? Like if that's the case, that if I want to see the bad in the world, I'll find it. What about seeing the good? And that's the cool shit. Is that's the one thing I try to tell people is like if you ever find somebody who looks like they're like looking for a fight, you can ask them just one thing. You could say like, "When was the last time you smiled?" It'll fuck them up, dude. Like any time that I found somebody that was mean and I asked them that and I'm like, "When was the last time you smiled?" They stop. They're like, "Huh?" And I'm like, "Exactly, bro. Learn to smile."
Yeah,
learn
relax, bro.
learn to be happy, and
Yeah.
dude, it's beautiful. Like once you start adapting to that like mentality, it's wonderful. Because you beat the deceiver. The deceiver can't win because if you just want to be happy, it doesn't matter if he wants you to be mad. And it's so cool. And that's the cool thing is like I'll put this phone down. I won't watch reels. I'll go talk to real people, and I'm like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. Like every time I talk to real people, and this deceiver doesn't have the chance to get in between, I realize everybody's chill. Most people are way cooler. Like that's cool, dude. Like I respect your opinions, and again, like I empathize with what you want. Like I understand why you want, Trump in office. I understand, that you believe that he'll fix those issues. And
Dog, hold
like
up. Give me. Dog, guess who just sent me an 8 ball on iMessage? Bro, ain't no way this bitch got the audacity to fucking text me. Yes.
8 ball in iMessage.
That's what I want to know. Why is this bitch texting me? Look at this shit. Bruh, hoes got the. Oh my gosh, bro. I don't. Ask her what her problem is.
Are they hoes, or is she a good person?
No, she's a hoe. She's a
Ah,
hoe. It's sad. I was talking to my buddy's sister. Yeah, it's sad. She a hoe.
mm.
I'm not gonna lie. The area code we live in, the 828. Everybody knows, like around. If you live around here, it's the 828. There's too many hoes.
Dude, the word just goes around.
No, it's so bad. And like even at my age, like public schools around here, there'll be like middle schools. You got people fucking in the bathrooms. It's terrible. In middle school, like even elementary schools,
No. Oh my.
No, I'm serious, dude. Like elementary schools, there's drugs, people. Like, there's Grandview Middle is the middle school for Hickory, right?
Oh
I
my.
don't live in Hickory. It says Hickory, but I don't live in Hickory.
Mhm.
There's drugs going around, people bringing guns. It's bad.
Oh my god.
There's so many hoes. It's terrible.
Dude, that's crazy, man. Like when I was in middle school, like I just studied. I just did, like I remember I would bring Game Boy to school and I would play video games and that would be it. Like I had no idea that there was all that shit happening.
Now it's in elementary schools. It's bad, dude.
Wow. That is nuts, dude. That is nuts. Like
But
I feel like I'm one of those guys is like I feel for kids. I'm like, man, you guys have it rough. Like I
we
I
do. Like, I'm gonna be honest. Like one of the things, like if you're talking to somebody, one of the things they're worrying about is your body count, how many people you slept with. Like that's a big thing in the 828. Like that's a big thing is your body count. Like everybody's like,
What? Yo, at your age though?
like younger than mine.
Oh, dude, that's great. So here's a little bit about my story. So because I was raised Christian, I was raised what's called Mormon, and I don't know if there's a lot of Mormons in North Carolina, but
There are, but like, I mean, I don't know any Mormons personally. I know there's Mormons in North Carolina. Like, I don't know any personally.
yeah, so one of the things about Mormons is we don't believe in sex before marriage, and I think most Christians believe in that as well. But like you of course you break the rules. So here's the whole deal that I tell people is I didn't lose my virginity because I was Christian. I didn't lose my virginity because I was one of those awkward little kids. Like the whole joke of like saying, "Hey, you up, you up, you up," and shit like that. I was one of those guys. I I like again, that's when like phones first came out and we were texting each other. And so I didn't realize how cringe that was. Man. But like looking back I'm like, "Oh, ugh, yeah, that was cringe." Um But anyway, yeah, dude, I didn't lose my virginity. Like, so my body count was 0 until I was 23 years old.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I'm a virgin because like I ain't gonna stick it in no crazy bitch, and there's too
Don't.
many of those at Hickory.
Yeah, dude, don't stick it in crazy. But this is what I tell people, right? When I lost here's the funny bit, right? I lost it at 23 and I still feel like I rushed. When I lost my virginity at 23, it was still with a girl I randomly knew or barely knew. And so it still wasn't worth it. So I'll like dude, wait. Wait for the right time. Like you don't have to rush. Don't get that body count. Don't worry about that because that was the deal about me. Is what I did is when I was 23, that's when I stopped believing. So I went on my crazy, stage. Like I was going nuts. Like I was like, I'll bang anything that moves. I just
That's
want.
how kids are in the 828. It's that. That's how kids are. Like there's boys that fuck anything with a pussy. It's so bad. It's so bad.
Oh dear, yeah, but that's what I did in Vegas. Is I would get all the dating apps. I'd get Bumble, I'd get Tinder, I'd get OkCupid. I would get even Plenty of Fish. I don't even know if Plenty of Fish is around anymore. But I was just matching with girls all the time, and I would just have all of these copy and pasted things cheesy one-liners, and I would just shoot messages all the time, and I was just spitting my game, trying to get laid as much as I could so I could gain experience. And man, it was useless, man. It was looking back, I'm like, man, it was a waste of time. I barely learned anything because I don't know about you, but maybe in the 828 it's the same as maybe girls just in Vegas, girls just sit around and they're like, all right, fuck me, and then you just go there's no experience, there's no learning
That's crazy.
girl Pillow Prince.
No, there's
do-
some freak bitches. There's some freaky bitches.
in the 8th grade, that's not even a surprise. I remember there were times that I got close. There were some chicks I was talking to that sounded pretty hot. I was just kind of scared, and I was newbie.
Well, it's not that I'm scared because I've had chances. Cause but it's just something else.
It really is, dude. And it's one of those deals where it's I would say it's a big deal for everybody, right? There's nothing you're not a pussy if you want to wait for someone special. That's what I tell everybody. It's way better to wait for someone special. There was this one girl. I took her virginity, and I was very careful with her. I was very gentle. I took her on plenty of dates. I wanted to make sure that when the night happened, it was wholesome and stuff. And looking back, I still look fondly to that. I'm still not with her, obviously, and we've parted ways. But I'm still kind of proud that I didn't mentally fuck her up by taking her virginity. That I was good about it and that I treated her right. And it's one of those things that's I'm happy about that. I'm happy to know that I was a good partner. It sounds kind of silly, but at the same time that's my deal is I like that shit. I like being a good person and it makes me happy.
I'm gonna just say this guy to her. This guy. Bruh. Freaking wild. Freaking wild.
Yeah, man. But I got faith in you, bro. I think you're gonna be a great guy. And it's one of those deals. It's always think on the positives, man. Any time that you have the opportunity to be a good person, do it. That's one thing I've noticed is kids these days are way more courageous than my generation ever was. Is you guys speak your mind way more often. You guys say it how it is, and that's so powerful. Cause then you can tell someone, you're hey dude, we don't appreciate that, or hey dude, you're being a dick. that matters a lot. Like when people are getting bullied, or when a girl is being told that she's not good. Like it matters a lot when people stand up, and I see that more and more from you guys. And I'm like, dude, like that's badass, dude. like you guys are legit. Like that's that's all I can say is like I got faith in you kids. You guys are doing
Appreciate
good.
Well, I'm gonna let you go. You have a good night, boss. It was good talking to you. I enjoyed our conversations.
Hell yeah, I do gotta take the restroom though.
Yeah. All right. Peace out, boss.
See you later. Oh shit. What's up?
Oh my god. Oh my god, I love your mustache.
Thank you. You guys have a cool background.
Snazzy ass. You are snazzy as fuck. Oh
Thank
my
you.
god. Everything.
Oh, you guys are all very attractive people. What's up, homie?
Dude, what's up, dude?
I'm doing good. How are you?
You look like a freaking majestic. I don't know, bro. You look like some. You look. Yo, what was good?
Do you want me
bro?
to give you a wish? What is
Yeah, bro.
what is your wish, bro? I'll grant it to you.
I wish for. Right now, I wish for the kids in Palestine to be safe and to be free from this terrorism.
Oh, damn, that's actually a really good wish. I actually support that, bro. Damn, that was wholesome.
Yeah, bro. There's some innocent kids dying.
Hell yeah, dude. Like I think the majority of the world believes that, and it makes me sad that those things happen. But hey, it's one of
Yeah.
those things that will
Crazy world.
yeah, it's one of those things that I think will eventually overcome. Like it's rough, but this is what I tell people, right? Is these old hateful people are dying every day. And as long as they don't figure out a way to stay immortal, we just gotta wait for them all to die. And I think we'll be a lot better off, because people like
I'm
you
not
and
gonna lie. That's
Mhm.
actually true. It's all the old people doing this. Like I feel like the new
It really
generation,
is.
like we're like much better. You know what I mean?
Exactly, bro. Like that's what I tell people. It's like none of us really hate each other. Like I think it's just the propaganda. It's always been the propaganda. And what I keep telling the younger people is like, yo, dude, like you guys are figuring it out. Like every new generation of kids is like getting better and better at realizing that it's all bullshit. Like it took me a while. Like but like I'm looking at
Yeah.
the kids, I'm like, you guys get it. Like you're not even trying anymore. And man, it's one of those deals, man. Like it's rough. Like it really is rough that like think about it, man. Like every single one of us believes, that the ceasefire needs to happen, but it's never going to stop because a whole bunch of old people in America are sending a whole bunch of money to the Israelis who keep doing this, and nothing's going to stop because no matter how many times we say, "Hey guys, we think that might be a war crime," they're never going to stop because nobody cares. Like the whole world is kind of
It's the war
saying,
machine. They're
yeah.
making money.
Yeah, everybody's seeing that the war machine just keeps pushing on, but also like there's a whole bunch of people in the world that are like pushing those buttons. They're like, "Hey, let me see how far I can go by being a complete asshole and get away with it." Like in America, that's kind of what Trump's doing. Is he's like, "Let me see how much of a fucking crazy asshole I could be and not get arrested."
Yeah.
And it's crazy, dude. Like the guy's still walking free, talking shit. Like he's literally talking shit about a judge in the trial that he's against, and it's like, like we're not even doing shit about it anymore. Like he's just walking around being a complete cunt,
Yeah.
and it's like dude.
They're
Sorry about that.
they're all the same. They're all the same, man. All politicians. They all have their own agenda. They're all in it for their own pocket. You know what I mean? Like
It really
they
is
don't
sad.
care about us.
They really don't, and like it makes me sad. And one of the things I'm waiting for is with this whole social media bullshit happening, at some point we're gonna get the power back, right? Like we're gonna start getting like joke candidates, like meme candidates. Like how like again Trump, he popularized being such a crazy option that he actually became a good option, and he got the nomination and all that crazy shit. Like there's gonna be some dude. I'm telling you, like, and it won't be this election, but in a couple of elections, there's gonna be some crazy dude that's gonna just show up, and a whole bunch of Americans are gonna be like, "We want this fucking crazy guy," because we're so sick and tired of all this bullshit happening, and the guy might actually win. But you know what's gonna happen? Bullshit's gonna happen.
Yeah.
and then riots are going to happen because that's America. And it's one of those deals that I tell people is like it might be just a matter of time. Like one of the most unprecedented things ever is the decline in religion attendance, the decline in patriotism. Like these are unheard of. Like these new generations of kids are completely changed from everything we've understood. Apathetic, and it's wild. Like like for me, it inspires me, man. It's like these kids, like they got the power. Like they're gonna change the world. Like it might not be my generation, right? I'm 27, but it'll be a generation that comes up, and I'm gonna give them all the power. Like I'm gonna do everything I can to make them succeed, because like that's the whole thing. Is like I got so much anger placed towards these boomers who fucked the world up, who pulled that ladder up, who made housing unaffordable, who stagnated our wages, that made it impossible for me to like thrive. Like I know it sounds bitter, but like those guys fucked me and I'm gonna fuck them.
Yeah, bro. No, I just like I don't know. There's can't like categorize everyone. There's good and bad apples, but it's true though. Like yeah. I don't know, man. Just I just honestly this new generation like feel like there's like a lot of degenerates at the
That's
same
true.
time. You know what I
There's
mean?
a lot of unwanted kids. That's so true, dude. Like there's so many bad kids. That like
Yeah.
that's the one thing I keep forgetting is there's so many bad kids out there. Like, oh, it's rough. Like it really is. Like, because it's one of those deals. It's like I know it sounds harsh, but it's all these unloved kids that nobody has time to care for, and it's like, man, I wish there was someone there for them,
It's true.
and it's like it
Yeah,
sucks.
it comes down to that.
And then they go to
That's what it
gangs.
comes down to. I feel like I feel like it's even like even like nowadays it's like the nuclear family, like that's like what people need, like a mother and a father. That's where all their like you know what I mean, like that's where everything's gonna come from. We have
Yeah.
these like people saying that, oh, it's okay if you're a single mother, like it's not like you know what I mean, like nuclear
Yeah.
family is the best.
And it's one of those deals where it's like
I don't know.
I tell people it's like divorce happens, right? But you're right. Like it's very much beneficial to have multiple parents. Like in my parenthood, my parents were actually together the whole time. My dad, he just worked all the time, so it kind of just felt like my mom was a single mom. But like, yeah, my dad was,
Yeah.
he was still there like every weekend or so. And he worked really hard. Like that's what I tell people. It's like I got nothing against my dad. He did the best he could, in the circumstances he had. He had 7 kids. Like my dad had 7 kids, bro. And my mom was a stay-at-home mom. Like she didn't even have a job.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so like
Yeah.
my dad was able to provide for my family. All props to that guy. Like I never want I never want to sound like I'm bad mouthing him, you know. But
Yeah.
but
With
anyway,
7 kids, I mean
Ooh.
like your mom like stay at home, of course, like you gotta freaking, that's a lot of work.
Yeah, yeah, she had to do it. She had to do so much, like when it came to dishes, laundry, just home food. Like my mom did so much, and so
Yeah, that's a lot of mouths.
it is a lot. And so like I'm of the mindset of I feel like everybody can be happy with the idea of um I feel like every child should be cared for. And I'm funny, right? I believe that the only people that should be having children are people that are prepared to care for those children. And I know that's a mean thing to say,
Yeah.
but I feel like people should be a lot more careful about those things. And the reason why I say that, I have a kid. I have a kid, and I won't lie, it was a pandemic baby, and it was something I learned is my family has very potent um, seed, and I was with a girl who told me that she could not conceive, and I proved her wrong, basically. And so it was not,
Definitely.
yeah, it wasn't planned. But I made the best of it. We decided to have the kid and stay together and all that jazz. Um, but it's one of those things that I tell people is like I'm glad that I was able to come out with this, being able to provide, but I was terrified, bro. Like I was so terrified that I could not provide because I was going through a lot in my life and I was losing jobs left and right. Like I would get fired and then get a new job and so on. And I was getting that stress from her because she's like, "Hey, like I'm staying at home taking care of this kid, like I need to make sure that you're stable." And I'm like, "I'm sorry, babe. Like when I go to these jobs and I hate my life, I don't know what to do." Like and we were going through a lot of shit and we made things work. But shit, man, like that's the thing I feel about it. It's all these kids, like the degenerates. Like I just wish people could care for them. Like
Yeah.
I think that's the one thing the whole world can believe in is like those kids just deserve parents who cared for them. And it makes me so sad that there are so many kids who
They
don't.
need love. That's the problem.
That's it. They need love, and like I always tell people is be careful. Like especially since I came from a situation with a lot of kids, 7 kids to 2 parents. I
Hmm.
when I talk to other people and I hear them describe their relationship with their parents, it sounds odd to me because I didn't have that kind of relationship with my parents. Like it was kind of vague. Like again with my dad because I barely ever got to see him, and whenever he was there, it was me and 6 other brothers. Um, so there was barely ever one-on-one time. So on a personal level, I barely even knew
You had
my
six
dad.
six brothers. So
So
only one girl.
so actually, I got the numbers mixed up. So it was me. So of the 7 siblings, there's 5 boys, 2 girls. So me, 4 brothers, and 2 sisters. So
Yeah.
yeah, it was it's a
Are you
great.
close to them? Are you close with them right now?
Yeah, I think on the most part, like we're all pretty chill. Like we still talk to each other. Like I actually live like only like down the street from my parents' house, and so for the most part, like I've always been in close proximity to them. Um, and yeah, they're like
Nice, man. That's always good.
yeah, it's one of those things that I tell people is I just have a little bit of things like because of the way my childhood was, I really enjoy quiet, and so I met a guy who lived like down the road, basically, who had a room, and his house was very quiet. He was just a guy, you know, kind of like grandpa age, so he kind of became a dad, like a father figure to me. And I got like I paid reduced rent, and I would just do the yard work, and we have a pretty good relationship. And he's kind of like a dad figure to me. Um, and the house is quiet. It's very peaceful. I, I get that zen, because when I'm with my parents or when I'm at my parents' house, it's still pretty chaotic because my sister has 2 kids, my niece and nephew, and they live at my parents' house, so they're being raised by their grandparents, and so it's one of those deals where it's like the house still is in a perpetual state of like things happening. I was the middle kid, so right now there's still like 2 of my siblings who live there, and now 2 of my nephew niece who live there. So it's still a very busy house. And it's one of those deals where it's like I very much like the quiet. Like I like the peace I have here. But at the same time,
Yeah.
I love my kid. Like it's
Yeah,
one of
man.
it's one of those deals where it's like it's it is beautiful. Like I won't lie, I was one of those guys. I was not into kids. Like I never wanted to have a kid, and I was kind of mad when she said that she wanted to keep the kid, but we made things work. And honestly, I eat my words. I'm so glad we have the kid because she's the cutest thing ever. Like best thing that ever happened to me, and I'm happy now. Like
Of course, man.
but it's because I can provide. Like it's
That's
one of
good.
those.
That's like the true happiness. I feel like.
Right, like passing it on. Like that's the one thing I want to do is
Yeah.
I want to make sure my kid got it right, has a relationship with her dad, and so that's why I'm in her life. Like I spend 3 days a week at her place, you know, taking care of the kid, doing all that stuff. Like, dude, I changed diapers more than my dad ever did. You know how nice that feels to like know that like I can do
Yeah.
all that shit to be confident like that I'm a dad. Like
Yeah.
it's badass.
That's good, man. That's
Yeah,
good.
definitely.
That's really good.
I realize I've been ranting. What about you, bro? Like if you don't want to talk about yourself, I
Nah,
totally get it.
good, bro. It's like, yeah, same here. Like, I'm close to my family, everything. It just, yeah, it's good, man. Like, a freaking, like, I'm 22. I gotta start thinking about like wife and kids soon too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I would say this like it's always better to wife up first. I did not wife up,
Yeah.
and it's a little bit complicated for me because of that. Um, but like it's one of those things that's like it's good to be solid. It's good to be solid in where you stand with the person. Wait for the right person. That's what I say. Like my oldest brother, he kind of rushed into a marriage, and his first marriage didn't work out. And like I tell people, it's like it's okay to wait. It's okay to be a late bloomer. Like I'm 27. Like I didn't find my partner until I was like 24. So like you're on the right path, I would say, especially if you have the right mindset.
Bro. Yeah, man. You just gotta, you know what I mean? Like, show your kids all the love in the world, you know, like, and just go from there. You know what I mean? Let them know that they can do anything, be anything they want. You know what I mean? Like, sky's the
Definitely.
limit.
Yeah, dude. Like the kids are the future, and education's so important. Like it's one of those things that I really like kind of worry about is I really want to make sure my kid got the right like I like the meme about American education is kind of true. I think at some point I'm going to have to make sure my kid gets a lot more education than what the state can provide. um
100%. Yeah, that's like,
yeah.
you need to definitely like if you think about it, like think about it like this, like I feel like your kid, like they're spending like almost like more time at school than at home, so it's like almost like they're raising your kid, not you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and
It's like the state is literally raising your child. Like, isn't that crazy? Like,
it really is. And like homeschooling has its pros and cons, and it's one of those deals where it's like it is one of those deals, right? Like teachers aren't trained to be, you know, parents, like what you're saying. Like it's one of those deals that
yeah,
I empathize with the teachers, right? The teachers say we're not parents, and I'm like, yeah, you're not. You're just supposed to teach our kids. Like you're not supposed to raise them. That's our job. And that's the thing that sucks is
yeah,
parents have to work so much more nowadays. Like usually you could just have one parent work and then the other parent stays at home doing the raising. That was what I was raised with. Now it's not the case. Now it's me and her both working, and we're both taking care of the kid.
yeah.
And
No choice.
it's rough, and it's just one of those deals. That's like, man, like the like it sounds so funny, but it's like the old days were nice. Like like the '70s was a
Yeah, no, it's true.
good
In
ass
that
time.
aspect, yeah, for sure. Like, yeah, it's getting ridiculous. Even here, like the cost of living is getting insane. Like, you can't like the
Oh
times of like single income household are gone. I feel like.
yeah, dude. And I've heard stuff about Canada, man. Like I've heard Canada's having it worse than America, from what I've heard.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. I would say, yeah, for like cost of living and inflation, it's definitely. I feel like it's worse here.
Oh man, dude. Like so, a frozen pizza here in America is now coming around for like $5 if you got it at a good price, like for a frozen pizza. I remember when like Little Caesars was $5, and that was like hot and ready cooked pizza, like. And then of course everything's getting cheaper, everything's getting shittier. Like, it's I don't know,
Yeah,
man. Like it's one of those deals where it's like I don't want to complain.
yeah. I'm gonna be one of those guys.
Yeah, and
But
that's it,
yeah,
man.
man.
Is like I got to think about being positive. That's the important part.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. a lot of negative thought, but we got to think about positive, what we got in life. You know what I mean? There's
Oh
so much.
yeah,
Like we're so fortunate. We got to be so thankful.
bingo. And like that's another bit is the person I was talking to before you is like he was a super cool dude, and that's one thing I got to keep remembering is like nah, like all these things want to get us mad, but in all honesty, we're all chill. Like that's the cool thing I've noticed is almost every person I talk to on this app, chill dude, cool dude. Like
You know what? It's like there's too much. The main problem is like I feel like even the media like pushes it too much. Like we gotta be divided. Like freaking whatever it is, politics, religion. Like I don't care. Like I don't care what you are. Like I have my beliefs. I'm sure you have your beliefs. Like like we're human at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like and that's like the main thing. Like you see all these wars happening. Like there's no more like humanity. Like you know what I mean? Like it's crazy.
It really is, and that's what kind of like I don't want to say like I'm on a mission or anything. Like I'm not a prophet or shit, but that's what I try to do. Is like I do have a goal, right? Is I want to prove that humanity is a lot better than we assume. Like for me, I like movies. I'm a big movie guy. And so one of the things I notice is almost every single movie that includes robots or AI, they always reach this conclusion. It's like, oh, all humans are bad. We must exterminate them. And it's like, I don't believe that's true. I believe that all humans are inherently good, but we unfortunately are very trusting of others. And there's a small percentage of people in the world who take advantage of our trusting nature, and they are the ones that are causing all the problems. And yeah, and so like the puppet masters, exactly. And so in one of the like I want to write stories someday, like writing books, and one of the things I want to write is I wanted to write a robot that instead of going through the generic conclusion that oh all humans must get exterminated, I wanted to have him be intelligent and have him this AI come to the conclusion that's like wait a minute, most humans are chill, it's these fuckers that are the problem. And like and so the whole book is this robot like concocting, making this master plan. He's like, how am I going to get rid of these fuckers? And that's what I keep telling people is we're kind of all on the same page. Is I think every person in the world agrees in some degree that it's these top level assholes that are fucking shit up. And it's kind of interesting that like it's the little disagreements. Like have you ever watched the movie Life of Brian?
No, I haven't watched that one.
It's a funny movie. It's made by the same guy who made the Holy Grail. Damn. And he's like a comedian, or wow, my mind's drawing a blank. Monty Python, yeah, Monty Python's Holy Grail. So Monty Python wrote Life of Brian, and it's just a funny little satirical movie. It makes a little bit of fun of Christianity, but it's like don't take it too seriously. That's what I tell people is like don't get offended. It's funny. Just let it be a joke.
Yeah, that's right.
And so at some point in the story, there's these two groups called the People's Front of Judea and the Judean People's Front. And it's the funniest thing ever is they're both on the same side. They both believe in the exact same thing, but their big disagreement is their name. And they're like, no, we're the People's Judean Front. And they're like, no, we're the Judean Front of, whatever. And they literally kill each other over the difference over the name. And then and then afterwards they're like, wait, weren't you supposed to save us? And it's one of those deals that I try to tell people. It's the funniest is like sometimes we get so caught up in the little differences that we forget that we're all kind of on the same side, that we all believe in the same ideas.
It's like I feel like it's rooted in like our biology, like our like in the past, like tribalism. Like we want to find a way
Yep.
To show that like we're different, even though like in the end of the day, like we're all the same.
Exactly, dude. Like that tribalism, like us versus them. Like it's so funny that like, are you into any
Yes, yes.
sports? Like I'm, are you into hockey?
Yeah, yeah.
So because
Hockey? No, not hockey. No.
oh, okay. So I'm from Las Vegas. So like a big thing is like the Golden Knights. Like, that was the first time I
Golden
ever,
Knights, yeah,
yeah, the first time I ever got into sports. Like it was really cool. Like, having our team. So with my daughter, is we would teach her to be like, go team go, and then we would ask her questions like, what do we say about the other team, and she would be like, boo. And it's just one of those cute things. It's like, yeah, it's cute, like that we're teaching her to just like automatically hate the other team, but like it's one of those funny
Yeah.
things. It's like when you really think about it, that's how we are. Is we like our team
Yeah.
and we automatically don't like the other team on principle.
Yeah,
And it's one of those things that I love doing is
Yeah,
like
it's true.
I love those people who like cross borders, who like cross those like lines and basically be like, yeah, let's just go through the let's cut through the bullshit and just have a good time. And the more I talk to other people, the more I realize like most people are chill like that. like in in most cases, I would say that like like people naturally enjoy, you know, having conversations and wanting to get to know each other. And it's one of those things that like restores my faith in humanity. Is I'm like, yo, dude, like we're a lot more chill than we think.
Yeah. Because no, you know what it is? I feel like yeah, like that's true what you say. It's like we're all more chill than like what they say, and like it's like what they say on the media and like how it's portrayed. Like we see all this bad news and like people killing each other and like all that. But like,
Mhm.
but then again, I feel like it goes back to like it's like the puppet masters. They want us to watch the media and see all this division and think that the world is like that, but in reality,
Yeah,
it's not.
the 24-hour news cycle, man. Like, it's one of those
Yeah.
deals. It's like every time
Oh man, it's depressing. It's
every time I hop on Reddit, I'm like, why do I do this? Like, why? Oh, why am I scrolling? Like, why am I doing the doom scroll? And every time I'm falling into that trap, and it's like, damn. Like every time, like I walk out of it, and I'm like, I should know better. I should know better because like, and
yeah,
it's one of those things. Is like the thing that makes me sad. It's like nice things don't really sell. Like outrage is what
that's right.
is what spreads. And like one of
Yeah.
the things that I find really fun is that apparently there's like a whole bunch of people that are like trying to like break the algorithm. Like apparently like you could set your preferences, and so there's these accounts called hope posters where they'll post only positivity stuff, and people will like intentionally like say like only show me this content so that like they just completely block out all the negativity. And I'm like, that is genius. Like just only seeing happy shit, because it's one of those deals. It's like, do
Yeah.
we like at this point, like do we actually benefit? Like not to sound like a Debbie Downer, but like it's kind of rough hearing new news every day about like the situation in Gaza or the situation in Ukraine. It's one of those deals where it's like, I know things suck and I know that things aren't improving, but like I haven't actively tried to like seek information there because it kind of makes me sad, you know? like I heard that there was like a couple of like international food workers, like a couple Americans who were killed in Gaza, and it's like, well, now Americans have died, as part of this. And it's one of those deals where it's like, I know nothing's going to happen, so I probably shouldn't keep following this.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
like that's their like might be their like excuse to get engaged in the conflict. You never know, like freaking like these people they like that are the top, the elites, like they want world war. They want, you know what I mean? They want all this. It's the warmongers.
Oh, that oh god, dude, especially with the stuff I've learned about the world, you're absolutely right. Like war
Like
war is expensive, bro. Like
yes.
it is so crazy how much money gets exchanged during war. and like here's the whole
Oh,
deal.
it's ridiculous.
Like I consider myself a pretty rational person, but I won't lie. I believe in a ton of conspiracies. And one of my biggest conspiracies is like there's totally a new world order. Like there are people pulling the strings. And
Yeah. Oh.
like the way I know how is like the huge sums of money that are being moved all the time. Like you probably heard about the great wealth transfer that happened during COVID, right? Like how so much money got
Yeah.
moved
Yeah.
to the elites. Like dude, it's crazy. Like we got swindled, man. Like we got fucking robbed and we just got gotted. You know, it's one of those deals. It's like, oh, all our money's gone. Oopsie. and
Yeah.
and it's one of those deals. It's like somehow out of nowhere, all the small businesses closed. All of these giant corporations flourished. All of these loans got given out to companies, and all of these small people went bankrupt overnight. And we blamed it on a pandemic, and everything just happened to work out in the favor of the rich. Like I'm sorry, I know enough about history to know it's like, ah, something about this is fishy, guys. Like this seems to work out in their favor. You know,
Yeah.
like why did this happen?
Yeah. It's crazy. It's all.
Ah,
Yeah.
like, and that's the crazy bit is like
That's a good one.
and here's the crazy bit. I don't even know if the Wuhan thing is made up. Like I think there might be some truth to it, and it's like, dude, if it actually was in a lab, like if this was all constructed, like what the fuck does that mean? Like Jesus Christ, like.
Yeah. Yeah. What does that mean? Right?
Like it's one of those deals. It's like so here's the way I look at the world, right? Everything that we think is outrageous has turned out to be true, especially with America. Like when we're like, oh no, America's a good country, and then we find out that America like sponsored all of these coups and government takeovers in South America and dictatorships. It's like,
Yeah.
dude, like everything that we think is a conspiracy becomes truth in a couple of years. So here's a little fun little anecdote. I grew up in a church called the Mormon Church, or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. I
Latter-day Saints. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can call them a cult. I would say they are, because of a lot of the
Somewhat.
things they do. They fit a lot of the, characteristics. But one of the biggest things is that the information control that happened in that, the way they controlled the narrative. There were so many things about it that were so sketchy. Like it, like the list goes on and how like it just goes deep, and then there's so much money, and then there's corruption, and then then there's scams, and then it's like, wait, how much influence do they have in the United States government? Like the what? Like
Oh
they
my
they
God.
like it's so crazy that you
Down the
find
rabbit hole.
like the it goes deep, bro. Like it goes fucking deep.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's one of those deals where it's like the world's just crazy like that. And I got out because there were a lot of things about the way they handled things that I was not okay with. Like for instance, like this is an easy one, right? For a long period of time, from basically the time they started up until 1970, they didn't allow people that were African American to have the priesthood, which is the equivalent of, the ability to do stuff in God's name. So give people baptisms, be a leader, lead a congregation. So you were a second class citizen, and it's like that's just straight up racism, bro.
Like that they can't, at that point you can't even call that Christianity. That's because that's not how Christianity stands.
Yeah, dude, that's just
That's
racism.
like, you know what I mean? That's not.
Yeah, like and
Yeah, straight up. And it's like we're all like literally it says in the Bible, like in the word, like we're all created under God's image.
yeah,
we're all
yeah,
the
yeah,
same.
yeah. Bond and
And
freed,
for
black and
like it is
white.
a cult if you're. Yeah, yeah, like that's crazy. I didn't know
Yeah.
that. Wow.
You do, and that's the whole deal. Is they hide it. They pretend that it didn't happen, and if you ever ask them about it, they give you some bullshit answer. And like that was the whole deal about me. Is I was one of those guys. I really liked learning, and the more I would ask the people about the history, the more they would tell me things, and the more I was like, "What?" They said what? Like it was crazy, man. Like, but it's one of those deals where if you look into any history, of any government, any organization, it will scare you. Like it will terrify you. The things these people believed, the things these people said, like like the positions they held. Like the American founding fathers, they were not the most moral people. Like for instance, when they founded America,
Yeah.
they didn't even all believe that, African Americans deserved rights. Or that, well, first of all, women were never guaranteed rights. Every single one of those men totally agreed that women didn't deserve rights. That's the funny
Yeah.
bit that I tell people is like,
Crazy.
yeah, like, yo, dude, you think these guys were like pure, examples of, humanity? No, they were men. They were simple men, products of their time, and just as shitty as our current people. That's what I tell people is, you don't really get heroes, like when you look at history, everybody's a shitbag. Isn't that kind of funny?
Yeah, everyone. And guess who it's written by? The victors.
Yo, dude, like that's the best line from
It's
Modern
only
Warfare.
written by the people that win.
History is written by the victors, and that's the way I live.
It's so
Is
true.
like I don't believe in anything anymore. It's like, the truth you're telling me is just this, the story you're writing.
Yeah, it's true. Like you have to, like, especially nowadays, like I feel like when I have kids, I'll teach them like take everything with a grain of salt. Like everything you see, like you
Mhm.
can't just like accept that. Like that's like that's how you get like brainwashed. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like, you
well,
have
like,
to be
what-
critical of everything.
Yeah, what
Be
happened? What
skeptical of everything.
remember when all those old people were telling us don't believe everything you read on the internet, and then what did they start doing?
Yeah,
they,
yeah.
they started believing everything they read on the internet, and I'm like, what happened to you guys? You were telling us to be skeptical.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those deals that I like. Yeah, take everything with a grain of salt. Like there's this cool thing on the internet. It's called the dead internet theory. It's really cool. But it's this idea that the internet is full of bots, and most of the things we see on the internet, most of the traffic we see is made up. So when you see all these people arguing online, how do you know that it's actually real people?
Mhm.
How do you know that it's not bots? How do you know
Yo,
it's not
that's crazy.
manufactured? Like it's crazy, bro. Cause
Yeah.
like when you talk to people in real life, how many times do you hear people say, "Nah, I don't fuck with social media"? Like it's crazy, dude. Like it sounds like most people don't fuck with social
Yeah.
media, or some people just say like, "Yeah, I don't."
Yeah, and you have all these people like arguing in comment sections, and people are like, I don't care about social media. Who is that? So that's freaking
Dude,
AI
yeah,
right there.
dude, it's all manufactured. Like the more that you think about it, it all makes sense. It's like, wait, this makes fucking like this is genius. Like just have a simple, like I look at Instagram. Instagram is a perfect example. Is whenever you open up the comments on the reels, you just have people saying the most out of pocket shit, and then everyone is just commenting on that, and they're like, "Oh my god," blah blah blah, or they're trying to ratio them, and I'm like, dude, it's all bait. It's all ratios. It's all AIs, and it's like, it's one of those deals. It's like, and then like, have you ever heard about like repost bots?
Repost bots? No, I haven't heard that.
Yeah, so repost bots are basically like, it's from Reddit, but it works everywhere actually. It happens all the time, is where people will save videos, like really funny videos or really good vines, and they'll just repost it, 2 years later. And that's how a lot of things stay on the internet. Like whenever I'm on Reels, because I don't use TikTok, TikTok things will be reposted onto Instagram. And so there's all of these content farms, like these accounts on Instagram, where all they do is they steal content from other people and they repost it at a different time. And they pretend to be the other person.
Oh yeah, like they farm. Yeah, I've heard
Yeah.
of it. Yeah, yeah.
It's so crazy, bro.
They're like yeah, they farm all the clips, right?
Yeah, but like that's it. Is like when you look at like so Instagram, just because that's the app I use, Instagram Reels has a really big problem. Is there's this joke that the first 3 pinned comments are always like bot. Like they're always gonna say like, "Yo, dude, this guy's the best. You should follow him." Like it's obviously like sponsor comments. Or like, yo, follow this guy's bio and you'll get like a $500, gift card. Obviously like scam shit. And that's what they are. Is there's these accounts that they just spam repost shit, and then they pin these comments so that they can scam people, so that they do these things to get gift cards, and of course they just get their data harvested. And it's one of those deals. It's like at this point, like the internet, it's all just made up. Like we're just all hopping on these websites so that they could steal our data, memorize our habits, so that they could keep tricking us and keep selling us shit. Like it's one of those deals. It's like, like it's like the Matrix. Like
Yeah, I know. And how about the freaking like the deep fakes? Like they're getting so realistic now. Like it's
dude,
freaking insane.
dude,
Like, I don't know.
AI is so scary, bro.
It's so scary. Like I don't know. Like let's say something comes out in the news, like two presidents talking. Like how do you even know that's freaking real?
Dude, you
Like,
can
I've seen,
you
I've
can
seen,
you
like, a
can be
side-by-side
framed.
comparison of. Yeah. Like they look like indistinguishable, like from reality. You know what I
Dude,
mean? Like it's
like they
crazy.
can they can fake phone calls. Like they can grab your voice and implicate you in
Yeah,
a, in
I've
a
heard
phone
about
call.
that. Yeah.
Like it is so scary, bro. Like
Oh
it
my.
like we're literally entering like this cyberpunk age of, it's like there's nothing that's true anymore. Like people don't realize that ever since like this AI revolution has happened, is we will never actually know if certain like have you ever seen those little screenshots that they look like CCTV, like old style like camera footage, but it's all generated. Like we've gotten to the point where our AI is so clever that it can make indistinguishable, authentic looking footage that we will never know if something's authentic anymore, because it's so good that it tricks
Yeah.
everybody. Like like it's one of those deals. Is like we'll like I joked with somebody as I'm like, dude, somebody needs to have an archive of everything that was made up until like the year 2019, before all this AI shit came out. And that archive will be the only
Yeah.
thing that's safe, because that was before anything. Because now at this point, after everything AI has came out, nothing's safe. Like unless somebody has proof that it was
Yeah.
that it was posted before, you can always say, "Oh, that was just AI generated." Like we're fucked, bro. Everything's AI.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What like
Holy man. Yeah.
dude, it's one of those deals. It's like how many of those political photos are probably AI generated? Like I remember there was these jokes that
Yeah.
like like, oh yeah, Trump was wearing a diaper, and it's like, was he actually wearing a diaper, or was it AI generated? We don't even know anymore. Like
I don't know.
it's crazy.
I can't even imagine like in the future, like probably like 25, 50 years, they're even gonna have like freaking like holograms that are like indistinguishable from like reality. You know what I mean? Like freaking like you look outside the window and you think it's a person. It's just a freaking hologram. Like
Oh, dude, it's crazy.
I don't
Like
know, man.
like the dystopia is here now.
Yeah, we're literally living in a movie. It's like it's crazy.
It really is. And it kind of happened overnight. Like out of nowhere we were in this. Oh, ooh, cool, the internet. And then out of nowhere it's like, oh, we got smartphones, AI, VR.
Yeah.
What the
Oh
fuck?
wow, the internet. And then it's our freaking demise now. You know what I mean? Like
Oh, dude, it's definitely our
I
demise.
feel like if like that will be like the end of the world. If there is an end of the world coming soon, that's what it's gonna be. 100%. Like it's AI.
I think
Nothing
yeah,
else.
AI and
It's
bot
not gonna be
farms.
no freaking mega. It's not gonna be no mega tsunami. No freaking like freaking earthquakes. All that. No, it's gonna be AI. Like 100%.
Oh yeah. Well, like this is what I tell people, right? Is it's kind of crazy how these social media apps know you better than you know yourself. Like there are so many people I know who say like, "Yo, I didn't even know I was ADHD until these apps started showing me ADHD memes." And it's like, and I'm like, "What the fuck?" And it's like, "Yeah, all these memes actually were funny and I liked them." And it's like, "Oh shit, I think I'm ADHD." And it's like, dude, these algorithms, they know human nature better than we
Yeah.
know ourselves. and that's scary.
It's like a placebo. They actually make you believe it.
Yeah, but it's even crazier. Is I'll say this is before I deleted my TikTok, there was this weird bit where TikTok knew when I was horny. Like out of nowhere, instead of showing me funny stuff, it would show me chicks with big tits. You know, and I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And I'm like, well, I'm not gonna complain. I actually was kind of horny right now, and it's like it knew. It's like it knew. And it's like I think it like it's one of those deals where it's like if I needed to look at the data, it probably was some kind of biological clock. And it's like, what if these social media apps figured shit out about humans that we don't even know ourselves? Like, what if everybody just naturally gets a boner at 7 p.m. and we just never actually kept track of that shit? But the apps figured that out, you know, like.
It's like also it's like when I'm literally like I'm just like let's say I'm talking with someone, like I'm talking with my sister or something, and like I go on my phone like 10 minutes later, like what we were just talking about, like it shows up as like an advertisement.
That is crazy.
Like they're definitely like they're using the microphones for sure, like in like,
They
the
are.
Google algorithm and all that, like.
Dude, it's so crazy how obvious it is. Like, so here's
It's like it's obvious that, like they think we're stupid, we're sheep, like we're not gonna figure it out.
yeah.
Like,
So
we're
here's a
stupid, like,
so
we know
here's a
this
great
stuff.
example, right? My roommate,
Yeah.
he plays guitar, and he talks about guitar and music all the time. I don't. I'm not a musically talented guy, but yet I'll get ads that talk about music sheets or music guitars or whatever all the time, and I'm like, you only know that
Yeah.
because you're listening to the conversations I have with this guy. Like, it's so fucking weird, man.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
this whole world is all about marketing and data. Like, it's one of those deals that's like, you know what the greatest scam ever was? Free apps.
What?
Like getting
apps?
downloading all these apps onto your phone. They figured us out, man. Like Pandora, YouTube. They understood human nature. They understood, you know, oh, if you like this video, you'll like this. If you like this music, you like that. And overnight, it seems like we all figured each other out. Like we all started getting aesthetics. We all started putting ourselves into groups. Like, have you ever heard of like the versions of talk? Like, so there's like book talk or rock talk, or I can't remember all the other ones because I remember I was just in book talk, or I remember there was like Bionicle talk. But it was the whole idea of like how all these cliques started forming, how all these different little like individual niche groups, and that's what they wanted, is they wanted all these little, you know, vibes happening. So again, people just buy shit. You know, it's like, oh yeah, there's a whole fandom for, you know, My Little Pony, so why not make a whole bunch of shit for My Little Pony? Put them all together so they all watch the same videos. A great example is because I was Mormon, the stuff I was being exposed when I was on TikTok was called ex-Mormon TikTok. Is people who left the Mormon church were making videos about their experiences. And I don't want to say that those people were wrong, but it's one of those deals where it's like with mourning, like the death of somebody, like there's a point where you gotta stop, you know? And for me, I learned very quickly that it's like, I don't want to keep watching these videos about people talking about their trauma from the church. You know, I just want to leave. I just want to forget this ever happened. I want to have a, hey, Drake.
Would you say like you left the Mormon, but like would you say like you still like a Christian? You believe in Christ?
That's a hard question. I say everything about Jesus Christ's story is fantastic. And I tell people I'm just not sure. Like, because of the experiences I had in the church, all I got are feelings, right? Like, I had those feelings that when I prayed to Jesus, that those good things happened. I've had those good feelings that when I followed Jesus's example, that good things happened and that I felt happiness. And so what I tell people is like, I don't reject Jesus. I don't reject his teachings. I love the things he says. I probably just am not a typical worshiper. You know, like I don't pray to him morning and night. I don't take the sacrament. I don't go to a church. but I won't ever like deny that he was a decent person. I would say that he is the best person.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy bit. Even when it comes to like fiction, and
Yeah, I agree.
like I don't want to call Jesus fiction. Like Jesus was a real person, right? But in terms of the story, there's still nobody who compares. Like there is not a better example of patience, and there's not a better example of love. And it's one of those things that I tell people is even like despite my relationship with religion, despite that I had things that I experienced that made me bitter towards religion or organized religion, I don't have anything against Christ. I feel like there was nothing
Yeah.
he said that I hate. And I felt like if as like I tell people this, if people 100% practiced everything Jesus believed in or preached, the world would be a perfect place. Like, I feel like almost all the problems in the world is when people forget to love their neighbor and to love themselves and to love God. And and it breaks my heart, man. It like especially with Palestine right now, like
Yeah.
the Jews and the Muslims, they're all part of the Abrahamic faiths. Like Christianity, Judaism,
Yeah.
and the Muslims, they all believe in Abraham. They all believe in the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. And they're like so they're all of the same God and they're killing each other. And it breaks my heart because
Yeah.
like if cooler hearts prevailed, if compassion prevailed, somebody would step up and say, like, why are we doing this? Why are we continuing this harm? Like, why are we allowing these horrible situations to happen? Like, and it's at this point where, at this point, both sides are so dead set on harming each other, and it's one of those deals where it's like I'm not wise enough. I'm only 27, bro. I totally will just step back and say I'm not qualified. I'm not qualified to give my opinion. I'm not qualified to say what the solution here is. All I can say is that it breaks my
Yeah.
heart, and that's what I tell people is like I just wish uh, like I understand that sometimes there are situations where you don't want to give up your anger. But I feel like there are so many times where problems in the world happen simply because people give in to anger. Like like it's one of those deals, man. It's like
Yeah.
it.
It's intoxicating. That's why it's one of
Mhm.
the seven deadly sins. It's like
Yeah.
it's a horrible thing, anger, man.
It
Wrath.
it really is anger, greed, all of it. And that like especially with like where we're living at right now and like our situation, like a lot of the problems in our life are caused by greed. A lot of the problems caused to the Palestinians are caused by hate. Like the seven deadly sins affect all of
Yeah.
us differently. Like like it's
Yeah.
definitely like that's society. I the Joker from the Dark Knight, like we live in a society, bro. Uh, but like, and
Definitely.
that's what I tell people is, like in the real world, people are chill. Like hippies, atheists, Christians. Like I think we're all way more friendly than the media makes us out to be. Like what you're saying is absolutely true. Is the media just wants us to be divisive? It just wants us to argue because it wants that interaction. It wants the arguments in the comments. The social media, it just feeds off of that. And like
Yeah. Oh, they
that's
love it.
and it loves it, man. And like that's the one thing I try to do is like if I find myself scrolling on Reddit too much and like taking screenshots of these headlines, I'm like, oh my god, look at this example about how life is so stupid. And then like I just have a moment where I sit there and I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? I've been scrolling for 30 minutes. Like
Yeah.
it's just one of those moments where like I want to talk to a human being for God's sake. Like, dude, there was this one guy I was talking to in the Philippines. His background was just the forest. It was beautiful, man. Like it's just one of those moments where it's like, damn, life is good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
It's
why
good, man. That's why I love like I don't know if you ever like travel, but like it's the best thing, man. Like seeing new places and interacting with people, like not just like from, you know what I mean? Like I feel like it's a problem in like the states is like a lot is like people haven't been outside the states, man. You know what I
no,
mean? Like
no, they
and
haven't.
seeing
Like
other countries and like
it's tough. It really is.
it's amazing.
Yeah, like I love
Amazing.
it. Like when I was a kid, I visited Spain because my parents are from, or my mom is from there.
Mhm.
And it was such a beautiful country. Like seeing the natural architecture was glorious. Like you don't see that in America.
Yeah.
Like a lot of our
Oh
buildings are kind of
no, yeah,
ugly.
that's the yeah. It's all just like depressing. Like it's just made to look like just depressing
hmm
capitalism, like you just said.
Exactly. Yeah,
Really.
like the built for purpose, and then like you see in Spain like how
Yeah.
like there's natural arches and
Oh,
there's just statues just sitting
beautiful.
out there for no reason, and you're like, oh, this is wonderful. Like
Yeah.
that was like a lot of the impression I got when I
It's
came home
for
from
the human
Spain.
eye. It's for beauty. Whereas, like you
Yeah,
said, everything here is made for purpose. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. Like I like how you mentioned that.
yeah,
That's
it's
there's a
true.
word for that. It's called utilitarianism. Yeah, and that's a very Western
Yeah,
idea.
that's right. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a very Western, or I think like the American continent seems to have that idea that like everything just needs to serve a purpose, and if it doesn't serve a purpose, it's wasteful. And it's like, ah, goddamn, like because for Spain, like Spain's been there for so many time, like years and centuries, that there's been civilizations time after time building on top of each other, that building something that lasts, building something that's beautiful, that's fucking useful. Like that, like for them it pays off because they fucking, these Spaniards get to live there for hundreds of years and experience it. Whereas Las Vegas, where I live,
yeah,
Vegas was like it's only been established for like 150 years. Like that's the crazy bit, is like everything here has been recently made. Everything here is kind of like built to be
yeah,
disintegrated. Like it's depressing in that nothing is made to last because nobody cares. Like because
yeah,
the guys who built
yeah.
it
In
got
Europe,
their
they make the
paycheck.
things.
Yeah, they got their
Yeah,
paycheck.
they make them to last like thousands of years.
Yeah, and like it makes me
Timeless.
it makes me sad that people are so short-sighted, but it's one of the consequences of the way some systems work. Like I like math and I like economics. And one of the things about economics that I find very scary is the concept that growth is one of the only major factors in terms of economies. And it's one of the things that I tell people is you cannot have endless growth. You like it is impossible. You cannot have
Mm.
Earth has only a certain amount of resources, and you cannot have a company that grows till the end of time. Like you will find boundaries, and unfortunately, people still don't understand that. Like people still keep expanding, people still keep going and going, and they don't understand that there are limits that they cannot exceed. And unfortunately, like those people are not listening to the scholars. They're not listening to the scientists. They're not listening to
Yeah,
the people that are saying like, "Hey, you're depleting our resources. Hey, you're depleting our, gas reserves. You're depleting, this and that, our water." Um, like for example, I'm on Las Vegas, so like there's the Boulder Dam. Um, the Boulder Dam is depleting. Like it's gonna run dry in 20 years, and like nobody's stopping it. Like it's so sad that like
hmm
greed is just mm, stopping that, because hey, as long as we can make a couple $1 billion before this well runs dry, we're good. But what happens to all the
yeah,
natives?
yeah. They just pump it dry.
Yeah, what happens to all the people who live here when the water gets run dry? Like what happens to us? Like how am I going to get my water? Like
hmm
it
No,
it's
there's no foresight. It's just what's the benefit we can get from this now,
yeah,
and that's it. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
the
it's
short-sightedness. And it
yeah,
scares me that short-sightedness has been ruling the world for almost 100 years now. Like it's like have you been seeing the memes about like the Boeing planes and shit like that?
oh yeah,
Dude, and like that's true. Is it's all short-sightedness. Like a company that used to be known for making amazing jets, what did it do? They started getting cheaper. They started cutting corners, and now they're known as a joke. Their whole reputation went in the toilet, and they lost billions of dollars in terms of like reputation and stock because they were short-sighted, because they wanted to save and nickel and dime. And it's one of those deals where it's like you guys are fucking idiots. Like, you guys are supposed to have been the giants of this world. You're supposed to have been the gods. Like when you think of the Greek pantheon, these are the Greek pantheons. Like Apple, Google, Boeing, Raytheon, like Nvidia,
Yeah.
these
Yeah.
are
Wait.
yeah.
So what exactly was exposed about Boeing? Like I heard some stuff in the news. Like what's happening right now with Boeing? I
So
didn't.
so the Boeing planes are defective. So a lot of these planes
I know
are
the 737, right?
yeah, the 737s are being made with like faulty door systems. And the door systems
Yeah.
they were cheapening it. Like they were replacing the metal parts with plastic parts, and they were reducing the tolerances. Like there's so many little details. So like I used to be an engineer. And so one of the things about engineering that's really important is called tolerances, or like, quality
Yeah, we have that.
control.
I was gonna say because I work. This kind of affects me because I work in a company called SAF, and we make landing gear for planes, right? So
Yeah, so tolerances are
you have all
super
these like
important.
tolerances, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
100%.
and
Yeah.
and it's so crazy, bro. Like it's so crazy that it seems like overnight the people who were in charge of Boeing suddenly decided like, "Oh, we're just going to overlook all of these problems and try to nickel and dime and save money, and just so we can make an extra couple of $1 million in a quarter." And that was the one thing that taught me about the world, right? Is here's the one thing that people don't tell you: executives don't stay at companies very long. They usually move around every 3 or 4 years. So what they do is they hop into a company, they save a fuck ton of money by implementing very short-sighted, stupid ideas, and then they get huge bonuses. Like you see how like American CEOs are paid hundreds of millions of dollars. It's stock buybacks and all this bullshit.
Yeah.
And so what they do is they make all of this fucking money doing all of these horrible things that are damaging the company, and then they leave and they go to a new company. And I'm like, wait a minute. This new company, didn't you see what he did to the old company? Why did you hire this guy? But it doesn't fucking matter, because America is literally an old boys club where everybody's buddies with everybody, and it's like, oh yeah, did you fuck over Boeing?
Buddy, yeah.
Who cares? Fuck over this company. I don't care. And it's like a merry-go-round, and it's like it's a joke. It's a joke to them, man. Like all the honest companies that actually gave a shit about making good product, they're just hopping in, taking over, fucking it up, and leaving with millions of dollars in bonuses and golden parachutes, and they don't care. Like Bobby Kotick, the fucking Blizzard CEO, that dude fucking allowed so much harassment to happen at that company, and he's getting millions of dollars. He never even got in trouble. He's still in charge. He's making millions, and it's known that
Yeah.
he allowed harassment to happen.
Crazy.
And it's like that's the whole deal, is that there's no accountability, and all these guys see it.
Nothing. Yeah.
They're exploiting it, and that's what I tell people is, as long as these things happen, as long as these guys are able to just hop from company to company, destroying things systematically and not being held accountable, like it's just gonna look like it's sabotage, bro. Like how, like I jokingly say, like how can you say these aren't Russian plants? Like Elon Musk buying Twitter and ruining it. Don't you think that would have been a really good Russian inside job? Like, think about it, bro. He just destroyed an American, media company.
Yeah.
Like, if I was the Russian government, that would have been a fucking great job. You know, like it's one of those deals where it's like
Yeah.
people need to see the
I
big
forget. I
picture.
think I was hearing.
Mhm.
Yeah, for sure, bro. I was hearing what was it exactly? I forget the exact news story, but they're basically saying like how, you know, like they have like Russian plants in America basically like intentionally creating like racial divide.
Yeah.
Like have you heard about that stuff? Like
Oh
how
yeah, like it's all
they're
like
literally like all these like Black Lives Matter and all that stuff. Like it's all just like from the Russians. You know what I mean?
yeah, well, it could be Black Lives Matter, but it could also be on the other side, like all this Nazi shit. Like I don't want to
Yeah,
say,
that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
But yeah, like
I don't want to say that these Nazi sympathizers are all Russian made up people. Like there's probably actual people, but you're right.
yeah,
Like there's instigators.
provocateurs.
That's it,
Yeah.
provocateurs. Like it's one of those things that's
Yeah.
very interesting. Is this is what I tell people, right? Like I'm like Joe Rogan, where I believe we're just like slightly intelligent monkeys, but I also believe in the divine nature of humans too. Is like we have the potential to be so fucking amazing, to do amazing things, but then we also have the potential to be fucking idiots, to be easily manipulated and be easily led. You know, just like how the Bible says, you know, like how you're easily led down this wide path, and you know the righteous path is a straight and narrow and shit like that. Um, it reminds me a lot about the world right now. Is like there are so many people who are easily led astray. Like there's all these like alpha male dudes, you know, like Andrew Tate and shit like that, who try to teach you like, oh, this is the way to be a man. And I'm like, that's not the way to be a man. That's a way to be a coward. You know, like you think you're a big man by treating women like shit. Like that's not what a big man does.
Yeah.
That's what a coward does. Um, and like, because
Yeah.
again, when you look at the Bible, like the Bible teaches you to like the husband respects the wife. He loves his wife. You know, he doesn't treat her like shit.
Yeah.
He doesn't belittle her. Um, and that's what I try to teach kids nowadays. Is like you guys have the unique opportunity to make a change, to like be the first generation that doesn't, you know, institutionalize, you know, traumatizing women and shit like that. You know, like
Yeah.
it unfortunately it
It's
just,
like
yeah, it
like
happens.
chivalry. I think that's the word.
That's it. Yeah, like to be noble. Like it's one of those things that I tell people.
Yeah.
It's like that's like, you know, chef's kiss right there, is to be noble. Um and it just warms my heart, like this idea of being noble. Like isn't that cool to like so here's a little bit about my life. Like there was one point that I was so fucking bitter. Like I was ready to throw it all away. I was ready to be like a terrorist. I won't lie. Like I wanted to like you know Ted Kaczynski, right? Like the fucking Unabomber. Like there was at one point where I was kind of like on,
Oklahoma, right?
yeah, I can't remember exactly, but like there was at one point where like I wanted to die, where I wanted to die for a cause, that I wanted to do something crazy. Um but I got out of that. You know, like and when I got out of that, I realized like, oh shit, I was being played. Like I was being fed
Yeah.
a whole bunch of shit that was leading me down a path where I was gonna be played by a puppet master.
Yeah.
Like, cause that's the whole thing that I tell people is like those people,
Yeah.
like those people who you know go and commit terrorism, who do the school shootings, they're being played. They're pawns. They're just little like
Yeah,
instruments
they
in
are.
this war of hatred, and like that's what I tell people is like why I'm so terrified is I thought I was a smart person. I thought I was a very intelligent person, and I was susceptible to that. Like anybody can be
Yeah.
swayed. Anybody,
Anybody.
anybody, and like that's it. Is like I tell people is like that's why we gotta care for each other. That's why we gotta watch for each other. Is because anybody's susceptible.
No matter how smart you think you are, like we're all like we know nothing. Nothing.
Yes, exactly. Like that's why I love Socrates. Is like the best thing that you could say is that you know nothing. Like, and that's what I tell people now. Is I love taking the stance that I know nothing. Is when people ask me like if someone would ask me like truly what is your opinion on the Israel Palestine situation, is again I always say like I'm not educated enough to give a true opinion. Like I know that what I say is
Yeah.
you know a a flawed interpretation of the information presented to me, and that everything that I say can and could entirely be not true. And it scares me sometimes. Like have you ever heard about the Matrix? You know, like that we could all be in computer programs and stuff like that. Like,
Oh
yeah, dude. Like 100% we could. I could totally be in a computer program right now, and I could be an NPC or some shit like that. And it's one of those deals where it's like you just gotta deal with it. You know, like I could be a robot. I like everything I could experience could just be a fabrication. But at that point, all that matters is being happy. All that matters is being good. Like
yeah.
in it
I
so
mean,
so in the Matrix.
yeah, it could be anything, Matrix, whatever it is. It's like we just gotta like you gotta be happy with what you have. Like you know what I mean? Like
Exactly.
we know nothing. Like we're just freaking humans. What are we? We're freaking just like nothing. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, and that's
we know no
the way I
crap.
look at it is it's like it's the way you beat the puppet masters is if you refuse to be hateful, if you refuse to be their pawn, and if you just choose to be happy and to spread like the like that's basically what I'm doing to you right now is I'm spreading the happy cheer. You know, I'm being like Santa Claus or some shit. You know, like
Of course,
like
no, and honestly,
mhm,
it's like you have like I feel like sometimes even with me,
mhm.
you have no idea what kind of domino effect you can have. It's like, or no, it's called like butterfly effect.
That's
Like
it.
even like
Mhm.
we're just talking right now. You take some of what happens in this conversation in your real life, and then what
Mhm.
happens in real life leads to something else, and you just made like an incredible change in someone's life or
Oh
something. You
yeah.
know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
you know, I believe in that kind of stuff.
Yeah, like I remember I would play Xbox 360,
You know,
like
you
Xbox
make
Live when I
one
was a
little
kid.
difference, and that
Mhm.
can mean the world.
Yeah, like there
Sorry.
like yeah, there were people I would play Xbox Live with that would say like the most wise things to me that like changed my life, man. Like I remember that there was this time where like I apologized to the guy while we were playing Xbox Live and he's like, I mean, I'm glad that you're saying sorry, but like I just want you to be better. And I'm like that was the first time ever that somebody wasn't mad at me when I did something wrong, that he actually just wanted me to improve as a person, and it was some random stranger on Xbox, and I'm like, "What the fuck? That was
Yeah.
weird." And so that's what I tell
Yeah.
people is, yeah, the strangest shit happens, and like it's funny, dude. Like there was like a person I was talking to like a couple weeks ago. It was this 13-year-old girl, and I was like straight up telling her, I'm like, you gotta be careful on the internet. Like, there's crazy people on here. Like, you should not be here. Like, and like that was
Mm,
it was kind of cool though that
yeah.
I
They're the
did.
most vulnerable.
Yeah, and like that was kind of the fun moment is, you know, like I just had a minute to kind of like tell them like, hey, you guys, like I want you to have a good life and I want you to be happy. Like, you don't have to go to people on the internet to seek validation, like all that shit. And I don't know if I made an impact to him, but I tried. Like that's cool. Like that's the deal for me
Yeah.
is it's gotten to the point now where like it's just a natural like baseline for me. It's like it's like here's a funny bit. Like whenever I get drunk, I'm now the very nice drunk. Like if I'm drunk, I'm super sensitive and I like always want to make sure that people are taken care of, because of how like I am as a person. And so like when I'm drunk, I'm just like you know, like naturally like saying like, hey, are you know, are you okay? I want to make sure I'm not making you uncomfortable. Like even when I'm inebriated, I care about people. And that was one of the coolest moments ever in my life. Is I'm like, shit, dude. If I'm like this when I'm drunk, like that must be mean I'm a good person, right?
Yeah. Of
It's
course, because you know what uh they say like when you're drunk, it's like who you really are, but like exacerbated. You know what I mean? Like it just brings out the real you, but like times 10. You know, like
yeah, that was the thing that made
yeah.
me sad is like when I found out that a lot of people get mad when they're drunk or get like really aggressive when they're drunk. Like I'm one of those guys that gets lovey-dovey. Like I'll go to my friends, I'm like, I want to let you know how much I appreciate you. Like I'm that guy. Like and like it's just one of those moments where it's like like here's the cool bit, right? Like when people talk about like what their wish is, like how people want to wish to rule the world, right? I don't care about any of that. Like if I could do one thing, I would educate the world. I would love to make it so that everybody in the world was educated and empowered so that they weren't susceptible to manipulation. Like I think that is the greatest power you can give to everybody is knowledge, intelligence,
Yeah.
like the confidence so that they could be capable members of society. Like that's the whole deal about
Yep.
me is like my faith in humanity is so high. It's like that's what I want. Is like I want everybody to be given a fair chance. And like sometimes I'll tell that to people and they'll give me a look and they're like, "What the fuck?" like I want a mansion, and I'm like, come on, man, like think about it. And they're like, "Yeah, but if everybody's smart, then like how can I get an advantage over them?" I'm like, "That's not the point." Like yeah, I could say that like yeah, I get a natural advantage in life because most of the people my age are kind of morons, but I would actually enjoy a world where everybody around me was the same level I was. I would enjoy a world where everybody was capable. Like like imagine that. Imagine a world
Yeah.
where everybody was good. That people weren't all like that there weren't hoodlums that like that's crazy. Like that's what I
Yeah.
think utopia is.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of ignorance and stupidity.
Yeah, and that's the thing that makes me sad is like it's just
Yeah.
ignorance, man. Like I really feel like that's just it is um the most beautiful things I've ever seen is when someone who's close-minded like opens up. Like that cuz that was me is I grew up in a very controlling religion and I was glad that I actually was willing to like listen to the concerns people had. Like that was the whole deal is I was one of those missionaries like Mormon missionaries where I would knock on people's door and I served in an area where a lot of people were educated. And so people would let us into their house just so they could sit us down and debate with us. and and it was rough, man. Like I was like there were times that I just kind of sat there terrified. I'm like, "Oh, I don't know what you're talking about." and it was
Scary,
tough.
yeah.
But like I listened to them. Like and it's one of those deals that I tell people is I don't have a problem with Christianity. Most of the problems I have is with the rules. Like the strict rules that people set that honestly like not everyone agrees on. Like again, my religion growing up, one of their biggest things is that they believe that like masturbation was wrong. And so like I remember as a kid feeling super guilty and feeling like I was gonna go to hell just because I was 15 and masturbated, like which was a normal thing that people do. Um, and it's just one of those deals. It's like looking back, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of fucked up. That like I was literally terrified. Like I remember I read that one verse that was like, if your hand offends you, cut it off. And as like a
Cut it off,
six,
yeah.
yeah, and as a 16-year-old boy, I'm like, if I cut my hand off, I won't masturbate anymore. And like that was a legit thought. Like I
But it's also like, yeah. There was also if your eyes cause you to sin, rip them out or something like if you're like lusting over women, you know what I mean?
yeah, so it's like imagine pouring bleach into your eyes and blinding yourself and shit like that. Like just so you don't masturbate. And so like that's what I tell people is you don't want to take anything to the extreme. Like and that's what I was doing is I was taking things to the extreme. Like I was hating myself for those little mistakes. And that's just what I tell people is I I don't tell anybody to not believe in Christ. I think Christ is a great example. I just tell people
Yeah.
to be careful about extremism. To don't hurt
Yeah.
yourself over those things. Because I tell people my story. I tell people that there were times that what I believed in, you know, kind of gave me, you know, thoughts I didn't like and gave me thoughts that were bad. And like I just tell people my story because I don't want people to go through what I did. You know, like I don't want people to think that they're like broken. Like cuz that was another thing that would really mess me up is I would talk to other people and they would like say like, "Oh yeah, like I don't have any problem with masturbating." And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, like how do you do it? How do you not masturbate? And so like I felt like something was wrong with me. Like I thought I was weak, you know? I thought I was a piece of shit, you know? And so like that's just like my little story that I tell people is yeah, just don't take it as personally as I did. Like give yourself some credit, you know, like don't be too harsh on yourself. And what I tell people is like yeah, like as long as you're not hurting somebody, it's not that big of a deal. Like that's what I kind of thought about is yeah, I don't think masturbation's that bad of a deal cuz you're not hurting nobody. You know, you're like I feel like you're just kind of relieving
It
steam.
comes down to yeah, it comes down to like everything in life is just balance, man. You know, like nowadays anything can be an addiction, literally anything.
Oh yeah.
Like
I mean like
like
here
people
I
get
am.
addicted to the weirdest stuff, man. You have
Video
girls like
games.
freaking getting addicted to like even like yeah, video games, nails, like they got to get their nails done like every freaking like week, like every weekend, you know what I mean? Everything can be like like troublesome, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
you
dependencies.
got to be careful. You got to balance everything out in life, and if you have that like balance, you know what I mean, that zen, then you're good. Yeah, man. Yo, that was actually really good talks, man. Like I appreciate it. Like you know what I mean.
Definitely. I think it's pretty late for you,
That was
huh?
some good stuff.
Yeah.
So, what's up?
I love your glasses.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
You have a good voice, by the way.
Thank you so much.
Your name's
What does my name say? I don't know what it said. What
it says I love little ones.
Oh.
Sorry.
I'm gonna keep it on. I ain't even know it said that.
It's even better that way that you didn't know that. Did your friend set it up for you?
I don't even know how to work this out. I just I do not like little ones, okay? I don't.
I believe you. I believe you.
Don't report me to the police, okay? I do not like little ones.
I won't report. Even if I knew how, I wouldn't.
What's in that cup? Can I have some?
Oh, this is actually like. So again, only if you're 21. This is Dolce.
Boy, that's that rich folks. Boy,
No,
so
so this actually isn't rich folks shit. Like you can get this at like the grocery store. So it's called Menage a Trois Sweet Red Blend. So like
wait, hold on to the screen. I want to take a screenshot.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Like so I've never been that big of a alcohol fan, but with the right blends, like this is sweet as fuck.
Mama, get me some.
It's good shit. Like I don't know where you live, but like if there's an Albertsons or Smiths nearby, you can buy this. Like they sell this at Albertsons and Smiths. It's so good.
Okay. Okay, I just want to let you know before I leave, I do not like little ones, okay?
All right, love you, bro.
Love you too, my boy.
Dude, you're awesome.
Skip that hoe.
What's up?
Oh, I like the drip. The drip.
Thank you. Yeah, it's
He's gay.
What's up? What's up? How you doing?
Pretty good.
Can you do the mewing? Fucking love it, bro. I swear, everybody your age can do it. You have a good one.
Hey, what up, bitch?
Nice hair, dude. How you doing? What's up?
A fucking hippie.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
Spread love, not war. All that.
Yeah, but male.
Smoke weed, take drugs, snort cocaine.
What?
Hell yeah, dude. I actually got weed.
Ooh,
Oh, damn, dude. Hell yeah. Got my alcohol right here.
I
Actually,
have weed as well. Do you have my weed?
actually,
we got like a gram left.
look at that. I got acid. Hell yeah.
Bruh.
Jealous.
I've wanted to try acid for so long, but like in our country, there's like so few people who sell it.
Yeah. Oh, you're not in the Americas. Where are you guys at?
The Netherlands.
Wait, I thought the Netherlands you could get a lot of cool stuff.
Weed.
Yeah, I mean we're on
Nice.
methadone right now, so you know you can answer that yourself.
Nice.
It's really easy to get stuff, but like the only thing that we cannot get is fucking LSD because we have someone who sells it, but he just doesn't respond to any texts.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that's the
Is that
same.
what Super tried
That's the same thing for me. Is my guy who gets me acid is he was a good plug, and then pandemic happened, and he disappeared. And like I've been saving that, like that's all I got, and I need to find someone, but I I live in a big city, so maybe I can find someone easily.
But doesn't that dry out though?
You've had that acid for over 2 years.
Oh, well, no, he was my plug for like the first 2 years of the pandemic, and then he disappeared. So like that's
Maybe
that.
he, like,
So
maybe he
it's been
died.
yeah. So it's been like I don't know. um, yeah,
Years.
but that's it.
1.5.
It happens. But like that's why I keep it in my freezer. So it so it's and it's also in a bag, so it doesn't dry out.
Okay, that's good.
Wait, what's your favorite experience on acid?
Oh, that's a good one. There was one time where I took acid with my two brothers, Willie and David, and we went to my brother Willie's house, and he had this room where he wrestled. So the whole ground was like a wrestling mat. So we were all
In his
shirtless.
house?
In his house, yeah. So he had just a wrestle room, and there was a TV in there. Yeah, he was really into fitness. He was really buff.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Yeah, and he's awesome. And the and basically there was a TV in the room, like hanging off the room, like it was a gym, and we were taking acid, and we were just rolling around laughing, and we put on YouTube and we put on video like a playlist of like Vine videos. Like, do you guys know what Vines are?
That's an amazing choice.
Oh my god, so we were on acid, sweating, eating hot Cheetos. and pizza, like frozen pizza, and watching Vines, and we were laughing and we were crying. Like, and there was this one YouTuber, his name was Broleg, and he made like videos about like old PlayStation games, and he was really funny, and he would do like memes, and he had like really good editing, and we were just like we were laughing so hard that like my heart was like hurting, or my lungs, and like
Yeah,
it was
the pain in your chest.
it was so good. Like it was beautiful. Like, and like that was
After next week.
like that was one of the, you know, more beautiful moments, because like after that, I feel like every time that we did acid, we would just like complain about the world while we were tripping. So like I would be looking at the like ceiling, and I'd be like, the world is fucked, and it's like, no, I want to watch funny videos again. like I want like I want to do it that perfect time, you know, watch the beautiful videos. What about you guys,
What, Mephedrone?
or on
We're,
anything?
Yeah, we're on Mephedrone.
I had like crazy hallucinations when I had ecstasy and weed.
Oh, bro, that's my fucking story.
No, mine. I was biking home after a party, and like I was alone, but I kept like seeing like the group still biking in front of me, and I was literally like talking to them, and then they slowly like evaporate, and it was just gone. And I had that like over and over again until I got home, and I just saw like the group still sitting on my bed and stuff, and it was weird.
Whoa, that is so
I
cool.
also had a similar experience. Right? So, I had access with weed. I think it was
This,
weed
I have this.
or hash.
I have this.
But huh?
I have this.
Okay. So like it was for this party, and like we got home from the party, and we said goodbye to our friends because I stayed at a friend's house. That's two of my other friends. And eventually, well, we were with three of us, you know, her house and then me and anywho,
What was
oh
it?
right, okay. So I forgot what I was saying, but so eventually we went inside, right? And we went to bed because we were all like really tired. And eventually, I just couldn't sleep, and I was on my phone like messaging a few people, and from then on, I don't remember anything to the point where I just sort of like woke up from a weird trippy ass something because I kept like visualizing that two of my friends were literally there with me, and I was actually having conversations with them, like genuine conversation, and it felt so real. I didn't know it was fake until like I think I like got myself out of the trip by saying something out loud, if that's possible. I have no idea how it worked, but yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Whole ass conversation that didn't even happen.
It's crazy.
Drugs are good, bro.
Yeah, like that's the fun thing that I tell people is like drugs are good. So like I used to be do you know what Mormon is?
Oh yeah, like really like Christian religious.
Yeah, so that's it. Is I used to be a Mormon. Is I
Bro,
I
swear to
believed in
God,
all that.
every single Mormon, like when you're born into a Mormon household, you either end up a junkie or just a Mormon.
That is so true.
Mormon people are like people who are like extremely religious, like.
Oh right. God.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they go
I'm
on
fucking brain.
they go on missions, they convert people, they go in the temple.
Yeah.
I did all of that.
Aren't Jehovah's Witnesses part of?
They're very
Mormon?
similar. They're very similar. They do
Yeah.
a lot of similar things. Yeah.
But
It's one of those, it's one of those funny things that I tell people is like, yeah, I kind of did the stereotypical thing. Like when I stopped believing, I kind of started doing drugs, and I realized I really liked it.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
As do we. As do we.
Yeah, like that's just what I tell people is like, you know, I could die at any minute. I might as well start enjoying life. Like
Yeah, just like experience it to the fullest.
yeah. Like it's kind of funny thinking that think about all the people who died virgins. Think about all the people who died never, never having weed.
Never, I can't imagine that.
Exactly. So it's one of those deals where it's like, hey, you know, maybe I'm a little bit weak because I need, drugs, but at the same time I'm happy. Like
Yeah.
I live in the one day and age that weed is legal and potent and
No, but like me personally, I don't even like do drugs to like find happiness. I just like enhance my happiness.
yeah,
I'm
exactly.
like happy in general.
Yeah, make things better. That's the way I see things.
Is weed for you like totally illegal, like no matter what?
Oh no. I'm from Las Vegas. In America, it's legal. I go to a store and I can buy it, and it's very good and clean and potent. Like
And that's all that matters.
so here's a good example, right? Um this is like a vape pen, right? I can go and buy a cartridge at the
Oh yeah.
store,
Yeah.
and then like my weed, like all the weed in this grinder, like that's from a dispensary. I bought this at a store.
Yeah. No, we've got like shops that we can
Nice.
buy from as well in the Netherlands.
Je hebt toch uit mijn zak gepakt?
Probably not really a shocker because like the Netherlands is known as like the weed country.
Nice.
I love.
Yeah, Amsterdam is the.
Oh,
capital.
dude, I've heard good stuff about Amsterdam.
Yeah.
It's really cool.
Yeah, Amsterdam is a place you should visit.
Man, I would love it.
Every time
Yeah,
I
I bet.
tell like foreigners I'm from the Netherlands, they go like, Amsterdam. I wanna
Yeah.
go to the coffee shop."
Amsterdam is like the first thing you think about when you hear the Netherlands. Alright.
Yeah, cause
Well,
like
it's been nice talking, but we gotta go. We're gonna go outside for a bit.
definitely, you guys were great. Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man.
Be
Alright.
safe.
You too, man.
Bye.
Goodbye.
What's up? I like the glasses. What's up?
Hello. What's up? Whoa, those are the.
How you doing?
Oh my god. Those are the tedious little circles I've ever seen on
Yeah. That's exactly it. It's like I got different sizes too. So I got like these tiny ones, and then I got like the slightly bigger ones.
Yeah.
So
That's
I could
kinda
go. What's even
funny.
actually? I got
Are you
the.
s- Damn. You're fucking prepped, locked and loaded.
It's such a silly little joke, but I got a whole
Are
like
you
little stand for it.
are you streaming?
Yeah, but I think nobody's watching.
Even if they are, I don't care. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I mean, like every Friday I do a little bit of something, and I guess I just like didn't have a game I wanted to play. I just kind of wanted to chill, and I've been drinking some wine. So, how you been?
I've been good. I've just been chilling on here. People have been nice tonight. I get a lot of weird people on here. People have been
Yeah, I imagine. I mean, like I usually get like pretty chill people. thankfully. And like that's the nice thing about Monkey is like for the most part people are pretty nice.
Yeah, for sure. Do you feel like
What's up?
Hey, you're in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Vegas.
No way! That's so cool. That's dope.
What you be doing? You look like you do something fun.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just like getting drunk right now. I'm pretty high.
That sounds fun. That sounds fun.
Dude,
I love it.
yo.
Hey, what's up with you? You a gamer?
Yeah, boy. What you play?
What you be playing? I play Apex, Fortnite. Yeah,
Nice. I play a little bit of Fortnite. I want to start playing like Helldivers and shit. That looks like a lot of fun.
Helldivers?
Mm-hmm. Like the fucking from Democracy Helldiving shit.
Are you buttered?
Am I what?
Are you high, bro?
I'm so fucking high. And I'm drunk.
Yo, like you having a good time, don't you?
I'm having a great time. How about you?
I'm chilling. I just got out on probation.
Nice. Nice. Hey, I'm glad you're out. Like, it's good. You better
Where
play
you
some.
don't play no. You don't play no Apex or nothing.
I don't think I touched Apex though. I'm pretty bad at first person shooters, not gonna lie. I like whenever it comes to like other people, I'm not the best and I get mad if I lose. So it's like I like playing only like PvE, campaign games or um versus bot. Cuz I just like other people online are just better than me, you know?
You like you a YouTuber or something?
A what?
So you like you a YouTuber or something?
Oh yeah. I mean like I try to do a little bit of YouTube and other
What's
stuff.
your YouTube?
It's called Everyman. Let me
Hold on, let me go on YouTube real quick. Like, what is it?
Everyman 1983. Like
I
that.
be sounding this other shit, bro. Hold on. Everyman what?
1983, and you gotta put the @ symbol there because I'm too small of a channel.
You said at the beginning?
Yeah, so it's gonna be like Everyman 1983. And I think the live stream is still going on right now.
On YouTube?
Yeah. Like I'm streaming this if you're okay with that.
It's straight. You said 19 what?
1983.
1983. I don't see you on her. For real, for real.
Damn. Let me check.
You sure it's on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. Yeah, let me see if there's a way that I can share it.
Are you good at Fortnite and stuff like that?
Yeah, I'd say I'm decent.
What's your Fortnite shit?
Yeah, I'd say I'm decent. Okay, there we go. I put just in there.
What'd you put in the chat?
Yeah, I just put in the link so you can find the video.
I'm on there.
Nice.
Wait, hold on. No, I'm saying, am I on your YouTube channel? You hear me?
Dude, let me go check. I think it's just live streaming what my screen is showing.
Oh, what's your Fortnite channel showing?
I don't have a Fortnite channel. I just got the Twitch or the YouTube. I just dropped the YouTube link. If you want, I could drop the Twitch link.
Oh, wait, I just click on it?
Yeah. Um,
And it's every man.
and here's the Twitch one.
Okay, this is you right here.
Yep.
And you're alive right now.
I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty drunk.
Feel me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Wait, pause it. Think, Renzo. Bro,
What's up?
what up, bro? What are you doing?
I was just finishing up my hot Cheetos. What's up?
So take off them glasses, man. Is you like a gamer or something?
Yeah, I'm a gamer, but I'm bad at it.
Oh, like what games you play? COD?
Nah, I play Fortnite. Mostly like single player games, like Inscription, like indie games as well. I'm a really like low key kind of gamer.
You got Twitch?
Yeah, I actually do got Twitch. Let me drop the link. Bop. What's up? What's up?
My dude, you look fucking chill.
Thanks, bro. You look
Bro,
pretty chill too.
bro, you actually dress like this in public?
I actually do. Like, I actually switched my whole like t-shirt wardrobe to just be like colorful shirts like this, and it actually just works, man. Like, I live in Vegas anyway, so like
Oh
people
yeah.
people dressing weird is kind of like normal anyway. So I just fit the vibe.
No, but I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure like your aura or your fucking energy is like very like fucking makes someone like like you look very easy to talk to.
Thank you, man. That's exactly what I try to radiate. Is like, I I want people to be like chill around me. You know, I want people to be, friendly, because
Right.
that's exactly what I want to be. You know.
Yeah, cause bro, you look approachable, bro. You look like
Thank
the
you.
type of guy to be like Calabunga, dude, and, like gnarly.
Cowabunga, yeah, man.
Bro, have you ever met somebody to talk like that? I never met someone to talk like that.
Ah, man. Honestly, I haven't. I haven't met anyone who had that authentic accent. Like, that would be amazing. And God, but like that would be so funny if I actually like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, man, let's talk about whatever you want. You want to have some 420?
It'd be like
I got my bongo right here, bro. Thank God.
it's like it gives out like Pineapple Express vibes. You feel me? Like the movie.
Yeah, dude. Hell
It'd
yeah, man.
be like, it's your homie Tony. How you doing, broski? Like,
Hey, it's your
yo.
broski. 420 on the down low.
It's like that. Okay, have you ever watched that show on Cartoon Network? It was called 16.
Yeah,
Yeah,
16.
there was a guy named Jude. He has like a beanie.
The guy with the beanie. Yeah, and he's like,
Bro.
hey, man. And he's like, how'd you get the lemonade, bro?
Bro, like bro. It will be cool. Like you kind of like very similar to his energy, bro. Like you're fucking laid back, chill.
Dude, that is exactly the vibe I want to get, man. It's like, oh, dude, like that's the whole deal, is being chill is what I want to be.
Right. And bro, Sally, bro. Let's admit it, bro. There's not that many chill people out there, bro. It seems like everybody's following a certain category of trend. Like, you got the douchebags, you got the girls that, you live in Vegas, bro. You see it all.
Yeah, I mean, like it's kind of true that people always fit into some kind of category.
Yeah.
But what I do is like, my whole deal is I see through the bullshit, right? Like I grew up like super religious, and now I'm not really.
Right.
But I've kind of met friends on all sides of the groups,
It's like
and
that saying. It goes like you can't bullshit the bullshitter.
yeah, and so it's like going through what I've gone through, I just don't really see things that way that like people just fall into groups or become like a certain kind of person. Rather, like I treat every person as they are. And as a result, like it helps. Like I was talking to someone about this earlier, like these phones, these apps, they really want to put us into a situation um where we want to hate each other, where we want to get mad at each other, where we want to blame each other for problems. And what it does is the news kind of just wants to get us mad. It tells us all these problems and shit. And it always ends up with the conclusion that, like, there's someone to blame, here's the person you should get mad at, blah, blah, blah. And what it does is it manipulates you. There's always these puppet masters telling you who to get mad at, and it saddens me because it's like, how do you know the truth anymore when you have all of these different people who could be paid by these rich billionaires to just say whatever they want to trick you, to make you believe that, oh, it's this person's fault or it's that person's fault, so that you're always tricked. And it's just one of those bits where like, I'll be honest, I don't know. Like, I got no answers. I tell people the truth, where I just say, like, look, I don't know who the bad guy is. All I can tell people is I'm gonna be a good guy. Because, like, have you seen like those like really positive posts where people say like the world is terrible, so I won't be? And like all those like really positive shit like that.
Yeah.
And like or like a man has no enemies. um like that's the shit that gets me, is because like I kid you not, like I love anime. Like the Vinland Saga, that shit hit me. Like seeing
Is it,
Thorfinn.
it is that the enemy with the guy that's he's like a samurai and he went from a badass killer to being more of a humble wandering samurai?
Kinda, yeah. Like he was a little bit of a blonde kid, and it was in Iceland, but I think it's similar. Yeah, like how like all the quotes are like a man has no enemies and shit like that, and how he's super
Right.
peaceful. And that's it. Is like it was so cool how the first season was all about like this whole vengeance story, and when I watched the series, that's all I knew is the first season, and then the next season came out where it did a time gap, and he was a calmer person, and he was healing. And it like at first I was like shocked. I'm like, what the fuck? This guy got over it? He got better? What the fuck? I thought he was gonna stay mad. This is not cool. Like it was so funny how I got mad over it for a bit. And then like over time I'm like, ah shit, like he figured it out. He realized that he was becoming a victim of the cycle of hatred, and he did what his dad did. And because I watched like the anime, I knew what his dad was like. His dad was also similar in that like a man has no enemies, blah blah blah. And it's one of those things that like it took me forever to learn. Is I always thought it was stupid how these hero characters die from people that they were merciful to. And it's one of those things where it's like these animes finally taught me something, where that's the whole point, is it doesn't matter that they died. What mattered is that they were always merciful throughout their whole life. It didn't matter that someone took advantage of them. What mattered is that they were always a good person. And that was Thorfinn's dad. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. oh shit, like it's one of those deals. It's like it's not about never dying. It's not about never getting your ass kicked. Because like you're right. Like someone could just shoot you in the back at any moment, dude. Like you can't stop that, no matter how good of a person you are. That's the point. Is all that matters is what you do, is how you act, is how you treat people. And it's like, oh shit. Like it's just one of those like it's that neuron activation meme. It's like, oh, you know, like like
Yeah.
like it fucking connected in my brain. I'm like, oh, I get it now. Like,
So like the main character, he removed like pride and ego and became more of like a modest, humble character. But you were so used to of more of the main character becoming like a killer badass, like no mercy. And now that you
yeah.
see something like more peaceful, it's kind of more like as you're very uneasy with it because you're like you usually don't see that like animes portraying a main character with like humbleness and you know being more of a like a philosophical anime where it dwells into the anime into the characters kind of like healing and growing and like creation and evolution like into a better person.
Exactly, man. It's one of those deals where it's like sometimes stories elevate your experience. Like, um, have you ever gotten like you know, car sick or air sick where like like food didn't taste good, or like music wasn't entertaining to you, or like TV
Right.
shows annoyed you, like for whatever reason, like just nothing was good and you couldn't enjoy anything, and all you wanted to do was sleep. Like I was in one of those funks, and like that's what Vinland Saga did to me, is that like it suddenly like gave me breath, it suddenly gave me life, it suddenly like it was something I enjoyed. um and like sometimes like that's what people need, is they need that like spark, that jump. um and like so many other stories have inspired me, like especially like Attack on Titan. Like it's so funny that I tell people this, is like, yeah, like the story of Eren Yeager definitely inspired me as well. Is like, you know, this kid, especially how the later seasons go, is you find out like that this kid's whole story like fueled his future actions, who that's quite, you know, horrible. and and it's one of those deals, it's just a cautionary tale, is it's supposed to warn you, because like I sit here, I look chill as fuck, but like I'm totally honest with people, is there was a tiny little chance that I didn't make the decisions I made, and I could have ended up being a very different person. um like one thing that I tell people is, like, because I was really like big in the church and I learned a lot, I learned very quick, like I'm like a chameleon. I learned how people talk and I start emulating that so I can, you know, be like them. You know, it's some kind of like learning thing that kids get.
Is it like it's like a mimicking or like a kind of
Yeah.
like you digest you're very observant of somebody's like actions like the way they speak or like the body language and you feel
Yeah.
like you can mimic all that.
Yeah, exactly. And so like in the Mormon church there's a way that they talked. It's like, so here would be a good example, is we had this joke and it was called the conference talking um cadence, and it was basically like, brothers and sisters, I come before you today to tell you about the story of Christ. You know, like it's this funny like stupid way that they talk. And so like it was
Do they
this
all talk like that? Now that you realize?
yeah, but like that's the whole deal, is like once you start realizing they all kind of talk like that. And that was the whole joke, is like, oh, that like that's the cadence. Like they always talk like this. You know, they always have to kind of be whispering. You know, it's just, and you know, it's one of those deals where um like I remember I once did that as a joke when I was like 14, is I went up there as a 14-year-old and I was like, brothers and sisters, and like everyone kind of like chuckled a little bit. It was an inside joke. Like if you've ever been like in the military or in any kind of like group, like a marching band, like there's always kind of like those inside jokes, like that wink, wink, nudge, nudge, that like, oh yeah,
Right.
yeah. Um, and so that was kind of like what it was growing up is like I would say this is I learned very quickly the way to talk to people and also the way to like get in people's heads. Like I don't want to say I was a narcissist, but like I was raised in a church that kind of taught me the little like methods, and it was weird like that they had it in
Like
like
it
little
taught you
books.
like a psychology like type of thing, like a
The psychology, exactly. Like for instance, they would teach you things like, oh, you want to find people who recently lost a loved one, and then we would ask them like, oh, did you lose a loved one? And then if they would say yeah, you would tell them the message of what's called the plan of salvation, and you would be like, oh, well, God has a plan for your kid, and your kid can still go to heaven if you do this and this and this. And it was just this whole idea of like baiting and like baiting questions
yeah,
is like
it's like baiting someone like someone's like more easier. It's more easier for somebody that went through a tragedy because they're so vulnerable that they're willing to listen to anything that would kind of give them relief
yeah.
or like an answer.
That one, and that was the thing that made me really mad is as I came home. Like I didn't lose my faith until after I came home. So like I did my whole 2 years of my mission. I came home, and then like the more I learned about the world, the more I'm like, wait a minute, that's not right. It's like that's considered immoral to find people in vulnerable positions and to teach them about religion and to tell them, like, oh, this person that you lost, you can still be with them, blah blah blah, if you do this and this. And like the more I started thinking like that, the more I realized like things were becoming a problem. And and that's the whole deal is when I would talk to people about these things, they would start telling me that. They're like, "Well, you're not thinking about it the right way." And I'm like, "I'm sorry. Like how do you want me to think about this?" And like there were other examples too. Like when I would learn about my church, like, because every church has problems. Like, were you like a Catholic or a Lutheran or anything like that?
For me, I was a Catholic, and I could tell you very similar with like what you've been through. I noticed that they always use in a way like when it comes to donations around the church when they give out the basket. I kind of noticed in my head as a little kid, like at 12, I started realizing like, why the fuck are they giving it? Why the fuck are they rotating the basket 3 times in one church session? And every time when they were like giving out the basket, they were saying, "Oh, if you do it, the more you give, the more you receive." Like they just keep preaching that as people were donating money. And I know it's like the elderly people, they were like the hardcore, like they're like how much they donate when you see it. Like I saw like old people putting like $100 bills, and I just start realizing I'm like, it's like in my head I'm like they were like basically saying not basically saying, but at the end of the church, they would have like the carnivals and the money makers, and it basically they were just being. It was more of a church was more of a like a socializing place. It wasn't even more of a preaching. It was more just, oh, we're gonna have a concert at the end of the day. We're gonna have a carnival. We're gonna have a band. Everybody bring their kids. And honestly, bro, just me being in church and me knowing people that are like Christians, like the most hypocritical people I ever met in my life are Christians. Not because there's two different types of Christians. The ones that they believe and they follow their beliefs like in their head and just kind of live by their will and free choice of will. But there's the other ones that keep preaching it and they tell you, oh, like they give you advice to become a better person, but they don't even abide by their own rules or their own wording. And those are like the most hypocritical Christians I ever met. I'm sadly, dude, I'm like I meet more of them than anything else.
Yeah, oh, dude, it's rough.
It
Like,
is, dude.
and what's the interesting thing that I tell people is, I know a little bit of both sides. Like, I won't lie. Like, I was definitely a big hypocrite. I remember that there were times that I would like chastise people, that I would call people to repentance, and be like, hey, you need to be better, even though I was doing the exact same shit. And it was really, humbling that, people would call me out and shit. But at the same time, yeah, it was that culture. It was like how we always had to say this stuff, but we would never actually keep it. And
Right.
it was disgusting. Like, I remember that when I was a missionary, I would tell people, they had to keep these commandments, but I was still not keeping some of them. Like, there were still certain things that I still couldn't follow. Like, still weaknesses I had, um, and like that's the whole deal. I kind of felt is I'm like, I don't want to expect anything from somebody if I can't even do
Right.
it.
It's like I think one of the biggest weaknesses I have, I'm gonna be very honest with you, I'm gonna be very like one on one on you. It's probably like lust. I think lust is one of my biggest like not in a way where I talk to women and I just fuck them. Like I'm not the type of guy, but a lust in the way of if there's a girl, I'm gonna use some some weird wording, but if there was a girl with a fat ass that walked by me, sadly, bro, sadly, I will break my neck and look at it, and that's the type of lust I have, and there's times where I kind of feel guilt, bro, because like people, bro, hey, bro, don't watch porn. Porn is bad for you. But I'm the guy that goes back home and beats my dick to like a big booty like Tina video, and it's crazy. like like you see the boy,
No
it's
worries,
like
bro.
that. It's like that saying, like you can't bullshit the bullshitter, dude. Like at this point, I don't even believe every person that says, "Oh, bro, I don't look at ass." Like I haven't done that since 1945. Like it's bullshit, bro. Like everybody, looks at ass, and I feel like some people view it in a different way. Like some people can say they're admiring beauty. Yeah, that sounds like a pleasant way of saying it, right? Than saying, "Oh, dude, that girl's a fat old booty." But I feel like everybody has their own way of to kind of like just bullshit with themselves, like not really like not really be honest with themselves. So they just come up with excuses like, "Oh, bro, like like God made these bitches so we can look at them and admire them." And hey, I was too real right there, huh?
Oh, no, I love that shit, dude. I love how honest you are. But like I'm on the same path, dude. Like, I'll be honest, I'm a tit guy, but I do love boobs, or I do love
Right.
ass.
Hey, you got a lot of that in Las Vegas, man. I know, bro.
A lot of
I don't want to
plastic
sound like a
surgery.
horny dude, but the girls that get paid to be wearing like flamingo fucking $5 pictures, bro. Those girls are don't get me wrong, they're very beautiful. They got the ass and tits, but just I feel like for you, bro, like as a person that wants to change, I feel like Vegas is probably like the hardest place to be at during the
Yeah.
change to get
Oh
a
yeah.
rust, because there's a lot of beautiful women in Vegas, man. Like don't get me wrong, because I
Oh yeah.
remember I went to Circus, dude, and I always tell people I never seen so many beautiful women in one place, unlike a Circus. Like that's where I saw the most beautiful woman in my life, bro.
Yeah, I'm lucky in that I don't really spend a lot of time on the strip. So I don't really see that. Like right now I'm actually at a pretty good point. It's like I got a partner where it's like that's where I get all of my one-on-one action.
Mm.
Um like, and we got a good deal going. Like, she's okay if I look at porn. Like, um basically, like, if there are things that you look for that might not be possible, then it's fine to do it in fantasies, right?
Right.
It's better to do it in fantasies than to try something in real life. That's what I say. And so, like, that's kind of what I do. Is like, I don't have a lot of experiences. Like, I stay loyal to my partner, but if there's ever a time where like I want to do something else, like, my imagination's pretty good. Um,
Right.
so like that's the whole deal. I tell people is like, as long as it doesn't hurt anybody, is I'm pretty chill. Like, if you can, if like, and that's another thing too is I'm kind of weird like that. I like watching stuff that I know is made by people who
consented and enjoyed it. So like for instance, like my brother like introduced me to it at first. He's like, yeah, have you ever tried like homemade porn? I'm like, what do you mean
Oh,
homemade? And he's like, yeah, it's like when it's just like a couple that like makes a video, um, and like they love each other and shit like that. I'm like, what? Like they're not just like two porn stars fucking? And he's like, yeah, like it's actually just like two real people who enjoy each other's company. I'm like, oh, and like I really enjoy that shit. And so it's just one of those deals. It's like everybody's got their kinks, right? Like some people
right.
like everybody likes weird shit, and I just found out like that's the shit I like is the homemade shit, and um like I don't yuck anybody's yum, but like the reason why I like that so much is because I know nobody's getting hurt. Is it's just two
Right.
people? It's two people who love each other recorded that, and if you choose to enjoy that, that's on you.
Right.
But like nobody's getting hurt, nobody's being abused. There's no girl that's being trafficked, because like that's one thing I kind of found out about porn that's actually really scary. Is like yeah, a lot of porn apparently is involving people who are being trafficked and not like raped.
Yeah, dude, I heard
Yeah.
about that. I think I heard something on a YouTube video that a bunch of porn videos got taken down because some of the porn videos had minors in it, and
Yeah.
some people didn't even know it was like a fucking 15-year-old getting fucked in porn in a Pornhub. So that's why Pornhub got sued, and that's why they took down like so many videos, and it's crazy, bro. Because
Yeah, dude,
like to me,
that's why I only like certified porn stars now. Like
right,
I only like girls that like I know their name because I know who they are and I know that they're legit.
right,
Like is like it's so funny to say it's like I'm one of those guys. I'm a big consent guy. I only think a girl is hot if I know that she's above like a reasonable age. Like what's even funnier is like I don't even like the shit that's like barely 18. Like
yeah,
especially at my age, I'm like, nah, that's not cool. Like I'm not really into that. I kind of like the older girls anyway.
yeah.
like
Cause like
I
for me, dude, I like my girls like being 30 and like fucking ants and like that type of like milfs.
mhm.
Bro, one thing I noticed about porn, bro, is like I've been watching porn since I was probably like fucking 12. But one thing I noticed about porn, bro, it's like it's becoming so weird to the point where I don't know if you ever noticed where it's becoming more of a what's that shit called when you fuck your own family member? Incest.
Incest.
Like they're trying to involve it around that subject. It's like step bro or like stepsister, and just
Mhm.
like it's like damn bro, and or they put like 18-year-old girl gets fucked by a BBC. And you could tell by the thumbnail they try to make the girl look really young by putting her like by making her have braces or making her look very thin. And you're like,
Yeah.
what the fuck, bro? Like,
It's
it's
fetishes, man. It's like there's a lot of weird fetishes. It's like it's one of those deals where it's like I'll admit like everybody's got their weird shit. Like
yeah,
I won't lie. Like I kind of like the mommy son kind of deal. Like
right. Oh yeah, actually,
yeah. So
if
it's
it's
like
done right, and like they get the right actor with the like banging body, oh dude,
oh yeah,
it's
dude. Like
a good video.
and like if the milf's got a great ass body, like it's hot as shit.
Yeah,
And like it's one of those deals where it's like I remember I watched one of those videos and it was like have you ever heard of like the post nut clarity where you kind of just feel ashamed like
yeah,
like like it was one of those deals where it's like I like I won't lie, I nutted watching one of those videos and like afterwards I was like like if I kept watching I'm like oh this so weird. Like and like that's and that's the whole deal is like that's why I have a list of like the actresses I like is I usually like the more curvy actresses because of that. Like cuz I don't like the like young looking bodies where they're barely
right.
curved, where they look like they're 18 and or like teenage and shit like that. Like I kind of like a girl with a little bit of junk in the trunk.
Right, yeah.
Like
Like
and
fully developed.. They were like fucking.
exactly it's just one of those deals. It's like yeah, maybe call me old fashioned, but like that's my kink. Cause like I like a chick that I know she's not like you know barely educated. Like I know that this chick is, lived her life and isn't,
Nah,
that
man, I get you, man,
like,
because
yeah.
like I get you, brother, because like, bro, porn became so weird, bro. Like, I remember I came across a video, bro, like on the recommendations. It was like a pregnant woman getting fucked by a BBC, and I was like, I'm like, bro, what the? And bro, I kid you not, that shit had like 30 million views. And I'm like, bro, what is this, bro? I kept scrolling down. The second weird shit I came across is a fucking a midget getting fucked by a BBC. I'm like, bro, what's bro? Like, I was going deep down the rabbit hole. Then I saw a cuckold video. I'm like, all right, I can watch a cuckold video. So it was like a banging like fucking MILF getting fucked by a BBC. I'm like, all right, that's cool. Then out of nowhere, the fucking guy was like, oh yeah, like you like that, honey? And the woman was like, yeah, I do. I love this big black cock. And the girl and the wife told the guy, the cameraman, come over here and suck it for me. And the guy, the cameraman, he kind of filmed himself sucking the black dick. I'm like, bro. I'm like, bro. Like, I'm telling you, bro, weird. Like, porn is becoming, it's becoming like very like brainwashing, bro. Like,
Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, I
bro,
mean, I'm glad I'm pulling back. Like I talk to kids like, so apparently I thought edging was a joke. Like, but I've talked to people who actually
what does
do.
edging actually mean, bro? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't even know what it means. I see it on Instagram comments, but nobody ever fucking,
Dude,
discuss like the definition.
it's nuts, bro. So there's a different there's two kinds of edging. There's like edging for a day, and then there's edging for more than a day. Um, so the way that it was described to me, and like I've kind of done it before, but I usually never make it last for more than an hour. But it's this idea that like every time that you like, because every guy kind of has their own internal thermometer where they know like, when they're kind of getting to the point where they're ready to, blow their
No.
load. Exactly, the nut alert, right?
Yes.
So edging is this whole concept of every time that you're getting ready to nut, you hold off and you don't get to there. Um, and the idea of edging is that you can start at just the idea of edging for a whole day. But basically the idea of like every couple hours you kind of like get to that point, but you never get to the climax, and you wait to do your climax until like the end of the whole day. Like the whole time that it's been described to me is I've always like I'm a kind of a busy person anyway. So like I usually don't dedicate more than like 15 to 30 minutes to get my steam off. So hearing how long this process takes, it definitely doesn't sound very, efficient to me. Like that's the whole deal about me is like I'm kind of one of those guys where like I think of everything in terms of like, well, is it really that worth it? Like imagine that, like spending 3 to 4 hours kind of jerking it, but never actually getting to the point where you blow your load.
That's like giving yourself blue balls full time.
Yeah, well, see, that's the whole deal. Is it sounds like blue balling, but from the people who have described it to me, they say that it's a feeling unlike any other. And it's one of those deals where it's like if it was just one person describing it to me, I would probably dismiss it. But I've now had 3 separate people describe edging to me, and they all like have different levels of like reverence towards it.
So
And
like, bro, this is like a real thing.
it's a real thing, bro. Like I kid you not, edging is a real thing. Like it's a lot with the younger kids. Like that's the whole deal is like I'll just be on a Discord server and this younger kid will just talk about edging and I'm like, "Wait, do you actually edge?" And he's like, "Oh yeah, dude, I've been edging for like a week." And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude, I haven't came in a week." And I'm like, "What?" Like he's like, yeah, dude, like I keep jerking it, but like I don't finish. And like they just haven't blown their load, and I'm like, that sounds painful. You know, and
Oh,
but they do it. But apparently it's not a new thing. Like it's so funny too, because like my roommate is like this he's this old musician in his 70s, so he's like a dad figure to me. um and he described something similar when he was a kid, how he would like draw it out, and he told me that it was also pleasurable and shit like that. So I think it's just one of those things that like we do historically, is like, you know, people have been doing it and they've been passing it down. But the funny bit is he's telling me, you know, he's in his 70s. He's like, yeah, I can barely even get it up anymore, and I think it's damaged because of all that edging. And so I'm in the boat where I'm not gonna do that. Like, nah, dude. Like,
because like the fact that the old, shout out to like your roommate, man, the guy's spinning you game, but like he's giving you like some Vinland Saga type of like wisdom, like bro, like
yeah,
don't do the same shit as me.
exactly. Like when he told me that shit, he's like, "Yeah, dude, like it kind of sucks that I got ED, so like maybe you shouldn't be edging." Like so it's like I got my roommate and I got like these three other people on the internet who all told, like, but the three people on the internet, um the first person told me about like the pain. So this was the guy who would like go a month, and he said it was painful. And then there was another guy who would go like a week, and he would describe this crazy ecstasy. And then there was a guy that would like do it over a day, and he would describe that it was pretty good too. So like it's like the pattern there was, you don't want to go crazy. Like if you go nuts, you're gonna cause some damage probably. But if you do it like a little by little, it's probably a little bit of fun. Um, and so that's kind of what I tell people about everything mostly, is like alcohol, weed, a little by little ain't gonna kill you.
Right.
Like even having sex, you know, like as long as you're doing it safe, as long as you're doing it with someone you trust, um, you know, have the right protection, all that shit. Like as long as you're not going crazy, it should be fine. Um, like, and everything in life kind of follows that same process. Is
It's like there's gotta be a balance, dude. Like you can't make
balance.
that shit into a habit, because once that shit becomes a habit, bro, it's gonna be a hard thing to get out of, bro. Like for me, like one of my habits that I've been noticing that's like been really affecting my reality is probably porn, bro. I think ever since I was watching porn, probably like when I was 12, bro, it affected the way how, like, I believe before I was a kid, you know how every little kid had confidence, bro. They didn't give a fuck about second thinking nature, and they just do it. It was like they just live with their imagination, but they speak the imagination forth, like speak into existence, and that's how kids get along so well when they play together, like in the playground and stuff. And the fact that I feel like porn kind of disconnected us from even talking to females, how it was easier back then as kids. Like we just go up to girls and talk to them, and we just play around. And now it kind of made guys kind of feel like already like shook. They already like breaking a sweat. You're trying to talk to a girl to the point where, bro, you probably met some guys that they like a girl, but they have to fucking plan out like a whole fucking plan like a whole script how to go up to that girl. Should I go up to her? What should I say? Like, it, I think porn really did affected like our generation, bro. Because like, I was born 2001. Like, I'm pretty sure you were born in the same generation as me. Like, before we saw cable came to an end. Like, we watched Cartoon Network, Adult Swim. Like, you
Yeah.
lived through that era, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I know what you mean, is like it was always kind of getting a little bit harder to talk to women anyway. Like
Yeah.
and you're absolutely right. Is like I don't know if it was porn that did it. I think it was more like just awkwardness in general, right? Like
Right.
cuz we were part of the generation that like going to bars and finding women at bars started becoming less and less an option. Or
Yeah.
talking to strangers became less and less of an option. like it just became more and more of a weird situation for you to approach a random woman and to just start trying to talk to her. And so like that's where, in my opinion, that's where a lot of the fear comes in. Like it's normal to think that it's porn, but I think it's more like social expectations. It's like, yeah, like this is what I tell people, right? Like I got a partner. Like I'm happy with
Mm.
my partner, everything's great. But I tell people in all honesty, like if me and my partner broke up, that would be like I would not be running into trying to find another girl because I don't even know where to start, man. Like would I re-download Tinder? Would I try to get Bumble or OK Cupid? Like what the fuck would I try? Like like the dating scene just sucks. And
Yeah.
it's I don't think it's porn. I think it's just social awkwardness. I think it's
Yeah.
like there's so much like I would love to just blame it on one guy and be like, "Oh, it's your fault." But like there's so much complications to it. Like for instance, ghosting is so much more common nowadays. Like
Yeah. It is.
you could just have a great conversation with someone and they'll just ghost you out of nowhere. Um and like I remember that like it hurt. Like there were like some chicks that I would talk to and I kid you not, like they were the best conversations ever. And like I seriously thought like, man, like I think I really like this chick, like maybe I can see some future with her. And then the next day she would never text me back.
Bro, it's like
And
it's like the same with the monkey app, bro. Like if you realize, because you and me, bro, I ain't gonna lie, like not to sound egotistical, you and me are really good at keeping the ball rolling, having a conversation. But bro, tell me on the monkey app, bro, so many people can't hold a conversation. They're awkward as fuck. The monkey app evolves around perception. If we had abs and we have a big dick and we have like like if we had a Brad Pitt face, oh, I guarantee you, girls will like not even fucking have a conversation. They'll be like, oh, can I have your snap? They just that's what people know. That's like the basic language on the monkey app. Oh, what's your snap? Hey, what's your Instagram? Hey, you fine as fuck. Can you rate me? It's like it came to the point like you know like society became like a rating a rating game, or it became more of a looks like perception. Like perception really does matter now, bro. Like sadly it really does now because I'm guessing I should have elaborated better. It wasn't just porn. I feel like it was like reality TV. It was probably like the news. It was probably like these advertisements saying, oh, if you want to lose weight, or if you want to grow your dick, use this dick pumper, or if you want to grow a fat ass, get a BBL. I think
Yup.
all the the advertisements, the TV, the television, the commercials really did fuck up our whole generation. Like not
Yeah.
not not our generation specifically, but it carried more weight on this generation because our generation is more of a we gotta look better to be loved or like able to talk to somebody. Now people think that they have to be good looking so someone can go up to them and talk to them. When in reality, dude, I seen a lot of ugly motherfuckers and I question it. I'm like, this motherfucker's so ugly, but he's talking to a girl with a fat ass, and this girl's laughing and giggling. But like, it kind of makes you think, like, yeah, that girl's definitely not what that guy for his looks, but most likely for his personality.
Yeah.
So in reality, personality still thrives out there, dude. But it's just like you sometimes you just gotta have confidence. Those guys are usually ugly. They probably have confidence because the fact that they don't really have that same perception as us, like, oh, girls, oh, we gotta like bullshit them and have the whole like script to talk to them. They just do it because I'm pretty sure they know that. I don't know. I still don't understand it, but
Oh
I
yeah,
still
well, yeah, you can't play that game, bro. Like, so I'm 5'9". I'm I probably would say like on my best day, I was probably a 7 out of 10. I got a dad bod now, but I'm with a hottie, and like she just like is in love with me, and I'm like there are times where I'm like, how are you in love with this? Like I'm kind of flabby, I'm definitely past my prime, all this shit, and it's like she's in love with my confidence, and I'm like, oh, okay, like that's cool, um, and she just loves me for who I am, and I'm like, that's the
do you
weird.
remember. Do you remember the first day? Like, did you approach her, or she approached you, or was it neutral? Y'all been.
So like it was kind of crazy, right? So she downloaded Tinder, and I was one of like the first people that matched with her, and she said that, like she liked people with mustaches, and so I like just made some like joke of like, oh yeah, like thinking it's I got a mustache or whatever, and we had a date, and like normally I'm the kind of guy that like if on the first date I talk too much about myself, the girl usually leaves. So like this was like one of the dates where like I think it was sabotage. Like I was talking about my like I want to write books, right? So I was telling her about a book I wanted to write for like over an hour in the park. And she just listened to me the whole time. And I'm like, oh shit. Like this chick didn't get bored. Oh damn, she's a keeper. So I got lucky. She really liked that nerdy aspect of me. And that's what I tell people is I got lucky. Is honestly it wasn't anything I did. It like and that like it's one of those deals where it's like I'm not a success story. I was lucky. The algorithm just happened to get me to match with her before most other people, and then I quickly started up a conversation with her. um I it was just a um representation of I was in the right place in the right time. I matched with her and I said the right thing, and then I set up a date quickly enough. um and so I don't have like a solution for people. Like that's
You don't think it's because you weren't bullshitting? It's like you were like being yourself, so you like to the point where subconsciously you weren't aware of until you start realizing like, damn, dude, I just started talking about like writing the book for a whole hour. Like,
I
it's like
think
in a way like you didn't bullshit.
yeah, I would say that is because I was talking like and being my authentic self for like that whole hour with her. She like immediately liked that because I wasn't bullshitting. Like
Because
she
like
got
think about the other guys that they're on Tinder just bullshitting, bro. Like,
yeah, like, and I can't do that, man. Like, cause the whole game, right? Like, it's all a game. Like,
yeah.
trying to be as like the handsomest fuck ever just to get some pussy. I can't like. I'm one of those guys where, so I came from a big family, right? I had five brothers or four brothers. I was number five. And we would all compete with each other. And growing up, I kind of learned my, lesson is that I wasn't going to be the best. I wasn't going to be the strongest. I wasn't going to be the smartest. Um, so what I did growing up is I kind of learned like if I can't be the best or the strongest or the smartest, I might as well be the nicest or the most authentic. And so that was kind of like my trick. My trick was like I'm just not gonna fake it. Um, I'm not gonna lie, and that's what I did. You're right? With this chick, I met up with her and I just authentically told her about this nerdy little story that I started writing since I was in high school. And like just talking nonstop about the little details and how these two characters were like um, destined to kill each other and stuff like that. And she loved every little bit because I was being myself and I was being authentic. So I would say, yeah, I lucked out by being authentic. And I would definitely say, like, yeah, being being a dickwad and just trying to get your dick wet, it ain't gonna work and it ain't gonna make you happy. Cause like
Yeah.
I did do that. Like I did try to get my dick wet. I did just bang anything that moved, and I mean I did get a moderate level of success. Like I banged like at least 12 chicks, which um in the course of like 6 months is
Oh
considered.
fuck.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and like that's the whole deal. Is like
Bro,
when
that's a big success right there, bro. Like
yeah,
you pretty you
well,
bullshitted pretty well.
yeah, dude. Because like I was just swiping on Tinder the whole time. But like I wouldn't say 6 months. It was more like 6 to 12 months. Like it was like in the course of a year. Like I was banging women for only like about a period of a year or two.
Was there a point where you were having sex with a woman and you ever thought to yourself, "What's the point of all of this? Like,
Oh, dude, all the time.
where am I? Like, what am I
All the
doing with my
time.
life?
Oh, dude, like so there was this one chick. Oh man, I remember this story, man. Yeah, it's so bad. So basically, there's this chick that like I matched with her on Tinder. I got her Snapchat and we would like kind of talk back and forth a little bit every once in a while. Um and like I was kind of horny for her and she would always take all these Snapchat photos so it would show off her tits and she had some really nice cleavage. So like I'm like, "Damn, I want to fuck that." And like after 3 months of talking to her, this chick for back to back, finally it seems like things are finally gonna happen. So I go to her place, and you know where I unload the groceries from her car. We load it into the her fucking fridge. Put all this stuff away, and then we start drinking, and then the banging happens. And I remember it was doggy style, so like those nice tits didn't even matter because I couldn't even see them because it was doggy style. Um, and all I remember is that as I'm like, banging her, my thoughts go to my job, and I'm just thinking about like counting receipts. Um, and thinking about like stupid stuff, and like it was that moment. It's like, wow, I wasted all of this time, all of this effort, um and in the end, now that I'm finally fucking, this kind of sucks.
Because you kind of,
Like,
got a wake up call, right? Like you're not really where you want to be in life. You're
yeah.
doing like a bare
Oh
minimum
yeah,
wage
dude.
job.
It was one of those deals. Like, not only was the job kind of sucky, but yeah, like the sex was mid, bro. Like I'll be honest, bro. Um, Sex ain't all that it's cracked up to be. Like, like I don't know how many partners you've had, but I had a decent few to kind of realize that like a lot of times sex sucks. Like a lot of times it's mediocre. Like unless it's with the right person, like
Right.
like it can be meh. Like it can like here's the crazy part. I thought something was wrong with me because I didn't come for like the first six chicks. Like the first six chicks could not get me to finish, no matter what. Like it was either in my head or it just wasn't that great. Sometimes there were pillow princesses, like either way it was just average. It just wasn't great.
Mm.
And that's kind of what I tell people is you shouldn't have like super high expectations of sex because sometimes it's not that great. Sometimes it might be mid. Sometimes it isn't that magical because like when I lost my virginity, it definitely wasn't magical. It was kind of like it was also kind of weird because it was also the first time I was a little bit drunk.
Mm.
So like I was drinking like Angry Orchards, like only 6% alcohol, but I was still a little bit tipsy, and but the chick was on her period, so like I got my Red Wings as well. Um yeah, but I didn't come then, and and like there was just a lot of stuff in my head, and that's what I tell people is it's definitely not worth rushing, and it's definitely not worth getting like a huge body count because I tried and I like got a lot of problems. Like for instance, there's another chick who told me that she was clean and that she had an IUD so I can nut in her, and then she gave me chlamydia. So
Fuck, brother.
yeah, so that was annoying. I mean, like, thank goodness, like, it's not too expensive to clean, but like, that's what I tell people is, like, sex is great if it's with the right person, but I don't think it's ever something that you should pursue, especially like because like I remember how many hours I would spend like on these apps, like being like, hey, 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 starting all these conversations and wasting all these hours. And like I did the math. It was crazy. It's like 100 matches. Of the 100 matches, only 10 of the 100 matches would start like or I think it was like 50%. So it's 50 of the 100 matches would start a conversation. And of the 50 matches, only like 10 of them would set a date. And so of the 10 that would set a date, only 5 of them would actually end up being a date. So like you just do all this math and you're like, wait a minute, all these matches, like all this numbers, all these swipes, like it was so crazy how few, times it actually ended up meeting somebody in person. And that's what I tell people is it can be such a daunting effort. And sometimes it's just not worth it. Like, and that's what I tell people now. If me and my partner split up right now, I would probably just kind of chill, like kind of be myself. I wouldn't be searching for a partner. I would just be working on myself. And that's the thing I think about more often is like you see how a lot of people are getting pets now. Like
Yeah,
they're getting a cat and shit.
it's like a companion.
Yeah, and so like that's kind of how it is like a lot of people instead of getting married quickly or getting married young, um they're getting a pet, or they're getting a cat. Um and I think cats are pretty good because they're low effort compared to
Yeah.
dogs. Um
Because with a dog, it's like more of you're definitely gonna take some time to build a bond. You gotta be there. It's like a child. You gotta be there very consistently and very like day by day basis to really get that bond going.
exactly. Yeah, and so it's one of those deals. It's like I don't think our generation's making a bad decision. I think um it was rough for a lot of earlier decisions because they didn't have the choices we had.
Yeah.
But like yeah, like um I have a lot of choices available to me, and right now I again I admit I'm lucky. But I always tell people like yeah, like I chose the authentic route because that's the only way I knew I could win.
Right.
Like if you were maybe, 6 foot 9 inches, then yeah, just use your height for your advantage. That's probably all you need. But I imagine you're a lot like me, where you're in the average categories where you don't have a natural advantage, so you've got to use your personality.
Yeah.
So
Like for me, man, like in a way, like you telling me your whole experience, kind of in a way, kind of motivates me. Is like, yeah, I'm 22, and you're 24, right?
no, I'm 27.
Holy shit! So you tell, bro. I thought bro. You look like you're 24,
That's
but
good.
yeah, and you telling me your experience while I'm being like, I'm 22, and I've been having thoughts of like, dude, like I've been on the grind, doing so much overtime. I've been reading so much books. I've been fucking journaling every day, and in a way, kind of like becoming. It's like that. It's like those anime hero routes. Like it's like it gets lonely, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Like doing this shit every day, like it gets lonely. And like I have friends telling me, "Oh, bro, they got sneaky links. They're over here fucking. They have fuck buddies. They're over here trying to get girls." And they told me like, "Damn, bro, like who's the last girl you fucked?" And I told them like the last girl I fucked was probably sophomore year,
Damn.
like when I was 16. That's the last girl I fucked, and that was like my first ever girlfriend. And I'm 22 now, so I haven't, bro. My dick has cobwebs right now. Like my shit is like it's like those like those auction, like it's like those rent those what's that shit called when you rent a fucking storage room? It's like a webby fucking storage room, bro. Like it hasn't been used up, and
Cobwebs, yeah.
and they're like, and they kind of get in the shot. They're like, damn, bro, like you haven't fucked like that long, man. Like, and I'm like, yeah, man. And I tell them like it's probably because my morals and like kind of my pride is like because I feel like I want to sacrifice in a way. I'm willing to sacrifice my social life to really kind of build myself up spiritually, or like I believe that knowledge is power. So I believe if I know more now at this age, at this young age, at 30, I'm probably gonna be very not wise as like the monks. They're like sitting crisscross applesauce, bald headed in the mountain, but at least very knowledgeable, very to the point where I can mentor someone. That was like probably that's one of like my ideas in the future. Like I would love to like it's gonna sound very funny, but I would love to get an orphanage and just like mentor all those kids and like guide them under my wing and
Hell yeah,
just
dude.
like kind of build them up like to a certain degree of life where they could like creation and evolution type of like
Oh yeah.
mentality.
Oh yeah. I don't know if I mentioned this, but dude, I was a virgin until I was 23, bro. Like you got time, bro. You don't have to worry. You don't have to rush. Like the fact that you lost your virginity at 16, you got me beat. Like, dude, I I was so behind you, man. Like I was trying to get laid. Like that's what I tell people is even though I was religious, I was trying to fuck. I was always like trying to get laid and I couldn't for 6 years, man. Like for so long I never could get laid. So hey, I'm glad that your first girlfriend let you bang cuz mine didn't. Mine wouldn't let me bang her, as much as I
Right.
tried, and like I sure hope it was like a wonderful experience. Um
No, because in a way I relate to you about the meh thing. Because like, dude, I was watching like porn, and I guess the porn thing kind of affected me because I thought I was able to do all these doggy styles, but I didn't realize that my dick wasn't that big enough to be doing all that fucking.
Yeah,
dude. Because my dick was like in a way, yeah, I'm 16, yeah, my dick was undeveloped. There was like a couple more years until like it grew. But like the only positions I was doing was like doggy style and missionary. That was the only positions I was able to do.
Oh,
I couldn't do the ones where you like lay on your side and dick them down and
and
I
that's it is you don't learn like you figure out what you like the best.
Right.
Like for instance, I don't like either of those positions. Like I like over time I'm like, man, do I just hate sex? Am I gay? Like is there something wrong with me? And then I find my current partner and she's like, "Oh, I like this position." And it's cowgirl, and if you don't know what cowgirl is, it's amazing. It's when you are the one that's sitting there and your girl sits on your lap and bam, 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 you're just banging her and so cowgirl is she's facing you so her tits are right in her face. And reverse cowgirl is she's facing away from you and you're seeing her ass. Like both positions are pretty fantastic and like this is what I tell people is like everyone's dick is different, everyone's dick size is different. Um, but like yeah, like what I noticed is missionary and doggy are two positions that kind of require big dicks and
Yeah.
I barely reach 6. Like I'm technically not even 6 inches. And it's one of those deals. It's like just like with this facial hair, is you gotta work with what you got, man. And so there are certain sex positions that benefit certain dick sizes. So like if that's kind of the category that you fit into where you're under 6, like there are certain positions where you have a very reduced risk of your dick popping out and nobody likes that. um but also like it's the motion of the ocean. Like for a lot of chicks, like their orgasm actually comes from like stimulation in the lower parts of the vagina rather than the deeper parts of the canal. So like it's one of those deals where like yeah, porn does fuck with our perceptions. Porn makes us believe that like oh you gotta have the big dick and you gotta fuck her in these positions where you gotta break her back. But nah, dude, you just gotta do the shit that they like, and you gotta do the shit that you both like, and that's what I want everybody to do. Is I wish everybody could have healthy sexual relationships or healthy sexual like orientations and expectations because yeah, like having like huge expectations and being disappointed, it can really mess with your head and get in your head and fuck with your boner. Like I won't lie, like there are times where like shit fucks with my boner. Like like sometimes I can get too into my head. Like for real, like if I get too high, like if I smoke too much weed, I'll think about other shit. And like straight up it'll be hard for me to even keep my boner up and I'm like, oh shit, like um and so it happens, like just don't blame yourself, don't hate yourself. And that's what I try to say is like it's all about mojo. Like and I tell this is fake it till you make it, bro. Is like everybody kind of has to put on a performance. Everybody's kind of like gonna present themselves as a little bit better than they are, but in the end that's how we all are. We're all doing it, girls put on
Yeah.
makeup, guys put on nice clothes, we all do our hair, we wear like for instance, like here's a good example. um I don't need glasses technically. Like
Right.
I have perfect vision, but these are computer glasses. But they work with my face. They shape my face
No,
very
they
well.
really do it, bro. They really do
Yeah,
work with your face.
yeah, see, these are what I call aesthetic glasses. Is they just look good. That's what it is. Is it's just for looks. Like I got these glasses specifically so that I would look good. Like for instance, when I go to my job, I wear those glasses at my job so that I could look good. Like we all do it. It's all a performance. Like
Right.
that's what I tell everybody is life is a performance. When you go to the real world, when you start applying for jobs, you do what? You apply with resumes and then you go to an interview and you get a job. And the older I get, the more I realize that these people who are running companies, these CEOs, they're just like me. They're morons who manage to blubber their way through an interview and get hired because of references. Like it's wild, man. Like none of the world makes sense. Like I used to think that like, oh, if I worked really hard, I would get the best job ever. Like, nah, dude. Like I went from making $10 an hour to now making $20 an hour by quitting jobs and by just job hopping. They told me that job hopping was not the solution, but it turns out it was. Like nothing in the world makes sense. Like what you got to do is you got to be happy. Do what makes you
Mm.
happy. Um but it's all about that mojo. Like that's the one thing I've been learning is like once I got into this mojo, it's like been benefiting me so much. Is like again, like everybody like they see me, they're like they instantly are like, oh, this guy's super chill, and it's like, oh, that's great. Like I'm not always super chill. Like I I love it that that's the persona I give off. That's the performance I give off. Like dude, the lights, the fucking lava lamp, the fucking like things over there, the neon shit. It's a performance. Like that.
But in a way, you want to reach that. You want to reach that. That nirvana of your expectations of like that chill dude, right?
Exactly. But it's again, it's a performance. Like, am I really a chill dude? No, I'm a guy pretending to be chill. I'm sitting here drinking a shit ton and smoking so that I can be chill, but once I sober up, I become this guy who's like a little bit big of a nerd and starts to get, become a headache or a chatterbox. Like, because that's the whole deal is, again, everything's a performance, and then eventually the facade comes away. Even when I get more comfortable with somebody, I start becoming way more talkative. Like that's just how we all are. Like haven't you ever done that where when you worked at a job, you acted differently than you do in real life?
Yeah.
Or like there's this whole meme of like how you present yourself to friend group A and how you present yourself to friend group B. Like and that's it, man. Is like I got this one friend group where we make like really dark jokes, and then I have this other friend group where we don't do that, and I and I always have to make sure that I don't make the dark jokes in the wrong group. Um like it's one of those things that I tell people is it's a lot more common than you think.
Oh yeah,
Um,
you see it all the time. Like a perfect example is like probably at your work break room. You just see people bullshitting, like just like baby talking with each other, like using like the bare minimum just of like regular conversation. They're not really switching up subjects. They're just talking about like inner subject about work, and it's like in a way you kind of you wanna. I don't want to sound like a egotistical motherfucker, like a main character guy, but it just kind of makes you feel like you're more different from all the other people because they're all just saying the same old bullshit, bro. Like just like inner word talk and nothing any philosophical, nothing like conspiracies, no fucking uh any different type of subject. And
oh
like
yeah.
even same with Instagram, man. On Instagram, you see people doing the same old thing. You know, don't get me wrong. I understand what you say about the perception and the performance, but some people they just like I wish people were more like you, bro. Like just kind of yeah, they're doing a performance, but like don't dick right the other category. Like be yourself, like be who you really want to be. Cause lately, bro, I've been trying to do that on Instagram. Like I've been trying to be myself on Instagram, but it comes to the point where I feel like like the judging part is like I don't you know like there's points where I don't give a fuck, but there's points where I'm like when my ego is low and my fucking pride is real and like in my reality kicks, I'm start thinking about like, dude, I don't know, dude, I look stupid posting this shit. Like for example, bro, like you don't mind if I put my Instagram in the chat, right?
Hmm?
Here you go. Like you could like search that up, bro, and you could like I'm really trying to be myself in like on social media and I kind of gotta. Someone told me, bro, like, hey, bro, be careful what you post, bro, because there's something called a digital footprint. And in my head, I'm like,
That's true.
and I do once, once he told me that, I'm like, nah, I shouldn't really care about what I post until I start realizing when I Google my own username on Google, every comment I left was saying some dumb shit like from saying like, oh, well, I got a big dick that looks like a ray gun, and it was just all coming up on Google. I'm like, holy shit. See, like,
is this you?
yeah, bro, that's like that's literally me being me, bro. Like, and bro, I have a lot of hate comments because I guess people, I don't think they understand that I'm just being myself, bro. I'm just bullshitting.
Nah, I mean, like it's one of those deals where it's like, if you're gonna like bullshit and shit like that, like it's kind of good to by going by a different name. Like that's kind of what I'm doing. Is the everyman name isn't tied to my real name because I don't want that to affect my like job. Like, and that's kind of the whole deal, right? Like, because sometimes if I get drunk, I'll say crazy shit like how like, yeah, dude, let's overthrow the government. You know, like so
Yeah,
I don't want that to come back to my job. Um
right.
and like that's what I say is as long like cuz you were smart in that your profile picture was just that meme picture. So like I would definitely keep doing that. Like keep yourself a little bit anonymous. Don't put your full name on there and shit like that. Um and so like that's the whole deal is like as long as only like the people close to you know that that name applies to you, you should be fine. But like there are so many funny accounts that I see that like people just make like really cool like diary posts, you know, posting random pictures and you know thoughts and stuff like that. Yeah, that's a great idea. Like
Right.
I love the sporadic random humor. Um I love the experimental Instagram accounts. That's a huge deal of mine. Like the funny bit about me is like I just have gotten like so busy lately because all the shit that goes on in my life. Like I really wanted to be a content creator at one point, and then I got a full time job, which I'm doing right now. And like at that point, it's like, it's kind of hard. And then I look back at like my YouTube videos and their analytics, and it's like, shit, like I put how much effort into that YouTube video and I got 14 views. Fuck, you know?
No, but
it's
dude,
it's
I'm gonna
rough.
be honest with you, bro. I'm not. I usually don't say this to a lot of people, but dude, the way you talk and the way you're perceived and your characteristics and the way your demeanor is, bro, you do have a lot of potential
Thank
in
you.
being a content creator. Like I don't know what type of content creator you want to be, but I could definitely see you being more like an interviewer, like you interview people on the Monkey app or Omegle, just have a conversation while you put in like a game footage in the background, and you just having like this probably could be a YouTube video for you, bro. Like you could probably edit this and make this talking to random strangers with this type of
Right.
subject about pornographic or just like
Yeah, and like the whole issue is editing, bro. Like like getting that footage. Like that's the whole deal is like this is streamed, I got the footage, it's recorded. The only problem is like I have such a backlog of shit to edit, and it's one of those deals. It's like I would love to do that, but again, like there's just little reward. Like if I would edit something like that, I would again post that video, get 10 views, and it's rough. Like especially with where I'm at. Like I got a kid, I got a full-time job, and I enjoy that right now. All I do is I hop on every Friday and I do a little bit of live streaming. And it's easy. I don't have like a YouTube video with a schedule to do, like, because again, that'll stress me out. But that is a dream. Like, if I did have the free time, I really would love to hop into YouTube videos and like really shine. Cause like I just added you on Instagram. I want to show you my YouTube channel, and you could see that like I did a lot of like meme edits, like using green screens and like sound effects. Like I really enjoyed like editing videos, like trying to add like funny sound effects.
like that's the fun thing is you just being yourself, bro. And the fact that if you can literally be yourself and it won't like it doesn't sound like a job, bro, that's the fun in it, bro. Like
exactly,
you're getting paid and you're getting. It doesn't even matter if you're getting paid or not, but if you ever do get paid, it's like, bro, that's a blessing right there, bro. That's like you literally getting paid to be yourself. You're not bullshitting. You could literally be your authentic self.
Definitely. Yeah, I mean like the one thing about YouTube that sucks is that I won't get paid for a very long time. But like dude, I'm looking at the clock, I'm like, "Oh shit, it's almost midnight." I need to get to bed.
Nah, bro. Hey, bro. I don't want to let you go to sleep, bro. But I'm definitely gonna talk to you on the DMs, bro. Right now, my app, because I have like this app thing called the app block. So I put my Instagram only for like a bare minimum of 45 minutes of use, and after that, it blocks off the app for the whole day.
I need to get that, like, because
it's called an app block.
I need to do that because I need to limit my usage of like Reddit and shit.
Right. And it's really good, bro. But sometimes there's points where you're like, I should have put that fucking timer on Instagram for 2 hours, bro. Like, because once the time goes down, it just blocks it. You can't go to your settings. The only way you could like really get on your app again is you have to delete the damn the app.
Right. And so it's like it's a do or die shit.
Yeah.
Definitely,
well,
man.
My boy, I'm gonna text you on Instagram, man. You know, give me your YouTube. I'll support it to the fully, bro. And bro, this was a really nice conversation with you, man. The fact that I was being myself with you, I wasn't boasting with like half of the people I do on the Monkey app, and you kind of, in a way, you kind of give me like wisdom and some like lessons of life about like about like sex, healthy sex and being yourself and your love life and how it came to be like you literally being yourself.
Thank you, man. Like I love doing that. I just love being honest with people, and like in all honesty, like that would be my dream job, to be like a podcaster, just like the Therapy Frog. Have you ever seen the Therapy Gecko or whatever his name is?
Is it commercial or is it a YouTube channel?
No, he's like an Instagram or influencer guy. He paints himself green. He puts on a costume.
Yeah, I've seen him on the live stream videos. Like
and like it's one of those deals where it's like I would like to be that guy. Like honestly,
dude,
like
you do have the potential. Like you can keep the ball rolling. You're good at having conversation.
Definitely, man. But like, oh man, I'm tired. So I'm gonna let you go. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, my friend. I'll text you, bro.
All right. See ya.